The next day, Felix slowly woke up in his large bed. He didn't bother to get up and just lay there, feeling comfortable. The morning sunlight streamed through the windows and landed on his face, making him squint. After his eyes adjusted to the light, he looked up at the luxurious ceiling with a blank expression. Ever since the restaurant was built, Felix hadn't had much rest. He had been tense, afraid that any mistake he made would have serious consequences. Even though he was a mana cultivator and didn't easily tire, he had been burning the candle at both ends to ensure the success of the restaurant. And all his hard work had paid off. The restaurant had become the #1 spot in Brigdamore City for wealthy and powerful individuals to dine, with a high turnover and no competition. Initially, there were a few restaurants causing trouble for the Origin restaurant, but Felix dealt with them easily. However, the constant headaches from dealing with these issues disappeared once the upper class in the city discovered the powerful expert at the Origin restaurant. The troublemakers quickly backed off, hoping to avoid any confrontation with Felix. With the foundation of the Origin restaurant now stable and generating massive income, Felix decided it was time to take a break and rest. Besides, there are currently no major issues that require his attention. Everything has already been taken care of. As for the management of the restaurant, he will leave that to Nixie and Gwendolyn. The current situation in the restaurant, they can handle it. Now he wants to have some quality time to rest and increase his personal strength. His strength has been lacking compared to others since he's been running the restaurant all this time, but he didn't have enough time to cultivate, so his strength has fallen behind. Trinity and Brixton are on the verge of breaking through to Tier 2 Intermediate Knight, and he is sure they will do so soon. Gwendolyn is also catching up on the brink of breaking through. As for Zephyr and Nixie, Felix can't help but shake his head. He would be more grateful if they were normal, but they are simply unbelievable that he doesn't want to think about it anymore. His strength is far behind, as he has only cultivated his fire elemental magic and not his lightning elemental magic or night cultivation. If he can cultivate both his fire and lightning elemental magic, along with night cultivation, he wonders how powerful he will become that he plans to cultivate both mage and night cultivation, but he will keep his magic cultivation path hidden and only reveal his night cultivation publicly. Imagine facing a powerful opponent and suddenly using a fire elemental spell. It would be a sight to behold. Felix can't help but smile with faint expectations in his eyes. He slowly gets up from bed, stretches, takes a long, relaxing hot bath, and puts on comfortable, elegant clothes. He takes his time, not rushing at all. A few minutes later, Felix strolled down from his bedroom and headed to the dining hall. As soon as he entered, a maid greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Master Felix," the maid said politely. "Good morning," Felix replied. Returning the smile, he glanced around and noticed that the breakfast table was empty. "Where is everyone?" Felix asked the maid. The maid quickly responded. "Young Miss Gwendolyn and Nixie have already eaten and gone to the restaurant. Master Zephyr is in the cultivation room, and Master Brixton and Madame Trinity are sparring at the training ground." Felix nodded and inquired, "What about the children? Have they woken up yet?" "Yes, Master Felix. The children are up and currently taking their bath," the maid answered. "Good." Felix nodded and sat down to enjoy his breakfast. After finishing his meal, Felix sat contentedly in the dining hall, waiting for his food to settle. Eventually, he stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and hummed a tune as he made his way to the training ground. When the days are cold and the cards all fold, and the saints we see are all made of gold, when your dreams all fail, and the ones we hail are the worst of all, and the bloods run stale, I want to hide the truth. I want to shelter you, but with the beast inside, there's nowhere we can hide. No matter what we breed, we still are made of greed. This is my kingdom come, this is my kingdom come. As he walked, Felix sang the lyrics to Demons by Imagine Dragons, a song he loved and found comfort in. The melody brought back memories of Earth and made him feel connected. Felix sighed and just shook his head and continued on his way. A few minutes later, he arrived at the training ground where Brixton and Trinity were sparring. Boom, 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 boom. When Felix arrived at the training ground, he was greeted by the thunderous sounds echoing throughout the area. He shook his head and casually strolled to the edge of the training ground, hands in his pockets. In the midst of the chaos, two figures were locked in a fierce hand-to-hand combat. It was Trinity and Brixton. These two were really battle maniacs. They will fight whenever they have free time. Felix watched with keen interest as they clashed. The ground shook with each blow, leaving small craters in their wake. Pebbles and sand flew into the air, creating a spectacle of destruction. Their speed was impressive, almost too fast for Felix to follow if he wasn't a mana cultivator. Bang. After a few intense moments, Trinity and Brixton separated, panting but exhilarated. Trinity looked fierce in her training outfit. She was wearing a black sleeveless vest that reveals a deep and tempting cleavage. Even Felix wouldn't help but steal a few glances. Her long, fair, and strong arms were also exposed with a long black tight pants that brought out her full, immature figure. She exuded a kind of wild and tempting beauty, while Brixton was only short pants and was completely shirtless, exposing his huge and well-toned muscular body. A wild and barbaric aura oozed out from his body. "Big sis, I think I'm about to break through," Brixton exclaimed excitedly. "Me too," Trinity replied with a smile. "Why don't we have one final round?" Brixton suggested. Trinity agreed, and they both grabbed their weapons, a double-handed axe for Brixton and a bronze spear for Trinity. With determination, Brixton swung his axe towards Trinity. The sound of paper tearing filled the air as the axe sliced towards Trinity. Instead of backing down, Trinity met the attack head-on and quickly stabbed her spear towards the axe. With a loud boom, both weapons clashed, creating intense shockwaves that caused the ground to sink slightly, and cracks to form in all directions, kicking up dust into the air. After a few moments, the dust cleared, and Trinity and Brixton took a few steps back, panting heavily as their auras began to rise. They immediately sat down cross-legged, their auras continuing to increase and the pressure they emitted growing stronger, causing more cracks to appear on the training ground. A loud bang sounded as both Trinity and Brixton's bodies shook, generating huge shock waves and intensifying their auras. Trinity was covered in dense golden light, while Brixton was surrounded by earthen yellow energy. 20 minutes later, they opened their eyes, emitting a sharp aura. Brixton stood up, waving his fist around with excitement. "Big sis, we are now Tier 2 Intermediate Knights," he exclaimed. Trinity also clenched her fist and smiled, clearly happy with their progress. "Looks like you two have become much more powerful." Just then, Felix's voice interrupted both of them. They looked ahead and saw Felix slowly walking towards them with a smile. "Big bro," Brixton called out with a silly grin. He walked towards them with a smile. He stopped in front of them. "Congratulations for breaking through to Tier 2. Brixton scratched his head with a silly grin, while Trinity simply smiled. "Since you guys have made a breakthrough, when are you going to the Adventurers Guild?" Felix asked. Trinity thought for a moment before raising her head and looking at Felix. "We will go tomorrow. We want to consolidate our current strength since we made a breakthrough," she replied. Felix thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "Okay," he said. "What about you, Trinity? Since you're not going anywhere, what are you going to do?" Trinity looked at Felix curiously. Felix smiled. "I plan to cultivate and increase my strength. My strength is currently far behind you guys, so I will be focusing on increasing it," he said casually. Trinity nodded in understanding. "But before that, I want to go out and stroll around Bridgemore City for a few hours," Felix added. Suddenly, a grumble sounded. Felix and Trinity quickly turned to look at Brixton, who was rubbing his stomach with an embarrassed smile. "Big bro, I'm hungry." Brixton smiled sheepishly. Felix was simply speechless. He shook his head and said, "You can go to the dining hall and eat." "Okay, then guys, I'm going out." Felix turned around, waved his hand, and made his way towards the gate of the mansion. As Bridgemore City bustled with activity on its dense and interconnected roads, a luxurious carriage being pulled by a large horse slowly rumbled down the street. Inside the carriage, Felix gazed out with a smile on his face, watching the pedestrians bustling about. After half an hour, the carriage came to a stop. "Master Felix, we have arrived," a respectful voice called from outside the carriage. Felix snapped out of his thoughts and stepped down from the carriage. Looking around with curiosity, he found himself in a completely different part of Bridgemore City, the Slave District. The place was filled with an aura of misery, with faint sounds of crying and deep shouts and whips in the air. "This is the Slave District, Master Felix," the coachman said respectfully. "So this is the Slave District, huh?" Felix nodded. "Yes, but most people like to call it the slave market as it is more appropriate that way," the coachman explained. Felix nodded and said to the coachman, "Okay, find a place to park the carriage. I'll be going inside to take a look at." Understood, the coachman bowed and left to find a place to park the carriage. As he strolled into the slave market, a dense aura of misery and blood hit him, causing him to frown at a mana cultivator. His senses were heightened, allowing him to sense things that ordinary people couldn't. The air was filled with a metallic scent of blood, and the market was bustling with activity. The slave district, or market as its name suggests, is a place where slaves are sold. The slaves here are not only limited to the human race, but all other race. Dwarves, elves, beastmen, and many other races. Slave trade is one of the most lucrative business in Sylphendal world. The Sylphendal world was a place where the strong preyed on the weak, with constant battles taking place. Every day, kingdoms rise and fall, and war is constantly being waged in this world. It's a place where the strongest fists rule, and some people just don't want to submit to others. This leads to conflict, especially since resources are limited and not endless. Different factions fight each other to gain more resources or territories to strengthen themselves. Resources are crucial here. The more you control, the more powerful you become in the world of Sylphendal. Everyone is constantly striving to become stronger in order to survive. It's like a 100 meters race. If you stop running, you'll be left in the dust by someone else. Unlike a regular 100 meters race where you can catch up if you fall behind, in Sylphendal, falling behind means risking death or submission to others. People are always fighting for resources, waging wars to secure the best spots and materials. The more powerful you become, the more resources you need, so conflict is inevitable. The human race, in particular, is known for their greed and desire to dominate other races. They thrive on internal conflict, with lying, scheming, and backstabbing being common occurrences. Despite their flaws, humans do come together in times of crisis. However, they're still the most hated race in Sylphendal, even more so than the demon race. Their reputation for selfishness and betrayal precedes them, making them a target for animosity from other races. So naturally, there's always wars among the various races and also among themselves. When all these factors come together, war is inevitable. And with war comes destruction. The ones who suffer the most are the ordinary people. Some become homeless or die, while others are captured and sold as slaves. Slave caravans even attack small villages to capture strong individuals to sell. But it's not just humans who are captured and sold as slaves, but other races too, like elves. Elves are known for their beauty and magical talents, making them prime targets for slave caravans. Beastmen, who are a mix of humans and magical beasts, are also highly sought after. They have unique features like cat ears, rabbit tails, or horns, making them desirable to those with special fetishes. Felix shook his head at the thought of being captured and turned into a slave. Once that mark is placed on you, you're a slave for life. It's a harsh reality in this world of constant conflict and power struggles. Unless you find a kind-hearted person who is willing to remove the slave mark after buying you. And in this world, finding a kind-hearted person was like finding a needle in a haystack in this cruel world. The previous Felix was lucky to have met kind-hearted person who removed his mark after buying him from the slave market. Trinity and the others were also quite lucky to have met the previous Felix for freeing them from their marks. This world is extremely cruel. Having no strength or any formidable strength means that your life isn't really yours. It can be taken away at any moment by someone else. Being enslaved is the absolute worst fate imaginable. Being treated like property, sold off like a piece of merchandise. Your life ends up being worth less than that of an ant. As Felix walked through the slave market, he couldn't help but feel sorry for the slaves locked up in cages. Their faces showed nothing but despair and fear. There were slaves of all ages and races, from adults to children. Despite feeling pity for them, Felix had no intention of buying any of them. He was no saint. He couldn't do anything that doesn't benefit him in any way. If they were some use to use, then he couldn't mind buying them, but they were useless to him. They would even become a burden to him. The market was bustling with slave merchants shouting and displaying their goods. People were being treated like commodities, with lives being sold for profit. It was a sad and cruel world, where even a dog's life seemed more valuable than a human's. Felix continued strolling around the slave market. He was quite intrigued by the different races he saw, including elves, beastmen, dwarves, and even saw those with blue skin known as the Ifrit's race. He continued to stroll around the market, taking in the sights of the unique races. Felix continued to wander around the slave market when, after half an hour, he noticed a commotion in the distance. Intrigued, he slowly made his way over. Eventually, he stopped a few feet away from a large, 3-story shop. Outside the restaurant, he saw numerous cages filled with slaves in chains. Right now, outside the shop, a muscular man without a shirt was mercilessly whipping a slave. Felix could tell that the shirtless man was a mana cultivator, a Tier 2 intermediate knight, while the slave being whipped was just an ordinary person. Felix observed the tall and handsome slave with curiosity. The man appeared to be in his 40s, with long hair that was now matted with blood from the deep wounds covering his body. Felix's eyes widened in surprise as he noticed the man's long, pointed ears. This guy's an elf, he thought to himself. The most distinctive feature of an elf is their long and beautiful pointed ears. Felix was taken aback when he realized the man being mercilessly whipped was an elf. While captured elves are still treated as slaves, their treatment is typically better than that of other slaves. Elves are usually treated well because the healthier they look, the higher their price. Slave caravans make sure elves are not mistreated. However, this elf was clearly being treated differently. Felix was shocked by the fact that the elf didn't make a sound when being whipped. It was clear that the shirtless man was using all his Tier 2 intermediate knight strength. But the elf didn't show any signs of pain. It was impressive to see the elf's resilience in the face of such brutality. If it were an ordinary person, they would have died by now from being whipped with the full strength of a Tier 2 intermediate knight. But this elf only let out faint, muffled sounds. What was even more peculiar was that the elf's expression was completely devoid of any emotions. His eyes showed no emotion at all. Even though he was making sounds from his mouth, it was as if the beating he was receiving wasn't painful to him at all. Felix was amazed by the guy's ability to endure so much pain. He thought to himself, wow, this guy's pain tolerance is really impressive that I don't think I could handle that kind of pain. I told you to kneel down when someone wants to buy you. The shirtless, burly man yelled at the elf. The man continued to whip the elf mercilessly. The people around them shook their heads and looked at the elf with mockery and disdain. They had no sympathy for the elf. To them, he was just a worthless elven slave. It was a sad sight to see. This guy is so stubborn. Why can't he just kneel? It's not like he'll die or something, a man on the side remarked. I don't understand either. He just has to kneel to the person who wants to buy him. That's all, another person added. He's lucky someone even wants to buy him. Yet he's acting all arrogant. Another person snorted. Maybe his pride doesn't allow it. Another person said sarcastically. Ha ha, pride? Does a slave really need pride? He's lucky he's an elf. Otherwise the boss would have killed him already. Another man taunted from the side. The crowd gathered around, taunting the elf, but his expression remained calm and stoic. He didn't flinch as the shirtless, burly man mercilessly beat him. Since you are too stubborn and won't yield, then it is better to kill you, otherwise you will let me lose a lot of customers, the shirtless, burly man suddenly said as he reached out and took out a long machete a few meters away. The onlookers' expressions suddenly shifted to ones of joy and interest as they watched. Anticipation gleamed in their eyes as they gazed at the elf, like livestock waiting to be slaughtered. The shirtless, burly man raised the machete, ready to behead the elf. What the others didn't notice was that as the man swung the machete down, the elf's expression changed. Emotions finally appeared in his eyes, but it wasn't fear, it was relief. Yes, there was relief in the elf's eyes. His lips slightly curled up as he closed his eyes, as if he was already waiting for it, just as the machete was about to land on the elf's neck. Wait! A slight loud voice sounded. The shirtless, burly man quickly stopped in reflex, the machete just inches away from the elf's neck. If the voice hadn't sounded out earlier, the elf would have had his head chopped off. The onlookers had disappointed expressions on their faces as what they were expecting didn't happen. They were anticipating the elf's head to be lying on the ground with blood and gore spilled everywhere. The muscular man without a shirt turned to face the person who told him to. Stop. Felix strolled over to the shirtless man with a smile on his face. The man scrutinized Felix with narrowed eyes. Looking serious, he attempted to gauge Felix's strength but quickly realized he couldn't read him at all. You are the one who told me to stop, the shirtless burly man said in a cautious tone. Felix nodded, still smiling, his lips curled up. The shirtless, burly man kept a cautious eye on Felix, while the onlookers watched with curiosity, wondering what Felix was up to. What do you want? The shirtless man asked. I want to buy him, Felix said, pointing at the elf kneeling on the ground. The shirtless man and the onlookers were surprised. The elf was beaten and bloody, not the typical choice for buyers. You want to buy him? The shirtless man asked, seeking confirmation. Yes, Felix nodded. The elf looked surprised, not expecting anyone to want him in his current state. What's the price? Felix asked casually. The shirtless burly man took a deep look at Felix, hesitated for a moment, and answered, 1,000 gold coins. Since he is already in this state, I'll give him to you at the price of 1,000 gold coins. Felix nonchalantly nodded. With a flip of his hand, a small bag appeared on his hand, and he threw it to the shirtless burly man. The shirtless burly man's eyes slightly widened in great shock, but he quickly concealed it. He looked at Felix with a respectful look on his as he slightly bowed to Felix. That it was not the shirtless burly man who was shocked. There was quite a commotion among the onlookers when they suddenly saw a bag appeared on Felix's hand. Please, sir, wait for a moment that I'll grab the slave scroll, the shirtless, burly man said to Felix as he quickly entered the shop. Onlookers stared at Felix in shock, some with greed in their eyes as they looked at the silver ring on his index finger. But they quickly came back to their senses. They knew anyone with a ring like that was no ordinary person. But a few moments later, the man returned with a black scroll and handed it to Felix. As Felix opened it, he saw mysterious runes and symbols inscribed on it. with a captivating drop of blood in the center that seemed to fade in and out. This black scroll was known as the slave seal, holding the life and fate of a slave in its hands. With a slight smile, Felix made the slave seal disappear from his hands. He nodded at the man and the elf who was also present, then turned and walked away without saying a word. The elf, kneeling on the ground, watched Felix leave before slowly getting up. A second later, he struggled to stand up and followed him. The shirtless, burly man and the onlookers watched as Felix and the elf disappeared from their view. After a few minutes of walking, Felix suddenly stopped, causing the elf to do the same. Felix turned to the elf, and with a flash, the slave seal appeared in his hand. The elf looked confused as Felix smiled at him and then tore the seal apart, watching it burst into black flames and turn to ashes. As the slave seal was torn apart and burst into flames, the elf's body shook slightly and a drop of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Felix with shock in his eyes, wiping the drop of blood from the corner of his eye while still staring at Felix. In shock, Felix smiled at the elf and said, "You are free." With that, he turned around and continued walking forward. The elf stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at Felix's back, his eyes filled with a mix of emotions. After a moment, he snapped out of it, looked in the direction Felix was heading, and slowly followed. Felix shook his head, hands in his pockets, as he strolled through the slave market. His expression was calm, lost in thought. Suddenly, a smile spread across his face as he glanced over at the corner of his eyes and saw the elf trailing behind him, 50 feet away. Felix acted as if he hadn't noticed, said nothing, and kept walking. The elf followed closely, maintaining the exact distance to onlookers. They appeared like ordinary people on the street, except for the stark contrast in their attire. Point one is in luxurious clothing, while the other is in tattered and ragged clothes with bloody marks in his body. The sight was quite strange. The sight drew the attention of passers-by. 30 minutes later, Felix exited the slave market and stopped at the entrance. That a few minutes later, a luxurious carriage pulled up, and without hesitation, Felix climbed in. The carriage didn't immediately leave, but waited. A few moments, the elf approached, hesitated for a moment, then entered the carriage. Felix smiled as he watched the elf enter the carriage. He gazed at the elf with curiosity in his eyes as the elf calmly took a seat across from him. The carriage started moving, leaving the slave market behind and heading towards the Edel district. Felix turned to the elf and complimented, "You're quite clever. You made the right choice." The elf remained silent, maintaining a calm demeanor. The elf following after he freed him shows that he was quite smart. If he hadn't followed Felix after he had freed him, who knows, he might once again be captured and turned into a slave once again, since he doesn't have any strength to protect himself to begin with. So deciding to follow Felix was a wise and smart move. Without the strength to defend himself, the elf could have easily been captured and enslaved again. Following Felix was a wise decision indeed. Curious, Felix asked, "What's your name?" The elf hesitated before responding in a hoarse, emotionless voice, "My name is Jarvis." Felix was surprised. He looked at the elf with a weird look and asked, "Do you know someone named Tony Stark?" Jarvis shook his head, clearly puzzled. "Never mind, I was just asking." Felix waved his hand nonchalantly and then asked again, "What's your full name?" Jarvis hesitated before revealing, "My real name is Jarvis Aegisbane Ravenshroud, a once high elf." Felix was taken aback by this revelation. He looked at Jarvis with deep shock flashing in his eyes. He didn't expect that this unassuming elf sitting before him was once a powerful high elf. Felix is quite knowledgeable about the elven race, from what he recalls. The elven race is divided into different kinds: wood elves, sun elves, moon elves, dark elves or night elves, elemental elves, and high elves. Each type of elf excels in a specific element or strength. For example, wood elves are skilled in controlling wood elements and excel in healing magic. Sun elves draw their strength from the sun and are proficient in the fire element, making them one of the most destructive elves. Moon elves, on the other hand, derive their power from the moon and excel in the water element, as well as healing magic. Dark elves or night elves are natural-born assassins, masters of the night and shadows, and skilled in using hidden weapons. Elemental elves are the second most powerful among the elven race and are born with proficiency in a single element, often reaching Tier 2 intermediate mage or knight status from birth. As for high elves, they are considered the royal family of the elven race, have the highest bloodline, and can control 3 or more elements, including special elements like time and space. Their strength is unparalleled, and they hold authority over all other elves. That's why Felix was surprised to learn that Jarvis was a high elf, as he didn't expect a member of such a prestigious lineage to be in a difficult situation. Felix was shocked to discover that Jarvis was a high elf, that he couldn't believe how a proud and arrogant high elf could fall so low as to become a slave. Felix shook his head in disbelief. High elves are known for their arrogance and pride, considering themselves superior to all other races. The dragon race can't match them in terms of pride and arrogance. As Felix observed Jarvis, he couldn't help but be intrigued. Judging by Jarvis's demeanor and his badass name, Felix was convinced that there was more to his story than met the eye. Tell me, what led a high elf like you to end up in this situation? Felix asked casually, his curiosity piqued. He was certain that something significant must have happened to bring a high elf to such a state. Jarvis hesitated for a moment, pain flickering in his eyes. He took a deep breath and said to Felix, "It's a long story." Felix sat up straight. "Don't worry, I have all the time in the world. Go on, tell me, I'm curious." Damn, I wish there were some popcorn and ice cola here, Felix thought with a disappointed Jarvis. On the other hand, seemed puzzled by Felix's choice of words, but continued to share his story. Jarvis revealed that he was from the powerful Sylvandel Empire, a dominant force in the Linares continent. The empire was so formidable that an expert from their ranks could easily flatten the entire Avalonia kingdom without breaking a sweat. The Sylvandel Empire is one of the most powerful empires existing in the Linares continent. They ruled over all the other elven kingdoms and small empires on the continent. All elves in no matter which kind have to obey them. The Sylvandel Empire reigns over the eternal forest of Illimdel, a place believed to be the origin of all elves in Linares. With the eternal forest of Illimdel at its core, the Sylvandel Empire held sway over all other elves in the land. The Sylvandel Empire is so strong that there are numerous Tier 9 Forbidden Realm experts as dogs on the streets, with some individuals even surpassing the Tier 9 Forbidden Realm. High elves naturally held positions of power within the Sylvandel Empire, and Jarvis is from the Sylvandel Empire. Now, you might think that Jarvis had an easy and luxurious life as a high elf from the Sylvandel Empire, but that couldn't be further from the truth. Jarvis was actually a half-high elf. And the reason? His father was one of the most powerful high elves in the Sylvandel. He was one of the pillars in the empire, but he committed a huge and forbidden taboo, which eventually led to his downfall. Oh, what did Jarvis's father do? Well, he fell in love with a member of the blood race. The race likes to feed on the life force and blood of other beings. Especially the human race, the blood race likes to feed on the life force and blood of the human race. They treat the all other life forms like livestock, making them enemies of all races. They particularly enjoy draining the life force and blood of elves, especially high elves. Because there have been constant battles between the blood race and the elven race. Both races are sworn enemies, not meeting eye to eye at all. Jarvis's father fell in love with a member of a race that was forbidden between the two races. Jarvis's mother was not just an ordinary member of the race. She was a blood progenitor, one of the most powerful beings in the race. When both the elven race and the race found out about this, they were furious, especially the elven race. They viewed this as a disgrace that would taint their noble bloodline. However, it was already too late, as Jarvis had already been born. The blood race also saw this as a disgrace and humiliation, as they took great pride in their bloodline and did not want it tainted with elven blood. For the first time in history, both the elven race and the race came together to discuss a common issue: how to handle Jarvis's father and mother's situation. After much deliberation, both races decided to punish Jarvis's parents. Jarvis's mother was captured by the most powerful being in her race and locked away in an eternal abyss, never to see the light of day again. Jarvis's father was also captured and imprisoned. However, both races were unsure of what to do with little Jarvis. After further discussion, the elven race decided to take in Jarvis, as the blood race did not want someone with tainted blood among them. The reason for this decision was that Jarvis's father's brother was the emperor of the Sylvandel Empire, and Jarvis's father had made significant contributions to the empire. Therefore, Jarvis was spared. Growing up, Jarvis faced scorn and disdain from other elves, especially the high elves. Initially, they believed he lacked talent due to his mixed heritage. However, as Jarvis continued to grow, his abilities began to manifest. Being the offspring of a high elf and a member of the race, Jarvis possessed the abilities of both races, allowing his talents to flourish. His talents was so strong that he started to automatically break through the tiers like drinking water. The high elves were astounded by Jarvis's immense potential and abilities, as they had never encountered such remarkable talents before. Being the offspring of a high elf and an unknown race, Jarvis presented a unique situation that left the high elves unsure of how to nurture his abilities or even identify his true lineage in a decision to protect their image and maintain secrecy. The high elves concealed all information regarding Jarvis and orchestrated his disappearance. Subsequently, Jarvis was taken to a clandestine location where he was subjected to rigorous and brutal training. As Jarvis matured, he transformed into a ruthless killer, executing various nefarious tasks for the Sylvandel Empire. His proficiency in assassination, genocide, and other heinous acts earned him the reputation of an emotionless killing machine. Jarvis was entrusted with eliminating any adversaries that posed a threat to the Sylvandel Empire, effectively eradicating clans and countless life forms without hesitation. He became the High Elves' tool for disposing of unwanted elements, carrying out their dirty work with unwavering efficiency. Jarvis's existence revolved around a cycle of relentless killing, desensitizing him to the horrors he inflicted. Bereft of any familial ties, Jarvis was informed by the High Elves that his parents had perished in a conflict with an unknown race, instilling in him a deep-seated hatred towards them. Exploiting his animosity towards this race, the High Elves manipulated Jarvis into mercilessly slaughtering any of their kind he encountered, tasking him with their annihilation. However, a pivotal moment arose when Jarvis was assigned a mission to eliminate members of the unknown race, only to fall victim to a treacherous ambush orchestrated by the High Elves. In a cruel twist of fate, Jarvis had his mana channels destroyed, leaving him vulnerable and betrayed by those he had faithfully served. Felix took a deep breath as he gazed at Jarvis with a sense of pity in his eyes. He hadn't expected Jarvis' backstory to be so heartbreaking. Meanwhile, Jarvis remained seated, his face devoid of emotion, as if the situation didn't faze him at all. "Why did they suddenly want to kill you?" Felix asked. Feeling confused, he couldn't understand why the High Elves, who treated Jarvis like a mere tool, would want to get rid of him instead of using him for their dirty work. "They were afraid," Jarvis replied simply. "Afraid? What could they possibly be afraid of?" Felix questioned, his confusion growing. "They were afraid of me," Jarvis answered calmly. "The High Elves were afraid of you. That seems a bit arrogant, don't you think?" Felix was taken aback. How could one person strike fear into the hearts of the powerful High Elves? "I may sound arrogant, but I had the strength and potential to make them fear me," Jarvis explained. "Let me ask you a question. What will do when the slaves you raise become strong as you, or might someday become stronger than you?" Jarvis continued. "Of course, I'll make sure that they never have the chance to become stronger than me," Felix quickly answered. Jarvis nodded in agreement and revealed that his strength had grown so rapidly that he surpassed the Tier 9 Forbidden Realm. The High Elves saw him as a threat and feared that he would uncover the truth about his parents, leading them to decide to eliminate him. Quickly answered. "That's correct," Jarvis nodded and continued. "My strength was rising quickly that I surpassed the Tier 9 Forbidden Realm. The High Elves thought that I might become a significant threat to them, and if I found the truth out about my parents, I might lose control. That's why they decided to take me out." Felix's eyes lit in realization as he thought about Jarvis' words. Wait a second. If they didn't tell the truth about your parents, then how did you find out?" Felix asked with confusion. Jarvis, who had maintained a stoic expression, cracked a slight smile as he looked at Felix. Felix's eyes widened in surprise as he interrupted. Wait a second. Don't tell me you." Felix was shocked when he looked at Jarvis. He took a deep breath and asked, "So you already knew about all this all along?" Jarvis returned to his expressionless face and nodded. "Yes, that is correct. I have known about my parents, my origins, and all those things all along." "How did you find out, or when did you find out?" Felix inquired. Jarvis just shook his head, no comment. Felix nodded, understanding that maybe Jarvis didn't want to talk about it. Everyone has secrets they prefer to keep to themselves. "So if you knew all this time, why didn't you take revenge against them since you said you were quite a threat to them? I'm sure your strength would have been enough to at least severely wound them." Felix expressed his confusion. "If I had started taking revenge, even though my strength was sufficient to inflict heavy damage on them, I chose to remain ignorant. Oh, you know why." Jarvis glanced at Felix. Felix shook his head, waiting for an explanation. "The Sylvandel Empire is one of the most powerful forces on the continent. Among the top 10, their strength cannot be underestimated. If I had acted rashly, I would be dead without knowing how. There are individuals among the High Elves more powerful than me. So I chose to pretend I didn't know anything," Jarvis explained. Felix nodded in understanding. The Sylvandel Empire was indeed a formidable force. If Jarvis had acted recklessly, he would have faced consequences from not only the High Elves, but also the blood races, two of the most powerful races on the continent. Felix shook his head, realizing Jarvis' situation was complicated. He had discovered the truth about his parents, but couldn't seek revenge, otherwise he will die without being able to rescue or avenge his parents. "I'm quite curious. Why did the High Elves let you go after destroying your mana channels? Why didn't they just kill you?" Felix asked. Jarvis shook his head. They didn't let me go, did I? In fact, they wanted to kill me, but someone saved me. Who? Felix was curious. My so-called uncle, Jarvis said with a mocking smile. Felix was taken aback. You mean the Emperor of Sylvandel Empire? Jarvis nodded. Why did he save you? I mean, isn't he afraid that you will someday come to take revenge? Felix was confused. I myself don't know why he saved me. Maybe he is feeling guilty or something, Jarvis said casually. Felix nodded, considering that maybe the reason why the Sylvandel Emperor saved Jarvis was because he was feeling guilty. Family bonds are strong, after all. So what are you going to do now? You are no longer a slave. You are free, Felix smiled. Jarvis sank into deep thoughts, with a pondering expression on his face. After a while, he shook his head. I don't know where to go, and with my current state, I'm afraid I will be turned into a slave again in no time. Felix had a pondering look, and a few seconds later, he glanced at Jarvis. How about this? You can stay with me for the time being, and when you decide, you can leave. Jarvis's eyes flashed with surprise as he looked at Felix. After a moment of thought, he nodded. Felix's eyes flickered slightly as an unnoticeable smile crept at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Jarvis, his eyes shining. So, can you recover your strength, or is there a way you can repair your damaged mana channels? Felix shook his head and asked curiously. Yeah, I can repair my mana channels, Jarvis nodded. Yeah, I can repair my mana channels, Jarvis nodded. You can repair your mana channels? I thought that was impossible. Felix was surprised. When one's mana channels are destroyed, it's practically impossible to repair them. I have my own ways, Jarvis causally said. Felix nodded, curious about how mana channels could be repaired, but he didn't probe any further. The two men fell into silence in the carriage, lost in their own thoughts as they continued on their way. After 30 minutes, the carriage arrived at the mansion in the Edel district. Felix and Jarvis stepped out of the carriage, and Felix turned to Jarvis with a smile. Welcome to the House of Morningstar, Felix said. Jarvis casually glanced at the mansion and nodded expressionlessly. He showed no emotion on his face, having seen much more magnificent buildings in the past. In fact, the elves were known to be the most talented architects on the continent, creating buildings that were truly magnificent and beautiful. Felix took the lead and entered the mansion, with Jarvis following behind him. He made his way to the pavilion beside the lake, where a maid quickly approached them. Master Felix, the maid greeted. Felix smiled and nodded, then turned to Jarvis and said to the maid, take him to one of the villas and bring him a set of new clothes. The maid nodded and curiously looked at Jarvis, who was covered in tattered and ragged clothes, with messy, long hair and bloody marks all over him. Jarvis, follow her. She will take you to your residence and help you freshen up, Felix said. Jarvis nodded and followed the maid out of the pavilion. Felix was left alone, watching Jarvis leave with a thoughtful look on his face and a slight smile. What are you thinking and smiling about? She asked. Just then, a gentle voice interrupted his thoughts as Trinity entered the pavilion. Felix snapped out of his thoughts as he looked at Trinity and he shook his head. Nothing, he replied. Trinity sat down and glanced in the direction where the maid and Jarvis had gone. Who is that? She asked Felix. Just an interesting and pitiful person I bought from the slave market, Felix said with a smile. Oh, Trinity calmly nodded. Where is Brixton? Felix asked. Still eating, Trinity answered, her lips twitching. Felix was stunned, speechless. You mean this guy is still eating after all this time? Yes, Trinity nodded. Even I'm quite puzzled as well. When he broke to tier 2 this morning, it seems his appetite have dramatically increased. Damn, this guy is going to eat me more poor. Felix was speechless. What about you? Have you consolidated your strength? Felix asked curiously. Yeah, Trinity nodded. So how powerful are now? Felix asked again. Trinity pondered for a moment before replying. I can't exactly gauge my strength, but I think I can insta-kill a tier 2 mana cultivator and put on a fight against a tier 3 mana cultivator. Felix was surprised. When Felix inquired about Trinity's power level, she humbly admitted that she believed she could instantly defeat a tier 2 mana cultivator and put up a good fight against a tier 3 mana cultivator. Felix was surprised by her strength. And what are your chances if you want to kill a tier 3 mana cultivator? Felix smiled at her. Trinity glanced at Felix and casually said, 60%. Felix smiled, but he was also surprised. Trinity's strength is really impressive. Big bro, big sis, a loud voice rumbled as Felix and Trinity looked towards the source of the voice. Holy S-it, Felix exclaimed as he shot up to his. Trinity's face was also covered with shock and deep confusion. What the FCK happened to you, Brixton? How did you become like this? Felix said in a shaking voice. Brixton, who was standing at the entrance of the was scratching his head with a silly smile on his face. He was holding a huge drumstick in his left hand. The current Brixton have drastically changed. He is now almost 9 feet tall. He was simply huge. His build have now become much muscular. His skin have a tinge bronze, shinning slightly. The aura he was emitting was simply suffocating. Felix was even wondering if he was just a tier 2 mana cultivator. Big bro, I don't know. I just become like this after I broke through. Brixton voice loudly rumbled, causing the pavilion to tremble slightly. Felix gasped in amazement as he gazed up at Brixton, who towered over him like a small mountain. The air around them felt heavy with Brixton's presence. Can you shrink down a bit? Felix asked, craning his neck to look up at Brixton. Yeah, I think I can manage that, Brixton replied, scratching his head and nodding. Then hurry up and do it, Felix urged. Brixton closed his eyes, and after a few moments began to shrink in size. 5 minutes later, he was back to a normal height. Although he still looked strong and burly, he grinned, walked into the pavilion, and started munching on a giant drumstick. Felix took a deep breath, still shocked by the transformation. He hadn't expected Brixton to change so drastically. I'll have to look into this later, Felix thought to himself, glancing over at Brixton. Shaking his head, Felix sat down and resumed his conversation with Trinity. Half an hour flew by as Felix, Trinity, and Brixton sat in the pavilion chatting. Suddenly, the maid and Jarvis strolled towards them. Felix glanced over and was taken aback. He smiled and nodded. Looking good, Jarvis. I didn't expect you to clean up so nicely, Felix said with a chuckle. Jarvis, after cleaning up, now looked much more pleasing to the eye. His messy hair had now been thoroughly cleaned and perfectly trimmed, revealing his handsome face. His long pointed ears occasionally twitched. His ragged clothes is now replaced by a new clean black long pants, black boots, a black shirt, and finally a long black overcoat. From head to toe, he was completely dressed in black, coupled with his emotionless face and cold eyes. His temperament looked cold and mysterious. That Brixton's loud voice broke the moment. Big bro, who's that? He asked, eyeing Jarvis curiously. Big bro, who is that? Brixton's loud voice sounded. Jarvis frowned slightly as he looked at Brixton. A light flickered in his eyes as he sized up Brixton. Interesting. Felix smiled. He is. Big bro, we are back. Just then a loud voice shrieked, interrupted him. Felix turned and saw Nixie and Gwendolyn walking up to the pavilion. Nixie skipped to Felix's side and slumped on the couch. Big bro, I'm so tired. Felix gave her an indifferent look and said, Aren't you guys home too early? This isn't the time for the restaurant to close. Gwendolyn chimed in, casting a glance at Jarvis. Big bro, who's this? She asked. There was nothing left for us to do at the restaurant, so we came back early, Gwendolyn said from the side, as she gave a side glance at Jarvis, standing beside Felix. Big bro, who is this? Gwendolyn asked. She looked at Jarvis. Jarvis was also looking at Gwendolyn, his cold eyes slightly lit up as he sized up Gwendolyn. This is truly surprising, he thought. You found out right? Felix's voice floated over the side. Jarvis turned A&F, looked at Felix, and nodded. He turned and looked at Gwendolyn. This is truly surprising. I didn't expect to see one here in this remote and backwards place, Jarvis said with intrigued look in his eyes. Big bro, what are you guys talking about, and who is this? Nixie asked, confusion evident in her eyes. Trinity and the others were also puzzled, especially Gwendolyn, whose cold face was now plastered with confusion. Felix glanced at everyone, smiled, and began to tell Jarvis' story. 20 minutes later, they all wore shocked expressions as they looked at Jarvis with pity in their eyes. Uncle Jarvis, you are truly pitiful. I didn't expect you to be an orphan like us, Nixie said, looking at Jarvis with sympathy. Jarvis looked surprised. You guys are orphans? Nixie nodded. But don't worry, from now on, you are part of the Morningstar family. Our big bro here is really an expert and good at taking care of orphans, she said, patting Felix on the shoulder. Felix's lips twitched as he looked at Nixie. Sometimes he really wanted to punch this girl. So, what were you guys talking about earlier? Gwendolyn asked. Felix looked at Gwendolyn. Well, Gwendolyn, let me tell you something. Gwendolyn nodded eagerly, with the others perking up their ears to listen. Gwendolyn, in fact, you are not human that I mean. You are half human, Felix said. Gwendolyn's eyes widened in shock, and the others were equally surprised as they looked at her and Felix. Big bro, what do you mean? How come big sis Gwendolyn is not human? Nixie jumped up and asked. Well, Gwendolyn is a half-elf, and not just any half-elf. She is an ice elemental elf, Felix explained. What's an elemental elf? Trinity quickly asked. Felix shrugged his shoulders and began to tell them about the different types of elves. Wow, I didn't expect there to be so many types of elves. I thought all elves were the same, Nixie said with surprise. So, what you're saying is that apart from the high elves, the elemental elves are the second most powerful in the elven race. Trinity raised her eyebrow. Yeah, and Gwendolyn hasn't awakened her ice elemental elf bloodline yet, Felix added. Trinity paused for a moment and asked, between the Netherfrost clan bloodline and Gwendolyn's ice elemental bloodline, which one is the strongest? Felix was surprised by the question as he hadn't considered it before. The Netherfrost clan are masters in the ice element, just like the ice elemental elves. The Netherfrost clan? Jarvis exclaimed, surprising everyone. Felix and the others turned to look at Jarvis, equally surprised. You know the Netherfrost clan? Felix inquired. Yeah, Jarvis nodded. But I thought you said this place was remote and backwards, and the Sylvandel Empire couldn't have anything to do with it. Felix questioned. Yeah, Jarvis nodded again, but the Netherfrost clan I'm talking about is not the current Netherfrost clan in Avalonia Kingdom. What do you mean? Trinity asked. Do you know where the Netherfrost clan got their bloodline from? Jarvis asked. Felix and the others shook their heads. The current Netherfrost clan obtained their bloodline because their ancestor married an ice elemental elf, Jarvis said casually. At that time, their bloodline power was simply insane. Elemental elves are like spirits of the elements. The moment they are born, they are already masters of their respective elements. They can master specific elemental skills or spells in a fraction of the time it takes others. What others take years to master, elemental elves can do in a day, a month, a year, or even a minute, Jarvis explained. Felix and the others listened in shock, looking at Gwendolyn as if she were a monster. Gwendolyn was already incredibly talented. What would happen if she fully awakened her bloodline? Wouldn't she be overpowered? FCK, why do I keep feeling like I'm being surrounded by overpowered main characters? Felix cursed as he thought, with a bitter expression on his face. The current Netherfrost clan ancestor married an ice elemental elf, which is why their affinity and control of the ice element is the most powerful. However, that was thousands of years ago, and the current Netherfrost clan is simply too weak compared to their strength in the past. I'm also sure that their bloodline has gradually diluted and become extremely weak, Jarvis explained as he looked at them. Turning to Trinity, Jarvis asked, so, your question about the Netherfrost clan bloodline and the ice elemental elf bloodline, which one is the strongest? Jarvis paused, then looked at Gwendolyn with disdain. The Netherfrost clan bloodline is simply trash compared to the ice elemental elf bloodline. Nixie, with shining eyes, exclaimed, wow. Big sis Gwendolyn, I didn't expect your bloodline to be so powerful. Gwendolyn was silent, lowering her head in confusion and daze. The information Felix and Jarvis had shared with her was simply too shocking. After a few moments, Gwendolyn raised her head, hesitating as she looked at Jarvis. Can you help me awaken my bloodline? Felix and the others also turned to Jarvis, hoping he could assist Gwendolyn in awakening her bloodline, benefiting both her and Felix. Jarvis shook his head as he looked at Gwendolyn. Her eyes flashed with disappointment, expecting Jarvis to help her awaken her bloodline. I can't help because of my current situation. If I were at my peak, it would be easy. Besides, you're not a full elemental elf, so awakening your bloodline might bring complications. Just take it slow. If I recover my strength, I will help you awaken your bloodline, Jarvis explained. Gwendolyn nodded in understanding. Hey big bro, how did you know that big sis Gwendolyn is an elemental elf? Nixie asked. Felix smiled and flicked her forehead. I have my own ways. Nixie rubbed her head and pouted her lips. You're a high elf, right? Trinity asked Jarvis with narrowed eyes. Jarvis glanced at her and nonchalantly nodded. What was your peak strength? Trinity asked again. Above tier 9 Forbidden Realm. Jarvis answered. Trinity clenched her fist and said, why don't we spar? I don't spar, I kill, Jarvis said coldly. Then let me experience your killing techniques, Trinity said with battle intent in her eyes. Felix slapped his forehead as he looked at Trinity speechlessly. Okay, Trinity, Jarvis is currently injured. Wait till his strength is restored, and you can fight all you want. Felix rubbed his temples and said. Trinity nodded and unclenched her fist. Master Felix, dinner is ready. Just the maid came and said to Felix. Okay, Felix nodded. All right, guys, dinner is ready. Let's go and eat food. Brixton, who was silently sitting in the pavilion all this while, immediately stood and ran out of the pavilion the moment he heard food. The others shook their heaves and made their way out of the pavilion. That big guy and that little girl are not simple. Just then Jarvis said to Felix as he looked at Trinity and Brixton backs. Felix nodded solemnly. I know. The Morningstar mansion, deep in the night. Inside one of the villas, Jarvis was sitting cross-legged on the floor of his bedroom topless. Suddenly a blood-red rhombus crystal the size of a fist emerged out between his brows. The blood-red rhombus crystal looked really devilish evil. Dense blood can be seen boiling inside the rhombus crystal. Jarvis looked at the blood-red rhombus crystal. His face split into a smile, but his smile was simply terrifying. It looked devilish and horrifying. The next morning, Felix and the others gathered in the dining hall for breakfast. Jarvis sat among them, his face expressionless as usual. Felix looked at Jarvis and said, "Jarvis, I have something for you." Jarvis glanced at Felix without changing his expression and asked, "What is it?" "Well, I've been thinking. Since you're going to be staying with us for a while and your strength hasn't fully recovered, you might get bored just hanging around the mansion doing nothing. So, I've decided to give you a job," Felix explained. "What job?" Jarvis inquired. Felix smiled and waved his hand, causing a neat black suit to appear on the table. "From now on, you're the butler of the Morningstar family. What do you think?" Felix asked. "You want me to be a butler?" Jarvis seemed confused. Felix nodded. "I don't know anything about butler duties. As I told you before, I only know how to kill," Jarvis said. "You don't have to worry about not knowing anything about butler duties. The maids here can teach you, and having you here in a mansion will help keep the children safe," Felix reassured him. After a moment of thought, Jarvis nodded. "All right, good," Felix said with a smile and a nod. "Big bro, I'm done. Big sis Gwendolyn and I are going to the restaurant." Nixie stood up and bid Felix goodbye before she and Gwendolyn hurriedly left the dining hall. "You guys be careful on the way." Felix looked at both of them leaving the dining hall and shouted, but they were already gone. Felix shook his head and looked at Trinity and Brixton. "When are two going to the Adventurers Guild?" "Tomorrow," Trinity answered. Felix frowned. "But didn't you say you will go today?" "Well, that big guy Brixton appetite is simply increasing day by day. So I've asked the maids to prepare a lot of food. I'm afraid this guy might eat me if he doesn't have anything to eat if we go there without preparing," Trinity explained. Felix nodded. "Brixton increasing appetite is really scary. This guy can literally eat a whole cow now. Why don't you give him some magical beast meat?" Jarvis suggested. Felix looked at him. "What do you mean?" "I believe eating it will make him stronger, right?" Jarvis said. "Yeah," Felix nodded. "Then give him the meat of magical beast. That it contains dense mana, which can help him get stronger, satisfy his hunger, and the blood essence of magical beast is also very beneficial," Jarvis elaborated. Felix thought for a moment and then nodded. "By the way, where is Zephyr? I haven't seen him since yesterday," Felix asked Trinity. Trinity glanced at Felix. Since he decided to lock him up if he fails to break through Tier 3 in 3 months, he has locked himself up in the mana cultivation room. "Oh," Felix nodded in realization. His face lit up with a smile, as he was really worried that Zephyr's talent would go to waste if he continued to be lazy. Time passed, and in a blink of an eye, it was already night. During the day, Felix didn't do much except spend time with the children, playing games and having fun. Nixie and Gwendolyn had returned from the restaurant, eaten dinner, and gone to bed. Inside the mansion, in one of the mana cultivation rooms, faint fluctuations could be felt. The room was covered in dense, inky black mists, creating an eerie darkness. The room was so quiet that only the faint sound of heartbeats could be heard. After a while, the fluctuations intensified, and the black mist started to roll and boil and started to spin and form a small tornado in the center of the room. As time passed, the tornado shrank, and after 3 minutes, the black mist had significantly reduced in size. Sitting in the center of the room, Zephyr's figure was revealed as black mist continued to enter his body. After a few minutes, all the black mist in the mana cultivation room had entered Zephyr's body. Slowly opening his eyes, Zephyr revealed his deep black eyes that seemed like they could swallow anyone who looked into them. Exhaling softly, black mist escaped from Zephyr's mouth, lingering for a moment before dissipating completely. Standing up, Zephyr clenched his fist and nodded with a satisfied smile. "One step closer to my goal of not being locked up," he thought to himself with a smile. Walking out of the mana cultivation room, Zephyr looked up at the 3 huge silvery white moons hanging in the sky. Narrowing his eyes, he muttered, "Now let's get this over with quickly." With that, Zephyr began to fade, and a second later, he disappeared, leaving only the sounds of insects crying in the deep night. In the slums of Bridgemore City, darkness covered everything. The barking of dogs and the chirping of crickets could be heard from time to time. Inside a 2-story building deep in the slums, a group of about 20 people were having a conversation in a room at the end of the room. A man in his 30s sat on a chair, slightly above the rest, looking down at the others, with pride and arrogance in his eyes. "Boss, in just 3 days, we lost 20 of our members to the Green Snake Gang." A man at the front of the group stood up and addressed the man on the high chair. "Yes, boss, we need to do something about it. Some of our brothers are dissatisfied that we haven't taken revenge yet." Another man chimed in, also standing up. "Boss, we need to go to war. The Green Snake Gang has completely overstepped their boundaries this time, that if we don't do anything, what will other gangs think of us?" The man said, looking up at the man sitting above them. The man sitting on the high chair narrowed his eyes. "Since the Green Snake Gang wants to go to war with us, then war it is. The others in the room's eyes lit up with excitement. Yes, boss, we need to show the Green Snake Gang that they shouldn't mess with us. Yes, since they killed 20 of our members, we will kill 100 of their members. Damn those bastards. I've been unhappy with them for a long time. This I will show them why pepper is red. The others sitting in the room were completely riled up as their eyes flashed with excitement and bloodthirsty. Ahem. Suddenly a slight cough sounded across the room. All of them quickly looked towards the door and saw someone leaning against the door clad in all black with a long sword in his hand looking at them. All of them have shocked and puzzled looks on their faces as they looked at uninvited guests. Who are you? How did you enter here? One of the men shouted with an angry face. This was naturally Zephyr standing at the door. Zephyr looked at the men in the room and smiled. Of course I entered through the door. The man sitting in a high chair narrowed his eyes as he looked at Zephyr. Hey, I said, who are you? The one who asked Zephyr earlier said. Zephyr shook his head and walked into the room. Completely ignoring the man, asking him questions, he stood in front of the man sitting on the high chair with a smile playing on his lips. I won't waste time with guys. I only have one purpose of coming here, Zephyr said. What is it? The man sitting on the high chair looked at Zephyr curiously and said, It's very simple. I want you to surrender to me. Zephyr shrugged his shoulders. The man sitting on the high chair was stunned. All of the others in the room were also stunned. PFFTT. Suddenly all of them erupted into laughter as they looked at Zephyr as if they were looking at a fool. This guy must crazy. I'm pretty sure that this guy must be sleepwalking. What an idiot. He wants us to surrender, or him. All of them were laughed so hard that some were rolling on the ground holding their stomachs. Zephyr just stood there with a smile on his lips as he looked at them laughing all they want. Listen, you nameless punk. I don't know where you come from, but you must be dreaming if you think we'll surrender to you just like that. One of the men sneered. Do you really think the Gray Cloud Gang will submit to anyone, much less to an idiot like you? Another one said with disdain. Zephyr stood in front of them, a gentle smile on his face as he crossed his arms and stood confidently. One of the men slowly approached Zephyr with a cold sneer. Yes, he got within 10 meters of Zephyr. His steps halted as he clutched his throat with wide eyes. Blood gushed out as he slumped to the ground. Suddenly, 2 more men fell to the ground, clutching their throats as blood spilled out. The man sitting on the high chair's expression drastically changed. He was about to stand up when he felt a cold chill on his neck. Glancing down, he saw a sword pressed against his neck. Zephyr was already standing in front of him, with dead cold eyes. Now, I'm going to ask you again, do you want to surrender? Or do you want to see the gates of hell? Now, I'm going to ask you again, do you want to surrender? Or do you want to see the gates of hell? Zephyr stared at the man with a cold gaze, while the man looked back at Zephyr with pure fear in his eyes. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. He swallowed hard, and his mouth felt dry. His heart was racing, like it might burst out of his chest at any moment. He was frozen in his seat, consumed by terror and fear. The other men in the room were also filled with terror as their legs began to shake as they looked at their companions lying on the floor with throats slit open, blood continuously gushing out, which painted the entire floor blood red. They didn't even know what happened. Their companions who were laughing together a moment ago with them are now lying in the floor completely dead in the next second. They looked at Zephyr with terror. They didn't expect this nameless intruder to be so strong and ruthless as well. I'm going to ask you again, are you going to surrender, or do you want to see the gates of hell? Zephyr looked at the man and asked again. The man's dry lips trembled as he opened his mouth. I surrender. His body was shaking as he said this. The moment the sad he surrender, Zephyr's cold face immediately lit up with a smile, and he sheathed the sword. You see, this is easy. There's no to kill, and everything is good. Zephyr smiled and patted the man's shoulders. The man's lips twitched as he looked at the 3 corpses on the floor and took a quick glance at Zephyr. FCK, you tell me there's not need to kill. You've already killed 3 people, the man cursed in his heart. Zephyr lifted the man from the seat and threw him down to the floor and stood in front of the remaining members looking at them with a gentle smile. AS for the rest in the room, all of them didn't dare to look directly in the eye of Zephyr and lowered their heads at AS for their leader. He also lowered his head. He wasn't an idiot. He knew the man in front of them isn't an ordinary person. How can an ordinary person kill 3 people in less 1 second, and he didn't even see or know how he did it? If he was to allow his pride and arrogance to get to his head and challenge this man in front of him, then by now his head would be lying on the floor by now. This was just an ordinary person with a little bit of strength than ordinary people. How can he go against someone who is a mana cultivator? He must be courting death. Okay, for now on, all of you are under me. I hate betrayals. If someone decides to betray me, you see those lying on the floor, you'll become one of them. Do you understand? Zephyr surveyed them and said while pointing to the 3 corpses on the floor. All of them gulped and looked at 3 corpses on the floor and hurriedly nodded. You, what's your name? Zephyr looked at the man who was used to be their leader. Boss, my name is Finn, the man hurriedly answered. Zephyr nodded. Finn, now take me to the Green Snake gang. I want to have a chat with them. Finn was stunned for a second before his eyes lit up. Yes, boss, please follow me. Finn immediately led Zephyr out of the room. The rest of the men in the room looked at each other and hesitated for a second before following behind. 30 minutes later, Finn led Zephyr as they arrived at another part of the slums. Without wasting time, they navigated the complex alleys in the slums and arrived in from a huge building like a warehouse. Inside the building, a few men were sitting around a round table drinking and eating while laughing among themselves. Boss, we really taught those bastards a lesson this time, huh? A man said as looked at the man sitting in the head seat. The man sitting on the head seat was quite short and plump with chubby cheeks, big eyes, a sharp nose, big ears like a pig. This man was THR leader of THR Green Snake Gang, Milo. Yeah, boss, we need to teach these guys a lesson. How can they snatch our territory and claim it as their own? Another man said. Wow, you guys seem to be having a great time after taking out some of my gang members. Suddenly, a voice broke the moment. Everyone turned to see Finn, Zephyr, and the others standing a few meters away. Finn, what are you doing here? Are you here for revenge or something? One of the men asked mockingly. Revenge? He must be dreaming if he thinks he can get revenge. Another man chimed in. Finn, why are you here? The leader of the group, Clark, asked. I'm not here for any of that. Someone just wants to talk to you, Finn replied, shaking his head. Oh, I'm intrigued. Who wants to talk to me so badly that you had to bring them here in person? Clark smirked. Finn pointed to Zephyr, standing beside him. He's the one. Clark looked at Zephyr curiously. You're the one who wants to talk to me. Zephyr stepped forward with a smile. Yes, I'd like to have a chat with you. Go on. Tell me what you want to talk about. Clark chuckled, his cheeks trembling slightly. Zephyr didn't waste any time. You and your gang need to surrender to me. The room fell silent as everyone processed Zephyr's words. They looked at Zephyr with the same expression Finn and his men previously looked at Zephyr. Finn and his men looked at Clark and his gang with pity before stepping back. Clark snapped back to reality and narrowed his eyes. You want me to surrender to you? Zephyr smiled and nodded. You must be CR? One of the men started to say before he suddenly fell to the ground, lifeless, because there was a hole in his chest where his heart used to be. Now it has been punctured and blown apart. Clark's eyes widened his eyes with shock as he looked at the corpse on the floor. His chubby face turned bloodlessly pale, his plump body starting shaking. He gulped down and looked at Zephyr, who was still standing at his original place, as if he haven't moved at all. Who are you? He asked with a trembling voice. You don't need to know who I am. I'm asking you one last time, are going to surrender, or do your head roll on the floor? Zephyr asked while slowly unsheathing the sword. Clark looked at the sword and looked at the corpse on THR ground and hurriedly nodded like a hen pecking at rice. I surrender. I surrender. Please don't kill me. Clark hurriedly stood up from his chair and quickly came in front of Zephyr and pleaded. Zephyr looked at Clark and nodded. You made the right decision, otherwise your pig head might be lying on the floor right now. Right. Clark hurriedly nodded. Zephyr nodded and slowly he sat on the table while the rest of the men stood in front of him with fear and terror filling their hearts. They were ordinary people with a little bit of strength who bully the weak while fearing the strong. How can they withstand such means of strength and bizarre killing method? Zephyr narrowed his eyes and looked at them with a smile. From now on, all of you under me. Your previous gangs are no more. There will be more Green Snake Gang or Gray Cloud Gang from now. There will only be the Abyss Gate. All of them respectfully stood in front of Zephyr as they listened to Zephyr announced in a powerful voice. From now onwards, we are the Abyss Gate, so from now onwards, call me Gate Master, Zephyr said again. Gate Master. All of them knelt one knee and said in unison, their voice echoing across the room. Zephyr nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. You can stand up. Thank you, Gate Master. All of them stood up. Finn, Clark, Zephyr called out. Gate Master, Finn, and Clark stepped forward and bowed. For your first tasks, as members who are the Abyss Gate, I want you to investigate and gather all the information about all the gangs in the slumps, their strength, the number of members each have. I want every detail about all the gangs in the slumps, understood, Zephyr said in a powerful voice. Understood, Gate Master, Finn and Clark said with serious faces. Zephyr nodded. I want all the information to be on my table in 5 days, otherwise he... Zephyr laughed creepily as he liked his lips with killing intent flashing in his eyes. Finn and Clark broke out in cold sweat. Don't worry, Gate Master, we will finish the assignment immediately, Finn and hurriedly said. You better be, Zephyr nodded. And also this goes for all of you. I hate betrayals the most. If anyone have any thoughts of betrayal, I suggest you remove that thought from your head in fact, don't even think about it at all. Otherwise, if anyone betrays me, I will kill you, your family, and everyone you related to you, and anyone you ever know, believe when I said this. I will definitely do it. Zephyr said as he completely unleashed his Tier 2 intermediate night cultivation. All of them fell on the ground with terror and fear in their eyes. They couldn't even move a muscle as the intense pressure bore down on them. The following day, the sun had already risen, hanging high in the sky and casting its fierce glare upon the world. Bridgemore City, Adventurer District. Bridgemore City's Adventurers District is one of the three largest and most prominent districts in the city. This district serves as a central hub for adventurers and mana cultivators alike, and also housing the prestigious Adventurer Guild. IT is a significant source of income for the city, attracting a diverse array of individuals, both good and bad, powerful and weak. In the Adventurers District, appearances can be deceiving, as many individuals may seem weak but possess hidden strength. Mana cultivators in this district are no ordinary individuals. They have honed their skills through battles, dungeon raids, and monster encounters, making them formidable warriors with unparalleled combat experience. Currently on the bustling streets of the Adventurers District, mana cultivators can be seen moving about on the wide streets of the Adventurer District adorned in various armors, wielding weapons, and emanating powerful and bloodthirsty auras. From time to time, magical beasts can be seen darting past, adding to the vibrant atmosphere. Stalls line the streets, offering a variety of goods, such as magical beast body parts, weapons, skills, cultivation techniques, and pills. But of the most things they are selling are fake goods. Currently on one of the streets of the Adventurers District, a man and a woman strolled along. The woman wore a form-fitting light blue scale armor that accentuated her curves, carrying a bronze spear on her back. The man, on the other hand, was completely topless, proudly displaying his burly and huge muscular physique. The Adventurers District is a place where strength and deception coexist, where every individual has a story waiting to be uncovered. He was decked out in red leather pants and gauntlets on his arms, with a massive double axe slung over his back, chains wrapped around the handle. These two people are naturally Trinity and Brixton, who came to the Adventurer District to sign up as adventurers at the Adventurer Guild. "Hey, big sis. This place is buzzing with powerful people," Brixton remarked, scanning the area. Trinity cautioned, "Don't let your guard down here, Brixton. Most people in this district are pretty ruthless. If anyone tries to mess with you, just remember what Big Bro always says, kill them." Brixton scratched his head and nodded in agreement. "So, are we heading to the Adventurer Guild now?" he asked. "Yeah, we need to get registered before we can move forward with our plan," Trinity replied. "But isn't registering as an adventurer super expensive?" Brixton questioned. Trinity chuckled. "Don't forget who our big bro is. He runs the fanciest restaurant in city. Money won't be an issue for us." Brixton grinned sheepishly. True. But do you think we're strong enough to tackle dungeons yet?" Trinity thought for a moment before responding. "We don't have to go after the high-tier dungeons right away. We'll start with the easier ones and work our way up as we get stronger." Brixton nodded in understanding. "Oh, I almost forgot. Why did Big Bro warn us not to keep a low profile here? Isn't he always telling us to stay out of trouble?" Brixton asked, puzzled. Trinity chuckled and asked, "Brixton, what do you think is the most important thing for an adventurer?" Brixton pondered for a moment before replying, "I believe the most important thing for an adventurer is strength." "You're right, but strength isn't the only crucial factor for an adventurer," Trinity responded. Brixton looked intrigued. "Oh, really?" "Besides strength, reputation and fame are also essential for an adventurer," Trinity explained. "Reputation and fame." Brixton looked puzzled. "Yes, fame and reputation," Trinity nodded. Brixton quickly asked, "How so?" Trinity elaborated. "Strength is important for protecting oneself and raiding dungeons, but fame and reputation are equally vital. Adventurers strive to conquer dungeons quickly to gain fame and recognition. This not only earns them praise and admiration from others, but also showcases their strength." Brixton listened intently, scratching his head in confusion. "I still don't see how fame and reputation can benefit them." Trinity shook her head and replied simply, "While fame and reputation may not directly increase their strength, they attract others to join their adventurer team. People are eager to join a team led by a renowned figure who has conquered dungeons in record time." In a casual tone, Trinity and Brixton discussed the importance of fame and reputation in the world of adventurers. "Ah, I see." Brixton nodded in understanding. "So, if we try to keep a low profile, it could help us in many ways, but it might also hold us back. Why staying under the radar? We could hide our strength and not attract too much attention. However, that means we won't be able to recruit others to join our adventurer team when the time comes. So, we need to be as high profile as possible and attract attention to ourselves. IT may have some disadvantages, but in the long run, it will benefit us greatly," Trinity explained once more. Big Bro really thought things through, huh? Brixton said, admiration shining in his eyes. But Big Sis, do you know why Big Bro wants to establish an adventurer team? He asked. Well, I don't know, but I believe Big Bro will explain it to us when the time comes. Trinity waved her hand dismissively. Okay, let's hurry and go registered. We need to act fast. No time to waste, Trinity said, urging Brixton on. They quickly navigated through the bustling streets of the Adventurer District and made their way to the Adventurer Guild Point. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the guild. The guild is the tallest building in the district. Above the building, there is a huge golden shield and cross-shaped swords hanging above it. This is the symbol of the Adventurer Guild. Standing at the entrance, Trinity and Brixton looked around in awe as many adventurers came and went from the building. Big Sis, this building is really tall and magnificent, Brixton said, impressed. Yeah, it's quite impressive, Trinity nodded in agreement. But I think Big Bro's restaurant is even more majestic and beautiful than this building, Brixton added. Trinity smiled. You're right. Okay, let's go inside and register, Trinity said, waving her hand and leading Brixton into the Adventurer Guild building. When Trinity and Brixton stepped into the Adventurer Guild building, they found themselves in a massive hall. The hall seemed to stretch on forever, with 20 huge boards set up in the center. Many adventurers were gathered around the boards, exuding powerful and bloodthirsty auras. There were also many adventurers roaming about in the hall, all of them exuding fierce battle, intent, and powerful pressures. Despite their entrance, Trinity and Brixton didn't receive much attention as they made their way to the southern part of the hall. There, they found desks with beautiful women seated behind them, surrounded by other adventurers engaging in conversation. Approaching an empty desk where a slightly plump female sat, Trinity greeted her with a smile. Hello, the front desk lady said politely. How may I help you too? We would like to register as adventurers, Trinity replied promptly. Okay, but do you know how much it costs to register as an adventurer in the guild? The female front desk lady asked. Yeah, we know the cost, Trinity nodded. Okay, then wait a minute, THR front desk lady smiled, opened a drawer, and took out 2 written papers and put them in front of Trinity and Brixton. These are the forms you must fill to become adventurers. Please fill it, the front desk lady said. Trinity and Brixton didn't waste much time and quickly filed the forms. 3 minutes later, they were done filling the forms. Since you're done, the registration fee for both of you is 400,000 gold coins, she informed them. Trinity's eyelids twitched slightly when she heard the price. She shook his head and took out a bag of gold coins, handing them to the front desk lady. The front desk lady eyes lit up and her smile became more vibrant. Now that you're done, I must inform you that both of you are currently bronze rank adventurers. You'll need to complete missions or raid dungeons to level up your rank, she said, handing them each a bronze token from a small box. This is your adventurer token. Don't lose it, as it's very important. Also, please come back tomorrow to collect a copy of your forms, the front desk lady added. Trinity and Brixton nodded, taking the bronze tokens. Trinity examined hers closely, but found nothing special about it, just the symbol of the Adventurer Guild carved on it. Putting away the token, Trinity looked back at the front desk lady. We want to buy a dungeon pass, she said casually. The front desk lady looked at both Trinity and Brixton with shock in her eyes. Are you sure? She said with a serious face. Yes, Trinity smiled and nodded. The front desk lady gave Trinity and Brixton a polite, yet serious look. She was surprised because these two had just registered to become adventurers and hadn't even completed a single mission yet, but they were already eager to raid a dungeon. Dungeons were known to be more dangerous than other missions. Glancing at them, the front desk lady nodded and said, Okay, since both of you are currently bronze rank adventurers, you can only enter bronze rank dungeons. Trinity nodded and asked, How much does a bronze rank dungeon pass cost? One bronze rank dungeon pass costs 10,000 gold coins. So for the two of you, it will be 20,000 gold coins, the lady replied with a smile. Great, give me 2 dungeon passes, Trinity said as she took out another bag of gold coins and handed it to the front desk lady. The front desk lady smiled brightly as she took out a delicate wooden box. Opening it, she retrieved 2 bronze tokens that were different from the one she had given Trinity and Brixton before. These tokens were glowing with a faint light, with a huge black hole and mysterious runes carved into them. Here you go, the front desk lady said, passing the dungeon passes to Trinity. Taking the passes, Trinity smiled back at the front desk lady and walked away with Brixton following behind. Big sis, becoming an adventurer is really expensive, Brixton grumbled. Yeah, I knew it would be costly, but I didn't expect it to be this expensive. Luckily, we don't have to worry about money since Big Bro is rich, Trinity chuckled. Big sis, you've changed, Brixton observed. How so? Trinity asked, surprised. Well, you used to be thrifty and didn't like spending money, But now you're spending it like water and don't even seem to care, Brixton pointed out. I. Trinity was left speechless as she didn't know what to say. Brixton was right. She had always been against spending money unnecessarily, but here she was splurging without a care in the world. Damn, let's not talk about this anymore. Trinity cursed under her breath as she hurried towards the entrance, with Brixton following closely behind, scratching his head in confusion. As they reached the entrance, a sudden commotion caught their attention. Adventurers were gathered, their eyes filled with excitement and admiration. Trinity and Brixton were puzzled, unsure of what was happening. "What's going on at the entrance, big sis?" Brixton asked, his confusion evident. "I have no idea. You tell me," Trinity replied, shaking her head in bewilderment. "Look, they are here!" Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, drawing everyone's attention forward. A team of 30 adventurers, clad in impressive armor and armed with powerful weapons exuding ominous and powerful presence, led by a tall man in black armor, marched forward. The crowd parted to make way for them, and Trinity and Brixton watched with curiosity. Why are they so excited about just an ordinary adventurer team? Brixton wondered aloud. Who said they're ordinary? An adventurer nearby interjected, looking displeased. Trinity turned to the adventurer, narrowing her eyes. "Do you know them? Are you telling me you two don't recognize this adventurer team?" The adventurer exclaimed in disbelief. Trinity and Brixton shook their heads. "We just became adventurers today, so," Trinity explained. "Oh, so that's why?" The adventurer nodded in realization. He looked at Trinity and said, "This adventurer team is the Black Moon Adventurer Team. The reason they are so popular is that their captain recently conquered a silver rank dungeon in less than 4 hours, breaking the record and setting a new one." The adventurer paused before continuing. "Also, their captain is a Tier 5 Grandmaster Knight with powerful combat skills. Not only that, the weakest among them is a Tier 3 Master Knight. All their equipment ranges from 3 stars to 5 stars, and they have conquered many bronze-ranked dungeons and a few silver-ranked dungeons," the adventurer said with admiration in his eyes. Trinity and Brixton were surprised. They didn't expect the Black Moon Adventurer Team to be so powerful. Because of this, many adventurers want to join the Black Moon Adventurer Team, but unfortunately, their criteria for entry are too high, the adventurer said with a disappointed look on his face. "What is their criteria for entry?" Brixton asked. The adventurer looked at Brixton and answered, "You must be a Tier 4 high-level knight in order to join." "Wow, that's too high," Brixton said, surprised. Trinity was also surprised. She looked at the adventurer and asked, "But I saw many Tier 3 Master Knights among them?" The adventurer shook his head. These Tier 3 Master Knights were already part of the team when they became famous. Trinity nodded with understanding. "Okay, thanks for the information," she said to the adventurer. "You're welcome." The adventurer smiled and waved his hand. "Brixton, let's go," Trinity said as she took one last glance at the Black Moon Adventurer Team before walking out, with Brixton following behind. That a few minutes later, they were already out of the Adventure Guild. They bought 2 magical beast horses and quickly dashed out from the southern gate of Bridgemore City. That a few minutes later, Trinity and Brixton had already left Bridgemore City far behind. An hour later, they arrived at a massive stronghold with a tall iron gate. This stronghold resembled a military fortress, but it was actually where most of the bronze dungeons were located. Without wasting any time, Trinity and Brixton entered the stronghold. Inside, they saw numerous adventurers wandering around. Some looked fierce and brutal, while others appeared pale and exhausted with blood smeared all over their bodies as if they had just come back from a tough battle. Making their way towards the center of the stronghold, Trinity and Brixton came across 3 huge black portals surrounded by towering stone pillars inscribed with mysterious runes. Guards in heavy armor patrolled the area with great vigilance. As they approached the portals, a rough voice suddenly stopped them. Turning around, they saw a guard in black armor heading their way. "Are you 2 adventurers?" the guard asked as he sized them up. Trinity stepped forward and nodded. "Yes, we're here to explore the Chasm dungeon." The guard remained calm and requested to see their adventurer badges. After inspecting their bronze rank tokens, he gave them the go-ahead. With a nod, Trinity and Brixton headed towards a central portal, filled with awe and excitement. As Trinity and Brixton approached the portal, they pulled out their dungeon passes. The passes lit up and 2 small openings appeared on the seal. Without hesitation, they dashed through the openings and entered the dungeon. As they entered, their vision went blank. Momentarily, feeling like they were falling from a great height. After a few minutes, they landed on the ground and their vision returned. They quickly readied their weapons, their mana circulating rapidly as they scanned their surroundings with alert eyes. They breathed a sigh of relief and exchanged smiles. Big sis, it looks like we landed in a good spot and haven't run into any dungeon monsters yet, Brixton remarked. Trinity nodded. Yeah, but we can't let our guard down. The moment we step into this dungeon, we entered a battle. Brixton nodded in agreement, surveying the dark, damp passage they were in. The visibility was poor due to the lack of light. Trinity explained, the Chasm Dungeon is a bronze-ranked dungeon with 10 floors. The monsters range from Tier 1 to Tier 3, as long as we stay vigilant and cautious. We can conquer this dungeon with our current strength. All right, let's keep our guard up and move forward cautiously, Trinity said, waving her hand as she gripped her spear. Brixton tightened his grip on his double axe as they advanced. As they continued, they didn't encounter any monsters, but they remained on high alert. After 30 minutes, they started to doubt if they were even in a dungeon. Oh! Suddenly, a powerful wolf-like howl echoed through the passageway. Trinity and Brixton's expressions changed as they quickly looked ahead, but a few meters away from them. A wolf-like creature was slowly walking towards them. It was almost 3 meters tall, with pitch-black scales, red claws, green eyes, and a long red tail with spikes at the end. Be careful. This is the red-tail wolf. It's a Tier 1 monster, Trinity quickly warned. Brixton nodded and looked at the red-tail wolf with narrowed eyes. But aren't red-tail wolves supposed to hunt in packs? Why is there only one here? Brixton questioned. That's what I'm worried about, Trinity said as she glanced around vigilantly. Big sis, let me take this one, Brixton said with an eager face. Trinity thought for a moment and nodded. But you must be careful. There must be some of its companions around here. Okay, I get it, Brixton said and stepped forward, slowly walking towards the wolf. Dragging his huge axe behind him, he stopped a few meters away from the red-tail wolf and looked at it with a provocative smile. The red-tail wolf looked at Brixton with its green eyes, saliva dripping from its huge mouth. Brixton gazed at the red-tail wolf with a smirk, standing just a few meters away from the majestic creature. The red-tail wolf didn't immediately attack Brixton, but instead circled around him, as if assessing him for any potential weaknesses. Despite feeling nervous, Brixton remained relaxed, not putting up much of guard. After a few tense minutes, the red-tailed wolf seemed to have made its decision and swiftly launched an attack on Brixton. It moved with lightning speed, closing in on Brixton in a blur of motion. Brixton grinned widely. You finally attacked, huh? With that, he lifted his huge axe, clenching it tightly, causing his arm to bulge. He swung it towards the attacking red-tailed wolf. Bang. Brixton axe met with red-tailed wolf, generating massive shockwaves. The red-tailed wolf was blasted back. Its upper body was completely blasted into bloody smithereens. Only its lower body was left as it was sent flying a few meters away. Brixton looked at the half-corpse of the red-tailed wolf and looked at his axe. He turned and looked at Trinity a few meters away, scratching his head. Big sis, why do this red-tailed wolf seems all weak, Brixton said while scratching his head with a silly look. Trinity chuckled softly. It's not that it's weak, but you're too stro. Watch out. Trinity's expression drastically changed. Suddenly a red streak of light shot towards Brixton in a blink of an eye. That red streak was in front of Brixton, revealing a huge red-tailed wolf biting towards his neck. Brixton's eyes was wide opened as he looked at the huge mouth filled razor-sharp teeth biting towards him. FCK, I'm dead. That was the thought that flashed through Brixton's mind. Don't. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred as Brixton, who was standing there dazedly, was pushed back a few steps. Brixton quickly snapped out of his dazed state as it turned slightly pale. He looked in front of him and saw Trinity standing at the palace he was previously standing. Trinity was standing ramrod straight. Her slender arm was holding her long spear as the spear have pierced through the mouth of the red-tailed wolf, puncturing through the back of its head. Half of its head have already blown off. Trinity frowned slightly, and with a shake of her hand, the red-tailed wolf was blasted, flying, landing in the ground a few meters away from her. She turned around and walked towards Brixton with a reproachful look on her face. Big sis, Brixton scratched his head and called sheepishly. Trinity slapped the back of his head and said angrily, damn it, didn't I say you should be careful here? If I didn't react in time, you might have died by now. I know, big sis, it won't happen again, Brixton quickly said as he rubbed the back of his head. That good, Trinity nodded. For now, don't let your guard down. Brixton solemnly nodded and gripped his axe and looked it around. Trinity turned and around, scanned around, her expression grave. Her stood in a battle stance as she continuously looked around. Seeing Trinity acting like this, Brixton also became more vigilant and asked in a low voice, Big sis, is something coming? Trinity didn't answer but nodded. Suddenly, numerous green lights lit up in the darkness. More and more green lights lit up in the darkness of the passageway. Oh! 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 Powerful wolf howls sounded as huge red-tailed wolves appeared around Trinity and Brixton, eyeing them with greedy and angry eyes. There were about 50 of red-tailed wolves surrounding them. Trinity's face was calm as she heaved a sigh of relief. What she was worried about was that these red-tailed wolves will continue to hide in the darkness and launch sneak attacks at them. That would have been really troublesome. But looking around it, seems all the red-tailed wolves currently in the vicinity have gathered here, which means at least they were not facing some badass assassin red-tailed wolves. Brixton, you take the right and I'll take the left. Make sure you stay within 10 meters of me and be cautious. There may be some lurking in the shadows, Trinity said calmly. Got it, big sis. Brixton nodded and raised his axe. A faint yellow mana covered his body, making his aura more powerful. Trinity also tightly clenched her long bronze spear as a faint golden mana covered her body. Attack! Trinity shouted as she unleashed an explosive force towards her left, leaving a small ditch in the ground. Brixton grinned and stomped forcefully on the ground, using the counterforce to shoot towards the red-tailed wolves on his right. The red-tailed wolves howled furiously as they turned into streaks of red light and attacked Trinity and Brixton. Come on! Brixton grinned wildly as he swung his axe, splitting a red-tailed wolf into two. Sidestepping to the side, he split another red-tailed wolf. Spinning his axe, he used the handle of his axe and headbutted one of the red-tailed wolves attacking from behind him, cracking its head open, blood and brain matter spilling on THR ground. In just a second, Brixton killed 3 red-tailed wolves effortlessly. As for Trinity, she was even more direct than Brixton. With every stab of her spear, one red-tailed wolf would be killed by having its head blasted open. Her spear turned into dents. After images, because of her speed, her killing speed was incredible. The red-tailed wolves kept howling and attacking both of them with furious eyes. In just a few seconds, THR's surrounding area was littered with corpses of red-tailed wolves with all of their corpses were incomplete. Bang, 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 boom, boom. Loud explosive sounds continued to reverberate across the entire passageway. Large and small ditches were formed as Trinity and Brixton went on a killing spree, slaughtering the red-tailed wolves, attacking them. Apart from THR red-tailed wolves attacking directly, occasionally 1 or 2 red-tailed wolves would lock into sneak attack from the shadows. But they were quickly killed as well. A few minutes later, all of the 50 red-tailed wolves were slaughtered. The ground were littered with their incomplete corpses with blood and internal organs splattered everywhere. Trinity and Brixton stood at the center of the corpses and carefully looked around after seeing that there were no more red-tailed wolves. Attacking, they heaved a sigh of relief. We don't have time to waste. Let's hurry up and clear this floor so we can beat the record set for the Chasm Dungeon, Trinity said as she swiftly moved forward. Brixton followed closely behind as they ventured deeper into the passageway. Oh! Suddenly, another wolf howl echoed through the dungeon, and a larger pack of red-tailed wolves appeared in front of them, blocking their path. This new pack was twice the size of the previous one, 100 of them. The red-tailed wolves didn't hesitate and immediately attacked Trinity and Brixton. Trinity and Brixton also fearlessly met them head-on. Another battle ensued. It was more like a slaughter. Trinity and Brixton were literally slaughtering these red-tailed wolves. With every swing and stab, if their weapon's a red-tailed wolf will either be split into or have its head blasted into smithereens. 3 minutes later, all the red-tailed wolves were already dead, theory-eyed corpses piling up to form a small hill. Trinity and Brixton didn't waste much time and continued their way. But as they went deeper and deeper into the passageway, more and more red-tailed wolves kept attacking them. It was they were endless. The more they killed, the more they emerged. Big sis, we need to kill the floor boss before quickly. Brixton punched a red-tailed wolf flying and then said to Trinity. I know. Trinity slammed her spear against a red-tailed wolf, causing its stomach blown open as internal organs flew everywhere as she replied. But it will take a while before we can reach the floor boss. So try to conserve some of your strength before we met the floor boss, Trinity added. Understood, big sis, Brixton nodded. They continued to kill red-tailed wolves while making their way deep inside the passageway, slaughtering every red-tailed wolf coming their way. Oh! Rumble, just a powerful wolf howl, sounded which made the surrounding area and walls of the passageway to tremble violently. Trinity and Brixton stopped as both of them looked in the distance with narrowed eyes. The floor boss, Brixton whispered as his gaze locked in at the direction the wolf howl came from. Trinity agreed and said, Okay, let's go, but we need to be cautious because the floor boss is different from the ones we've faced before. Brixton nodded and followed closely behind Trinity as they moved forward quickly. After a few moments, they found themselves in a massive cave. The air was thick with a foul, rotten smell, and piles of skeletons and skulls from various creatures littered the corners of the cave. Trinity and Brixton carefully scanned the cave, their faces showing their alertness. Suddenly, Brixton called out, Big sis, look, and pointed in a direction. Big sis, look, Brixton called to Trinity, pointing in a certain direction. Trinity turned to see where Brixton was pointing and raised an eyebrow at what she saw. About 50 meters away from them, On a tall boulder stood a massive red-tailed wolf. This particular wolf was unlike any they had encountered before. It was double the size of the others they had killed, standing at almost 7 meters tall. Its body was covered in dense black scales that shone with a metallic luster. The wolf had huge, sharp fangs protruding from its gigantic mouth, and its green eyes flashed with a fierce and deadly intent as it locked eyes with Trinity and Brixton. "This is the Red-Tailed Wolf King," Trinity said, her eyes fixed on the powerful creature. "Although it's just a Tier 1 dungeon monster, it's much stronger than the other red-tailed wolves we've faced before, so be careful." Brixton nodded, pausing for a moment before responding to Trinity. "Since we need to conquer this dungeon quickly, we should take down this red-tailed wolf as fast as we can. Let's not hold back." "Yeah, you're right," Trinity agreed, nodding. "We need to finish it off quickly, so let's go all out with our attacks." "Good." Brixton grinned as earthen yellow mana swirled around his body. He began to expand and grow taller. In just a few moments, he was already 8 feet high. His body became much more muscular. Dense veins covered his body like long, winding snakes, his aura becoming deep and powerful. Cracks appeared on the ground beneath him as he transformed. Trinity took a deep breath as golden mana surrounded her, causing her long golden hair to flutter in the wind. Her aura grew stronger, and her bronze spear began to tremble with power. Her became more dense and powerful, not much weaker than Brixton. In fact, it was even more powerful than Brixton. Together, they prepared to face the Red-Tailed Wolf King, ready to give it their all in order to conquer the dungeon. "Oh!" The Red-Tailed Wolf King let out a fierce howl, its eyes filled with caution as it sensed the threatening aura coming from Trinity and Brixton. It sized up the two of them, its eyes gleaming with intelligence. "Oh!" Another powerful howl echoed through the cave as a pack of red-tailed wolves appeared and surrounded Trinity and Brixton. The wolves wasted no time in attacking, trying to overwhelm them with sheer numbers. "It's trying to overwhelm us with numbers. What a clever wolf," Trinity remarked. "Brixton, you handle the pack. I'll take on the king." And with that, Trinity transformed into a streak of golden light and disappeared. Brixton cursed as he watched Trinity vanish. "I wanted to fight the Red-Tailed Wolf King too," he grumbled. But he turned his attention to the approaching pack of wolves, laughing wildly as he prepared to face them head-on. "Come on!" Brixton shouted, causing the ground to crack beneath him as he charged at the wolves with his massive axe. He slaughtered the wolves with ease, not bothering to defend himself as their attacks did little harm. "Earthquaker!" Brixton shouted. Earthen yellow mana covered his axe as he slammed down his axe on the ground. Boom! Immediately, the 10 meters radius around him quaked and collapsed, forming a huge ditch. Almost of the red-tailed wolves were buried. Meanwhile, the Red-Tailed Wolf King watched the battle unfold from a boulder, its eyes filled with cunning. Suddenly, its ears twitched slightly as it sensed a danger. It narrowed its eyes. Raising its massive claws, it slammed towards the left. Boom! A powerful boom resounded as the Red-Tailed Wolf King was blasted down from the boulder. It flew a few meters away before landing heavily on the ground. The Red-Tailed Wolf King slowly rose to its feet and shook its massive head. It gazed into the distance and spotted Trinity standing on the boulder where it had been moments before. Trinity met the Red-Tailed Wolf King's gaze with calm eyes, surrounded by golden mana and wielding a spear, her golden hair billowing in the wind. The Red-Tailed Wolf narrowed its large green eyes filled with anger and a desire to kill, feeling disrespected by the small human before it. With a roar, it transformed into a streak of red light, hurtling towards Trinity at 3 times the speed of the other red-tailed wolves. Trinity grinned, cracked her neck, tapped her foot on the boulder, and launched herself towards the Red-Tailed Wolf King. Bang! The boulder shattered into pieces upon her departure. The two of them met and separated in a split second. Boom! Trinity swayed slightly and transformed into a golden blur as she charged at the Red-Tailed Wolf King once more. The beast raised its claws, which extended a few inches, and swiped at Trinity. Using her spear to block the attack, Trinity sidestepped and struck the Red-Tailed Wolf's side. The beast retaliated by blocking the blow with one of its paws. Boom! 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 The intense battle continued, echoing throughout the cave with booming sounds, cracks, and deep pits forming on the ground. Mirage, transformation. Trinity shouted softly. Her long bronze spear split into 5 long spears that streaked towards the Red-Tailed Wolf King, leaving golden trails in the air. Roar! The beast roared powerfully, creating shockwaves that slowed the spears down. Suddenly, a streak of golden light flashed by, catching the Red-Tailed Wolf King off guard, its eyes widening slightly. Boom! The Red-Tailed Wolf was blown backwards, transforming into a red streak and slamming into the cave wall, causing it to cave, and the cave trembled violently as huge boulders started falling from the roof. The red-tailed wolf king stood up shakily, cracks covering its body as blood seeped out of them. Its green eyes turned red, blood-red mana circling around its huge body, the aura emanating from it becoming more powerful than before. Its long red spiky tail grew a few inches longer, raising it and shooting spikes towards Trinity, causing the air to fluctuate slightly. Trinity licked her lips with a crazed look in her eyes, turning into a golden bolt of lightning as she shot towards the red-tailed wolf king, deftly dodging all the spikes. Using Mirage transformation again, she attacked the red-tailed wolf king, pushing it back a few meters. Oh! The red-tailed wolf cried out in agony as more cracks appeared on its body, covered in them. Trinity grinned as she closed in on the red-tailed wolf king, just as she was within a few meters away. Her expression changed drastically. "It!" Trinity cursed, slamming her long bronze spear in front of her. The red-tailed wolf king, covered in cracks, opened its huge mouth, a red-colored sphere forming in a huge mouth and shooting towards Trinity. Bang! She was blown away, doing a backflip in the air and landing safely on the ground. Blood dripped down the corner of her mouth, wiping it away. Luckily, she reacted quickly and blocked the attack with her spear, avoiding more serious injuries. "Big sis, do you need any help?" Brixton's loud and rough voice sounded. Trinity turned her head quickly, seeing Brixton standing a few meters away, grinning at her. Behind him, large and small deep craters were formed. Body parts of red-tailed wolves were littered around the surroundings. Blood splattered everywhere. Trinity quickly turned her gaze back to the red-tailed wolf king, who was covered in deep crack with blood continuously seeping from them. Trinity thought for a moment and said to Brixton, "Can you contain it for a few seconds?" "Yeah, no worries." Brixton patted his chest. Holstering his huge axe, he shot toward the red-tailed wolf king. He swung his axe vertically towards the red-tailed wolf king. The red-tailed wolf king let a deal roar and swipe its claws at Brixton's axe, blocking it, but it was blasted back. Trinity narrowed her eyes as she looked at the battle between Brixton and the red-tailed wolf king. Stomping her foot on the ground and using the counterforce, she propelled herself into the air 10 meters above the ground. "Wind Piercer!" Aiming her spear, Trinity shouted softly as her long bronze spear disappeared from her hand and turned into golden light as it shot towards the red-tailed wolf king, creating a vacuum around the tip. The air split apart in a wake. "Brixton, move aside!" shouted at Brixton. Brixton, who was fighting with the red-tailed wolf king, grinned softly at the red-tailed wolf king and flashed to the side. The red-tailed wolf king immediately sensed an immense danger, but it was already too late to dodge. Boom! A loud, resounding noise boomed across the cave. The cave shook violently as cracks appeared on the walls, extending all the way to other areas. The dust settles. Trinity and Brixton looked at the place the red-tailed wolf king was. Trinity's spear had pierced through its skull, nailing it to the ground. A huge crater almost 50 meters wide was formed. The surrounding was completely devastated. Brixton walked to the red-tailed wolf king and used his axe to nudge it slightly. "Yep, it's dead." Brixton grinned at Trinity. Bridgemore City, Edel District, Morningstar Mansion. Inside the mana cultivation room, Felix sat cross-legged with fiery red mana and blue arcs of lightning swirling around him, creating a destructive aura. The room was completely scorched black, filled with the intense pressure of Felix's aura. After a few minutes, Felix slowly opened his eyes. Faint arcs of lightning flashing before disappearing, he exhaled softly, releasing faint white mists that lingered in the air. Felix clenched his fist and smiled. "Now I'm a Tier 2 intermediate dual mage." With Zephyr busy expanding his gang in the slums, Trinity and Brixton busy in the Adventure District, Felix had been dedicating his time to cultivating his powers. His hard work had paid off, and now he is a Tier 2 intermediate dual mage. He is now on the same level as Trinity and the others. Previously, with the establishment of the restaurant, he had been busy and didn't have time to cultivate at. He had been far behind Trinity and the others. And if he didn't cultivate, he would really fall behind all of them, which he didn't want. Besides, if he didn't cultivate and quickly increase his strength, how could he protect himself in this brutal world? He had to seize every opportunity to grow stronger and couldn't waste time as long as he had enough strength. He could live however he wanted in this world. If he didn't have the strength to protect himself, his fate would be in the hands of others, which he didn't want. For instance, Jarvis's life had been in the hands of other people. Even though he was incredibly strong, he was used as a tool, a machine to do other people's bidding because he didn't have enough strength. He could only do what others told him. Otherwise, he would die without knowing how he died. If Jarvis had had enough strength, he would not have been in his current situation. But because he lacked strength, he was used as a tool for other people to complete their desires and dirty deeds. When they didn't want him anymore and considered him a threat, they threw him away like a piece of trash. Felix refused to let others control his fate. As long as he became strong enough, no one would dare to mess with him or the people around him. I have to become so strong that people will think a million times over before they decide to offend me. Felix clenched his fist and said in a resolute tone, flames of determination burning in his eyes. Arcs of lightning and flames burned in his palms. Felix took a deep breath, closed his eyes again, and began cultivating again. But this time, he wasn't cultivating his mage cultivation, but his knight cultivation path. He has decided to pursue both paths of cultivation. Initially, he leaned towards becoming a mage due to his higher talent in that area and the prestigious status mages hold in comparison to knights. However, he reconsidered this decision. While being a known mage could elevate his status in the kingdom, he realized the dangers of drawing attention to his abilities. In a world full of envy and threats, being a standout genius could make him a target for harm. Not to mention endangering Trinity and the others, that he might be killed if someone or something deems him as a threat. That a fully grown genius is better than a genius with potential. As long as he is not fully matured yet, then he could be killed off if someone stronger than him doesn't like him. Besides, he doesn't have any powerful background to speak off. Even he might a genius mage with dual elements, but he doesn't have a powerful background to protect him. Many might not be surprised if they found his corpse in some corner rotting. They will just shake their heads and pity him for a while before moving on. After all, live still goes on. And besides, he is not the only genius out there. There are many individuals out there more powerful and talented than him. So he has chosen to cultivate both paths secretly, showcasing his knight skills while keeping his mage abilities hidden. It may be challenging to balance both paths and require more mana for breakthroughs, but the strength and benefits he will gain are worth it. With enough resources, he can overcome any obstacles. Plus, staying under the radar suits his preference for a low-profile existence. Felix prefers to operate in the shadows, revealing his true power only when necessary to avoid unnecessary trouble. Felix sat cross-legged on the ground in the mana cultivation room, focusing on cultivating his knight cultivation. As time passed, milky white mana condensed around him and entered his body through his pores. His aura began to rise, causing the ground to tremble and the wind to blow. 20 minutes later, he was completely enveloped in a cocoon of milky white mana, his figure barely visible as the ground he was sitting trembled more violently. Bang. Suddenly, a bang echoed from within Felix's body, causing faint cracks to appear on the ground. A powerful aura swept out from him, kicking up a gust of wind. The milky white mana slowly dispersed and entered his body completely. Opening his eyes, Felix clenched his fist. He can feel his body becoming much lighter and stronger than ever before. He can feel more power and strength coursing through his body. His senses were heightened, surpassing even his time when he became a mage. Looking around the mana cultivation room, Felix thought for a moment and took a deep breath. He put more strength into his legs and dashed forward. His figure turned into a blur as he vanished from his location. He moved so quickly that he turned into an afterimage, disappearing and reappearing several meters away. Felix was stunned for a moment, and his eyes flashed with excitement. So, this is how being a knight felt. It's completely different. Excited by his newfound abilities as a knight, Felix felt a whole new level of strength. Speed and his sense for mana have also increased exponentially. With a smile, Felix pushed himself even further. His figure started flickering around the room at lightning speed. Being a knight felt completely different, and he was thrilled by the changes in his body and abilities. That a few minutes later, Felix stopped and took a deep breath in excitement. He really enjoyed the feeling of becoming stronger. It made him feel almost intoxicated. He hadn't realized knights were this powerful. He felt like he could punch a fully grown cow to death with a single punch. So this is how Trinity, Brixton, and Zephyr felt, huh? He clenched his fist and muttered under his breath, excitement evident in his eyes. When Trinity comes back, I have to duel with her to see who is stronger. Felix smirked and rubbed his chin. Now I'm a Tier 2 intermediate dual mage and Tier 1 beginner knight. My strength is completely different, and I believe I can put up a fight with a Tier 3 mana cultivator without any problem. Felix narrowed his eyes and thought. But I need to train in my combat skills and spells, and I need some combat experience that I need to battle in real life. Felix's eyes flickered as he sank into deep thought. After a moment, he shook his head. I'll take it step by step, no rush. With that, he sat back down on the ground, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes. Since he had made a breakthrough, he needed to consolidate his current strength. Otherwise, his foundation would be shaky. making it difficult to advance in the future. Half an hour later, all the mana that had been leaking out from his body due to the increase in strength was completely withdrawn, and his aura was also contained without leaking out. Exhaling softly, Felix opened his eyes and walked out of the mana cultivation room with a smile on his face that he quickly made his way to the training ground and was surprised to see Jarvis standing motionless at the center. He stood aside and looked at Jarvis standing at the center. A frown appeared in his face. The surroundings were eerily quiet, and he couldn't hear anything at all. He sensed that something was off. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with no sounds of insects crying or birds singing melodiously like usual in the mansion. It was as if he had suddenly gone deaf. His attention was drawn to Jarvis, who stood at the center of the training ground. Felix felt like he was staring into a gaping hole that was swallowing everything around him. He could hear faint whispers in his ears, and it felt like he was both looking at Jarvis and not looking at him at the same time. That it was as if they were standing together on the training ground. Yet, in completely different spaces and times, it was incredibly bizarre and frightening. To Felix's heart raced. Beads of sweats rolled down his forehead on his forehead. He wanted to look away from Jarvis, but something seemed to keep his gaze fixed on him. Suddenly, Jarvis opened his eyes and locked gazes with Felix. When Felix met Jarvis's eyes, his heart skipped a beat. A moment of terror flashed in his eyes before disappearing. What the heck? What the FCK? Felix's eyes widened in terror as he observed Jarvis. When Jarvis turned to look at him, Felix noticed that there were no pupils in his eyes, only blood. His eyes were filled with boiling blood. It was as if he was staring into a bottomless pool of blood, filled with the anguish and despair of lost souls. Felix felt like he was paralyzed, unable to move as if bound by an invisible force. Jarvis's expression remained completely emotionless. However, after a moment, Jarvis's eyes returned to normal, and Felix felt a wave of relief wash over him. He realized that his back was completely soaked in cold sweats. He wiped the sweats off his forehead and cautiously approached Jarvis, still wary of what had just transpired. "Jarvis," Felix called out softly. Jarvis raised his head and looked at him and nodded, his face betraying no emotion. Felix couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. A smile appeared on his face. "What was that about earlier?" Felix inquired, his curiosity piqued. "What?" Jarvis seemed confused. "I mean, earlier I saw that your eyes, they changed. I saw a pool of blood deep in your eyes. What was that?" Felix said, "That's nothing. This is just a technique I'm using to recover my strength," Jarvis said indifferently. Oh, Felix nodded, deciding not to press further. Oh, Felix nodded. He didn't ask further if he looked at Jarvis with narrowed eyes. This guy is really mysterious. I need to find more about this guy, Felix thought. "Your strength have increased." Suddenly Jarvis' voice interrupted Felix's train of thoughts. Felix looked at Jarvis and nodded. "Yeah, I broke through to Tier 2 Intermediate Dual Mage and also made a breakthrough to Tier 1 Beginner Knight." "You're a Dual Mage." Jarvis' eyes flashed with surprise. "Yeah, fire and lightning," Felix chuckled. "You're quite talented." Jarvis nodded and said. Felix's lips twitched. "What do you mean, quite talented?" "I'm super talented, okay," he muttered under his breath and looked at Jarvis displeased. "I'm not trying to say anything, but there are a lot of talented people out there who are more talented than you. For example, just in the Sylvandel Empire alone, there are a lot of elves who have all 5 elements, and there are also individuals who have an affinity to the space element." Jarvis looked at Felix and calmly said, "So when I said you're quite talented, I was actually praising you." Jarvis added, "I know that there are a lot more talented people out there than me." Felix smiled and nodded. He wasn't that arrogant to think that just because he was a dual elemental mage, he was already on top of the world. That would just let him die faster. "Jarvis, I've been meaning to ask you something," Felix said to Jarvis. "Go ahead." Jarvis nodded. "Well, you see, I'm both a knight and a mage. Do you think I should reveal both of my cultivation paths, or just reveal only one? And if so, which one?" Felix smiled and said, although he had already decided to only reveal his knight cultivation and hide his mage cultivation, he just wanted to hear Jarvis' opinion. Jarvis thought for a moment and said, "I think you should hide your mage cultivation instead." "Just as I thought." Felix smiled. Jarvis looked at Felix and continued, "If I'm right, you and the others don't have any powerful background, right?" Felix nodded in confirmation. "Then, the more you should hide your strength and abilities and only reveal a small part." Jarvis shrugged his shoulders. "In this world, only the strong and those with powerful backgrounds can truly live the life they desire. Unfortunately, you don't have a powerful background or the strength to protect yourself. There are many people who may become jealous of your talents, see you as a threat, or try to drag you into power struggles," Jarvis continued. Felix nodded in understanding and said, "You know, I've already decided to keep my mage cultivation hidden. And I wanted to ask you, Why do mages seem to be more respected than knights? Jarvis looked at Felix for a moment before responding. The reason mages are highly respected is because of their powerful minds and high comprehension abilities. To become a mage, you need to have a strong soul and exceptional comprehension skills. Yeah, I know that, Felix nodded. Jarvis continued. Becoming a mage is challenging because of these requirements. Compared to becoming a knight, it's much easier as long as you have a knight cultivation and some talent. Mages are the only ones who can inscribe runes well, aside from dwarfs and blacksmiths. They are also the only ones who can create magic formations, which require high comprehension and a strong soul. Felix nodded in understanding that he finally grasped why mages are more respected than knights. Becoming a mage is difficult, relying on high talents, comprehension, and a strong soul. On the other hand, becoming a knight is relatively easy as long as you have a cultivation technique and some talent. However, in this world, all cultivation resources are monopolized by powerful individuals and factions, making it challenging for ordinary people to access them. Even though becoming a mage is difficult, there are resources available to test one's talent, but all the resources have been monopolized by the powerful. Like what happened with Trinity, Zephyr, Gwendolyn, Brixton, and Nixie. Without the system to scan their talents, Felix wouldn't have known how talented they were. This is because the resources are monopolized by the powerful, allowing only them to benefit from them. Felix let out a sigh and shook his head. Feeling disheartened by the cruel and bloody world, he found himself it seemed like the powerful had all the advantages, while the poor were left to struggle and be trampled on by those stronger than them. It was a harsh reality compared to Earth, where opportunities were abundant for anyone willing to work hard. Take Felix, for example. He was born an orphan, without any powerful or wealthy connections. Despite his humble beginnings, he managed to build a billion-dollar business empire from scratch. Sure, he had natural talents and a high IQ, but he knew that hard work was the key to success. He didn't rely solely on his gifts. He put in the effort and dedication needed to achieve his goals in this world. Though, it seemed like most people believed that success was reserved for the privileged few. That negative mindset held them back, when in reality, many successful individuals came from humble backgrounds. They relied on themselves and their hard work to make it to the top. Life may not be fair, with some born into wealth and others into poverty. Some have loving families, while others are left to fend for themselves. It's easy to envy what others have, but that doesn't mean you can't achieve success yourself. Talent isn't everything. Hard work and determination can lead to great things if you put in the effort. Felix shook his head, snapping out his thoughts. He looked at Jarvis and asked, "So, what's your current strength now? How much have you recovered?" Jarvis looked at Felix casually and replied, "Tier 5 Grandmaster Knight." Felix's eyes widened in shock. "What the? Weren't you completely weak just 2 days ago? How did you become so strong so quickly?" Confused, Felix asked, "How did you become so strong in such a short time?" Jarvis explained, "I have surpassed all those tiers, and I'm already above the Tier 9 realm. Since I've been recultivating, breaking through is really easy." Felix looked at Jarvis for a moment with narrowed and nodded. "Okay, if there is nothing else, I'll be going to tend my butler duties," Jarvis said, and made his way out of the training ground. Felix rubbed his chin as he looked at Jarvis back. A subtle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Interesting, really interesting," Felix chuckled. "Host, you want the rest of the information?" The system voice sounded in Felix's mind. "No," Felix shook his head, "but keep tabs on him." "Yes, host," the system voice sounded. "Host, I also wanted to remind you that the side mission have been completed. It's about time that mission is completed." Felix smiled and nodded. 5 days later, 5 days passed by in a blink of an eye. Bridgemore City, Adventure District, Adventurer Guild building. A lot of adventurers were coming in and out of the Adventurer Guild talking among themselves. "Did you hear? 2 adventurers have been in dungeon spree for these couple of days. 2 adventurers walking out of the Adventurer Guild," one of them said. "Yeah, I've heard about that. Apparently for the past few days they have been clearing bronze ranked dungeons," the other one said. "Yeah, and I've heard that they conquered 3 bronze ranked dungeons and also beat all the previous records," the other one said. "Hey, big sis, it looks like we're getting pretty famous now," Brixton said as he stood on the corner, eavesdropping on other adventurers talking about them. Trinity, standing beside him, nodded in agreement. "Yeah, but we still have a long way to go," Trinity replied, shaking her head. Brixton looked confused and asked, "What do you mean?" Trinity explained, "Sure, we're getting some recognition now, but we need to keep working hard to really make a name for ourselves." Brixton nodded in understanding and asked, "So, big sis, which bronze dungeon are we taking on today?" Trinity looked ahead with a smile and confidently said, "Silver rank." Late at night in Bridgemore City, the slums were enveloped in darkness. The only source of light came from the 3 massive silvery white moons hanging in the sky. Deep within the slums of Bridgemore City, there was a section that was even darker than the rest. The light from the moons couldn't reach this part of the city. The loud barking of dogs echoed through the area, and a chilling wind swept through the dark alleys. Everywhere was eerily quiet. The slums were like a ghost town in the heart of the city. Within the slums, the buildings were either crumbling or dilapidated, with collapsed structures and piles of trash scattered everywhere. The current situation in the slums is quite eerie, with a strange atmosphere hanging in the air. The strong scent of death lingered in the air, permeating deeper into the slums. Corpses were scattered and strewn about, splattered everywhere. Each body bore a look of terror and fear in their eyes, as if they had witnessed something truly horrifying before. Their demise. The scene was both eerie and disturbing. Gate Master, everything had been taken care of. Those who didn't surrender are already dead. Finn bowed to Zephyr and said respectfully. Good, Zephyr replied with a smile. Currently, Zephyr and his Abyss Gate members were standing in the middle of corpses, blood and gore spilled everywhere. Zephyr was sitting on a piled-up bodies of dead people, with his long sword soaked in blood on his laps. Finn and Clark were standing in front of him with bloody knives in their hands. Their attire, smeared with blood. A few members of the Abyss Gate were also standing behind Finn and Clark respectfully, also equipped with weapons and their attire, smeared with blood. Some of them had injuries on their bodies, their faces pale, but they sinus stood there with fearful and respectfully looks on their faces, fearing they might die if they move inappropriately. Zephyr casually glanced at the dead bodies scattered around them, his eyes devoid of emotion. After a brief pause, he turned to Finn and said, Finn, I need you to take care of these bodies. I want this place cleaned up by tomorrow. Do you understand? Zephyr's tone was firm and commanding. Yes, Gate Master, Finn nodded solemnly, understanding the gravity of the situation. Zephyr then addressed Clark, instructing him to assess our losses and report back promptly. Understood, Gate Master. Clark also nodded in agreement, showing his commitment to the task at hand. Good, Zephyr acknowledged their understanding and dismissed them with a wave of his hand. Finn and Clark bowed respectfully before slowly making their way to fulfill their duties. Zephyr slowly turned and looked at his left, and currently 5 people were kneeling down on the ground. Their kneecaps were completely shattered. Bloody holes can be seen on their bodies, blood gushing out freely. Their faces were completely pale, as white as a sheet of paper. Now have you guys decided to surrender, or do you want to follow your gang members' chose? Zephyr shrugged his shoulders and said to the 5 men kneeling on the ground, groaning in pain. All of them looked at Zephyr with deep terror and fear in their eyes. They were looking at him as if they were looking at a monster. Hey, don't look at me like that, okay? Zephyr rolled his eyes with a displeased face. If you guys had surrendered amicably, none of this would have happened, okay? So don't blame me. Blame your unwillingness to surrender, he continued. You are a monster. You are simply not human. One of the 5 men kneeling on the ground said with a shaking voice. Hey, how can you say that? Like I said earlier, if you had surrendered earlier, then there weren't a need for this bloodbath, Zephyr said with a smiling face. You are a beast. You treat humans' lives as animals, and you will suffer for this. All those you slaughtered will one day come and haunt you. The man continued to roar at Zephyr, although there were intense fear in his eyes as he looked at Zephyr. Zephyr looked at the man with narrowed eyes, cold, killing intent flashing in them. Humph. Zephyr deeply groaned. Bang. With a bang, that man's head exploded in a bloody mist. Brain matter and blood splattered everywhere, some splattering on the other 4 men kneeling on the ground. The 4 men's faces was completely drained of color as their eyes flashed with terror. Their bodies were literally shaking as they looked at Zephyr. Now I'll say this one last time, are you going to surrender? Or do you want to die? Zephyr said coldly, his eyes completely devoid of any emotions. Surrender, one of the men said in a trembling voice. Zephyr turned and looked at the other 3 men. I surrender, another one said. I also surrender. Me too, I surrender. The remaining 3 men also quickly surrendered. Zephyr's emotional face immediately turned into a bright smile. He patted their shoulders and said, You see, it wasn't that hard. If you had surrendered earlier, you wouldn't have been in this embarrassing situation. The 4 men didn't dare to refute. They quickly nodded their heads, as if they don't, their heads will explode. Zephyr rubbed his nose, and with a wave of GI's hand, 4 vial bottles appeared in his hand. They were clear green liquid, simmering with mesmerizing glow. Here, take it. These are healing potions. They can heal your injuries. Zephyr indifferent tossed the vial bottles to the 4 men. They quickly caught the healing potions with trembling hands. They looked at Zephyr with more shock. What are you looking at me for? Quickly drink it, otherwise I'll take them back, Zephyr said with frown. The four men hurriedly uncoked the vial bottles and drank all the contents. That a few minutes later their injuries started healing, visible to the naked. 10 minutes later, all their injuries were healed except their face were still paled, and they felt quite weak. Good, Zephyr smiled and nodded. Gate Master. Suddenly Clark's respectful voice sounded behind him. What? Zephyr asked without turning back. I'm here to report out losses, Clark said in a low voice. Go on, Zephyr said with a nod. Gate Master, 20 of our members were killed, 13 were seriously injured, and 10 only suffered minor injuries, Clark reported. Zephyr nodded calmly. He turned around and threw a few healing potions to Clark. Use these healing potions to heal the injured. Clark immediately caught the healing potions and bowed to Zephyr. Thank you, Gate Master. Zephyr nodded. And here, take this money and distribute it among the remaining members. Also, take half and give it to the family members of our fallen members. Clark looked at Zephyr with admiration in his eyes as he accepted the huge chest containing gold coins. Zephyr turned to Clark and asked, How many gangs do we still have to deal with? Clark replied, We've already taken down 10 gangs in the slums. There are only 3 left, and they're the toughest ones. Zephyr nodded thoughtfully and said, Tell Finn to speed up the cleaning that we'll take on the remaining gangs tomorrow. Clark nodded, bowed, and left slowly. Alone, Zephyr gazed at the 3 moons in the sky, and a sinister smile spread across his face. The next day, the sun was already high up in the sky, scorching the earth with its intense heat. In the Edel district, at the Morningstar family mansion, Felix was on the training ground, but he stood at the center, sweat rolling down his well-defined physique. White steam rose from his body, faint flames flickering around him, his eyes closed tightly. The surroundings were silent. After a few moments, he abruptly opened his eyes and muttered softly, Tier 2 Fire Elemental Spell. Fire cloned suddenly, his body split into 2, with one disappearing completely and the other made entirely of fire. Another figure appeared at the far end of the training ground a second later. Felix smiled as he looked at the fire-made figure at the distance, a satisfied expression on his face. That a few seconds later, the fiery figure slowly dissipated and disappeared. Felix rubbed his chin. Realizing he had now mastered all Tier 1 and Tier 2 fire elemental spells, he was left with only lightning spells to conquer. Felix strolled back to the center of the training ground, taking a deep breath before closing his eyes. When he reopened them, a look of seriousness shone in his eyes. Tier 1 lightning elemental spell. Lightning Trail. Suddenly, a violet magic circle appeared a few meters away. A deafening boom followed as a massive bolt of lightning struck the spot where the magic circle had materialized. A 10-meter-deep crater appeared, completely charred. Felix surveyed the damage and shook his head. Not enough. Host, a new mission have been issued. Do you want to check it? Just then the system notification popped up, interrupting him. Host, a new mission have been issued. Do you want to check it? Felix was a bit surprised. He didn't expect the system to give him a new mission so soon that he sat down and opened his status window. Business Empire System. System status. Host Frowny Face Felix Morningstar. Age Frowny Face 20 years old. Race Human. Cultivation Knight/Mage. Tier 2 Intermediate Dual Elemental Mage / Tier 2 Intermediate Knight. Bloodline none. Talents: Knight Cultivation 8 stars, Mage Cultivation 9 stars, Management 9 stars. Current industry: food and beverages industry. Industry completion rate: Frowny Face 0.01%. System shop unlocked. Food and beverages industry shop. Cultivation shop. Main mission: develop every selected industry to the peak. Side mission: open 3 origin restaurant branches. Duration: 3 months. Punishment for failure: destruction of the host soul. Rewards: 3 million BEP. Mystery box business empire points BEP 1.2 million BEP. Wheel of Industries lottery. Frowny Face none. After glancing through his status window, not much had changed, except his mana cultivation level had gone up to Tier 2 Dual Elemental Mage, and his Knight cultivation had risen to Tier 1 Beginner Knight. His industry completion rate hadn't changed, but his BEP was now at 1.2 million. He smirked at the amount of BEP he had. With that much, he could buy a lot of things from the system shop, like the object to break Chef Gideon's curse and many spells and skills. He felt truly rich. Looking at the mission tab, he raised his eyebrows. The system is requesting me to open 3 branches for the Origin Restaurant. The system wanted him to open 3 branches for the Origin Restaurant. He rubbed his chin, deep in thought, a frown appearing on his face. Finding spirit chefs, especially in a place like Bridgemore City, wouldn't be easy. Convincing Chef Gideon to work for him had been pure luck, and now he had to open 3 more branches in different cities. That IT was going to be a tough challenge. And the deadline is 3 months, he sighed out a second later. He shook his head and smiled. At least I have 3 months to complete this mission. I have a lot of time after the spirit chefs. I'll have to talk with Chef Gideon. Maybe he can help, and if that didn't work, then I'll have to find a different way. Felix glanced at the mission tab and looked at rewards. A huge grin slowly crept up on his lips. The reward is also quite tempting as well. Felix shrugged his shoulders, closed the status window, and stood up. Let's continue training. Time flew by, and in a blink of an eye, it was already evening. Felix and the others were already in the dining hall eating their dinner. Well, except for Trinity, Brixton, and Zephyr, who were currently busy with business. Una, slow down. The food isn't going anywhere, Felix chuckled, observing Una's voracious appetite. Okay, big brother. Una mumbled with her cheeks puffed out from her rapid eating. Felix shook his head and continued to enjoy his meal. Turning to Gwendolyn, he asks, "How was your day at the restaurant?" Gwendolyn nodded and replied, "Good," taking small bites of her food. Felix understood Gwendolyn's reserved nature and accepted her brief response as a sign that all was well. "Big brother, something surprising happened at the restaurant today." Suddenly, Nixie said with excitement in her eyes. Felix paused and asked, "What happened? Did someone cause trouble?" No one caused trouble at the restaurant. We have a new spirit chef," Nixie revealed eagerly. Perplexed, Felix questioned, "But isn't Chef Gideon our spirit chef?" Nixie clarified, "No, we are getting another spirit chef in addition to Chef Gideon." Felix's surprise was evident as he asked, "One of the chefs has become a spirit chef?" Nixie shook her head, "Not yet. What I mean is that he is about to become one." Felix rolled his eyes at her. "Then why did you say we have a spirit chef? Can't you be more clear with your words?" And I was excited for nothing. Nixie stuck her tongue at Felix. For the past couple of days, Chef Gideon had been regularly giving some training to the chefs, and one of them showed faint signs of breaking through and becoming one, but he haven't really become one. Chef Gideon said it can take months or even years. It all depends on luck or opportunity. Oh, Felix calmly nodded. He was quite disappointed. He thought one of the chefs had become a spirit chef, and his current mission was one step closer to completion. Felix shook his head in disappointment, but at least he was going to get a spirit chef soon. Looks like I'll have to put my training on hold and go to the restaurant tomorrow, Felix thought to himself, narrowing his eyes. The next day, early in the morning, Felix woke up, took a bath, ate his breakfast, and made his way out of the mansion that a luxurious carriage was already waiting at the entrance. "Good morning, Master Felix," the coachman greeted with a slight bow. "Morning, Wilbert," Felix greeted back with a smile as he got into the carriage. "Where to Master Felix?" Wilbert asked. "Take me to the restaurant," Felix responded with a smile. Wilbert nodded and cracked his whip, urging the horses forward. Within half an hour, they arrived at the entrance of the restaurant. Felix stepped out of the carriage and looked at the bustling restaurant with satisfaction. "Looks like business is good." "Huh?" he smiled, noticing the steady stream of customers even early in the morning. Without wasting time, Felix walked inside the restaurant and headed straight for the 4th floor using the wooden elevator. "Good morning, boss," one of the front desk ladies greeted. "Good morning," Felix greeted back. "Tell Chef Gideon to come to my office." "Yes, boss," the front desk lady nodded with a smile. Felix calmly made his way to his office and sat behind the desk, waiting for Chef Gideon. About 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Felix called out, and Chef Gideon entered the office with a smile. "Good morning, Mr. Felix," Chef Gideon greeted. "Good morning, Chef Gideon. Please have a seat," Felix responded, motioning for him to sit. Felix glanced at Chef Gideon and said, "The reason I brought you here is because I have a question for you. Last night, Nixie mentioned that one of the chefs is showing signs of becoming a spirit chef." Chef Gideon nodded. "Yes, that's true. He already has a solid foundation, but he just needs the right opportunity that I've been guiding the chefs for the past few days, which is why he's showing potential," Chef Gideon explained. Felix nodded thoughtfully and asked, "What are the requirements to become a spirit chef?" Chef Gideon paused before responding. "The requirements are quite demanding. It takes a strong soul and mind power, almost like becoming a mage. One must also have a deep understanding of cooking, be familiar with various ingredients and kitchen equipment, and more that's extremely challenging." Felix pondered for a moment before suggesting, "If I provide cultivation techniques, can you train the chefs to become spirit chefs?" Chef Gideon looked surprised. "You have cultivation techniques?" Felix confirmed. "Yes, I do. Can you do it?" "I can try, but I can't guarantee success for all of them," Chef Gideon replied. Felix reassured him, "Don't worry about that. Just give it your best shot." Felix then proposed, "Also, let the chefs know that anyone who becomes a spirit chef will sign a contract with a restaurant and receive a monthly salary of 10 million gold coins." Chef Gideon was surprised, but agreed to the terms. Felix continued, "Now, The reason I called you here is because I'm planning to open 3 new branches for the restaurant, and I need spirit chefs to lead those branches. Chef Gideon looked puzzled. You want to open branches already? Isn't it too soon? Felix nodded confidently. I believe it's the right time for the restaurant to expand. We've been doing well with no major issues, and opening a few branches could do wonders. The only thing that concerns me are the spirit chefs, which is why I'm reaching out to you. He paused, then added, maybe you know some spirit chefs or have friends that do that. I'm willing to hire them and provide them with cultivation resources for their cultivation, in addition to a good salary. Chef Gideon remained silent, a hint of complexity in his expression. After a moment, he sighed softly and said, I'll do my best, but I can't guarantee they'll agree. Felix smiled. As long as you try. Chef Gideon nodded and said, Is there anything else, Mr. Felix? I need to get back to my duties. Yeah, you can go. Felix waved his hand dismissively as Chef Gideon turned to leave. Felix called out, Oh, Chef Gideon. Chef Gideon turned back, and Felix tossed him a bottle. The bottle was filled with a dark, boiling liquid. Felix explained, This potion can help break your curse. Chef Gideon's hands trembled as he looked at the bottle. Felix sat alone in the office, gazing out the window lost in thought. He wondered if Chef Gideon could help with the spirit chefs. It would have been amazing if I had many spirit chefs at my disposal, he thought with a sigh and a shake of his head. Unfortunately, spirit chefs were hard to come by. Suddenly, the door swung open and Nixie skipped in, followed by the expressionless Gwendolyn. Big bro, why did you come to the restaurant so early? Nixie asked as she sat at the desk, looking at Felix. Felix turned around and smiled. I had something to take care of, that's why I came here early, and besides I won't be here for long. Nixie was curious. What did you come here to do? Felix shook his head. I'll tell you later, but right now I have something to ask you to. I want you to start recruiting people who are skilled in management. Nixie was surprised. Why do you want to hire more people? Felix explained, just start the recruitment. I want people who are excellent at management. Do you understand? Nixie nodded, still puzzled. How many people should I hire? Felix thought for a moment. I want to hire 9 people. I want them to be experienced and proficient in management. When you're done, report back to me. Got it, big bro, Nixie said, rolling her eyes. Felix then turned to Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn, I want you to assist Nixie with the hiring process and keep an eye on her. Gwendolyn nodded in agreement. Felix didn't fully trust Nixie, knowing she could be mischievous and playful. He had a feeling she might mess things up if left on her own. Good, Felix said, nodding and smiling. All right, I'll be heading back to continue my cultivation. You guys can start doing your work now. With that, Felix stood up and walked towards the door. Just as he reached the door, he turned back and looked at Nixie. Oh, Nixie, your cultivation is still stuck? You haven't made a breakthrough yet. Except for you. All of us have made progress. Time is ticking. Nixie, if you don't increase your strength quickly, your money is going to fly away. Ha ha. Felix laughed out loud as he opened the door and walked out. Nixie's fists were clenched as she looked at the open door with an angry face. Gwendolyn, who was sitting on the side, cracked a slight smile when she saw Nixie's angry expression. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, it was already night in Brigdamore City. Deep in the slums of Brigdamore City, inside a 4-story building in a large room that resembled a conference room, a group of about 10 people sat around a huge table. They looked ahead with fearful and respectful expressions on their faces. Zephyr sat at the head of the table with a bored look on his face. Clark, who was sitting at the very front on the right side of the conference table, stood up and bowed to Zephyr. Gatemaster, currently the underworld of the slums is under the control of our Abyss Gate. All gangs have either been destroyed or surrendered to us. Our members have increased to 500 now. Our Abyss Gate is the ruler of the underworld and the slums, Clark reported to Zephyr. Good, Zephyr nodded. And now, for our next course of action, in 3 months' time, we will start to expand to other districts. I want our Abyss Gate to be the ruler of the underground world of Brigdamore City, Zephy said. All those present had shocked expressions on their faces as they gazed at Zephyr. Finn quickly stood up and addressed Zephyr. Gatemaster, I believe it will be extremely challenging and time-consuming to accomplish this. Our strength is currently weak, with only you being a mana cultivator while the rest of us are just ordinary folks with a bit of muscle. Some of the gangs in Bridgemore City are more powerful than us, with over 20 mana cultivators in their ranks. Plus, some of these gangs have ties to the noble families in the city, making our goal of dominating the underground world quite daunting. After Finn finished speaking, he bowed to Zephyr and took his seat. The others nodded in agreement, all eyes on Zephyr. Zephyr fell silent, contemplating over what Finn said, taking control of. The underground world of Bridgemore City was no easy feat, given the numerous gangs, their strength, and their connections to the noble families. Zephyr let out a rueful sigh, remarking, "Big bro, you've really given me a tough challenge." "Looks like someone's in a tight spot." Suddenly, a voice broke the silence, causing everyone in the room to spring into action. Brandishing knives and turning towards the entrance, the young man stood there, clad in white pajamas with disheveled silver hair, exuding a nonchalant air. "Excuse me, sir. May I ask who you are and what brings you here?" One of the individuals in the room inquired, eyeing the newcomer cautiously. The rest of the group shared the same wary expression, fear lingering in their eyes. They all vividly remembered how Zephyr had appeared in their stronghold before and went on a killing spree. It was a memory that still haunted them. "Are you not going to tell your men to stand down?" The young man tilted his head and flashed a smile at Zephyr. "Put down your weapons," Zephyr commanded as he stood up. The men in the room quickly complied, although they still maintained their cautious demeanor. "Hey, big bro, what brings you here at this hour?" Zephyr greeted Felix with a smile as he approached him. Yes, the young man was none other than Felix. Felix rubbed his nose and took a seat in one of the chairs. "I was just about to hit the hay, but I thought I'd swing by since you haven't been back at the mansion," he explained. "Yeah, I've been swamped," Zephyr nodded. "And it looks like you've hit a few roadblocks," Felix remarked with a grin. The men in the room watched wide-eyed as the conversation unfolded between Zephyr and Felix, who was wearing pajamas. "So what's the issue?" Felix inquired. "I've already taken control of the slums," Zephyr revealed. That was fast. Felix was taken aback. He had given Zephyr more than a month to gain control of the slums, but he had managed to do it ahead of schedule. "Yeah," Zephyr smiled and nodded. "But we're looking to expand now, and our current strength isn't cutting it. Compared to the rest of the underground world in Bridgemore City, we're pretty weak that I'm the only mana cultivator and the rest are just ordinary people." Felix fell silent for a moment. Then a few minutes later, he looked at Zephyr and placed a silver ring in front of him. "Here, this storage ring contains what you currently need for the expansion. Take it slowly and quickly increase your strength before you can do it," Felix said. Zephyr took the ring and peered inside with his consciousness that a moment later a wide grin appeared on his face. "This really comes in handy at this time," Zephyr said. "That's good." Felix nodded and stood up. With his hands in his pockets, he walked towards the door. "Okay, I'll be going back to sleep. You continue your work, though. It seems your strength hasn't increased much. If you don't hurry and increase your strength, then you'll have to be locked up." "Ha ha ha," Felix laughed uproariously and left the room. Zephyr's eyes twitched when he heard Felix. He turned around and looked at Finn and the others who were looking at him in confusion. "Ahem. Gate Master, if you don't mind me asking, who was that?" Finn asked curiously. Zephyr smiled and said, "That's my big brother. And if you see him anywhere, treat him as you treat me. Otherwise, he—" Zephyr laughed creepily. All of them paled slightly as they gulped down a mouthful of saliva, quickly nodding their heads. "Good." Zephyr smiled. He looked at the silver ring in his hand and said, "Now our current problem is solved." 10 days passed by in a blink of an eye. Bridgemore City, Audaz District, the Origin restaurant on the 4th floor. Felix was sitting in the office looking through a stack of papers. Just then, the door opened and Nixie briskly walked in. "Big bro, they have arrived and are waiting outside," Nixie said. "Let them in," Felix said without looking up. "All right." Nixie nodded and left the office. That a few moments later, she returned with 9 people in tow, 5 men and 4 women. "Big bro, they're here," Nixie announced. Felix set down the stack of papers and finally raised his head. A look of surprise crossed his face as he took in the group. "Miss Claire, nice to meet you again." Felix smiled at one of the women among the 9 people. "Miss Claire, nice to meet you again." Felix smiled at one of the women among the 9 people. Among the 9 people in the office, one of them is Claire, who assisted Felix when he bought the mansion. "Mr. Felix, you are the owner of the Origin restaurant?" Claire had a shocked and surprised look on her face as she looked at Felix. "You can say that," Felix casually said. Claire took a deep breath and said, "I didn't expect Mr. Felix to have such a background." Felix smiled, but didn't say anything. He rose from his seat and walked towards one of the couches and sat down. "Come, everyone, sit down." Felix motioned for them to take a seat. All of them quickly sat down, and Nixie sat beside Felix. Felix glanced at Claire and asked curiously, "Miss Claire, I remember you worked at the Edel district, so what happened?" Claire shook her head. "Well, something came up and I quit." "Okay." Felix simply nodded and didn't ask any further. He looked at the remaining people and said, "My name is Felix Morningstar, and I am the owner of the Origin restaurant. This is Nixie Morningstar, my younger sister, who helps manage the restaurant." Felix pointed to Nixie sitting beside him. Nixie gave a small smile and nodded at them. All of them also nodded with a smile. "Now, let's get down to business." Felix cleared his throat and said, We are planning to expand the Origin restaurant in various cities, and we currently lack managers who can handle the restaurants opened in these cities. Currently, we are planning to open 3 branches in 3 different cities. Felix explained. All 9 people listened carefully, with a look of surprise in their eyes. They all knew about the Origin restaurant, known as the most beautiful and expensive restaurant in Brigdemort. It had only been open for less than 3 months, and they already planning to open branches, which seemed a little fast. Felix continued. A few days ago, my sister conducted a hiring procedure for managers. She was able to recruit 9 of you out of hundreds of other people. If she chose the 9 of you, it means your experience and expertise are really impressive, and I trust her judgment very well. All 9 of them nodded with a smile and faint pride in their eyes. During the hiring process, the competition was intense, but out of hundreds of applicants, there were the 9 people hired, which is something to be proud of. Being hired by Origin Restaurant, the most beautiful and expensive restaurant in the city, is something they never dreamed of. I've also looked through your information, and I can see that all of you have experience in management, and you're also very good at what you do. Felix said. He glanced at Nixie and nodded. Nixie immediately stood up, withdrew a stack of red papers with mysterious runes drawn on it from the desk, and placed one in front of each of the 9 people. All of them had shocked looks on their faces as they took the papers. What you're holding is the blood oath contract, all the terms and conditions that you're supposed to abide by and so forth, Felix said casually. You can take the contract home, read through it, and make your decision whether you want to sign it or not, Felix said again. I'll sign it, suddenly a voice sounded. Felix looked at Claire with surprise flashing in his eyes. The remaining 8 people also looked at Claire with surprise and shock in their eyes. Felix shook his head. You don't have to be hasty. You need to think it through that I won't remind you about how the path contract works. Claire smiled and said, I've already thought it through. I'll sign it. Mr. Felix won't stoop so low as to deceive me, right? Felix smirked and rubbed his nose but didn't say anything. Felix nodded at Nixie, who immediately understood and handed a small dagger to Claire. With a smile, Claire took the dagger and made a small cut on her thumb. A drop of blood oozed out as she pressed her thumb on the oath contract, muttering something under her breath. I, Claire Yearwood, swear to abide by the conditions stated in this oath contract. If I break any of them, may my soul suffer for eternity, she declared. The blood oath contract absorbed her blood, a faint red glow flickering before dimming. Felix smiled at Claire, a brief evil glint flashing in his eyes before disappearing. Well, Claire, you are officially hired as the manager of the Origin restaurant. Your monthly salary is 1 million gold coins, with opportunities for promotion and higher pay, Felix announced, standing up to shake Claire's hand. Thank you, Mr. Felix, for hiring me, Claire said with a smile. Felix then turned to the other 8 individuals in the room. As I mentioned earlier, you can take the contract home to review it thoroughly before making your decision. The group fell silent, each knowing the weight of signing the blood oath contract. It bound their souls to its conditions, with severe consequences for breaking them. Seeing Claire sign without hesitation, some began to reconsider. I'll sign it. A voice suddenly spoke up. Felix smirked, looking at the man in his 30s with a refined demeanor. What's your name? Felix inquired. My name is Doyle Winterforge, the man replied. Felix nodded. Doyle Winterforge, if you've made your decision, you can sign it. Doyle Winterforge nodded in agreement and followed what Claire did, previously signing the blood oath contract. The rest of the group exchanged glances before deciding to sign it as well. All right, now that everyone has signed the contract, I congratulate all of you. You are officially managers of the Origin restaurant, with a monthly salary of 1 million gold coins. Don't worry, if you perform well, there will be opportunities for promotions and higher pay, Felix said with a smile as he shook their hands one by one. He sat down and said, Now you guys must be wondering that since we are opening only 3 branches, then how come you hired 9 managers instead of 3, right? All 9 of them nodded. They were puzzled since only 3 branches are to open. Why hire 9 managers? He explained. Well, each branch would have 3 managers, 1 head manager and 2 vice managers. You will need to work together to make the restaurant successful in each city. Promotions to higher positions would be based on performance, Claire asked. But how will one become a head manager? Claire asked. Felix simply replied. That's for me to decide. Okay, Claire nodded. Any other questions? Felix looked at them and asked. Point 1 for the man raised his hand. Felix looked at him and nodded. Mr. Felix, my name is Cole Silverthorn, and I want to ask, when are we going to start work? As for that, you can return here in 15 days' time, Felix said. All of them nodded in understanding. Okay, if there are no questions left, you can return now, and remember, come back here in 15 days' time, okay? All of them nodded, stood, and followed Nixie out of the office. 5 minutes later, Nixie walked back into the office looking at Felix with a thoughtful look on her face. Hey, big bro, why did you let them sign an oath contract instead of a normal one? Nixie asked curiously. Felix poured himself a glass of wine and took a sip before responding. Well, Nixie, this world is unpredictable, and the human heart is even more complicated and unpredictable. I wanted them to be bound by something they would have to think twice about before doing something reckless. Besides, I hate betrayals the most, Felix chuckled. Nixie nodded and asked, but what if they decide to quit? Felix smirked evilly. Can they? Nixie was puzzled. What do you mean? Her eyes widened as she quickly grabbed one of the contracts and started reading through it. As a man, a cultivator, and a mage with a strong soul and comprehension. She was able to read the contract in less than 3 minutes. Looking back at Felix with wide eyes, Nixie exclaimed, Holy yes it, big bro, you are so evil. Ha 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 ha. Felix laughed uproariously, causing the office to shake slightly. If they knew what was stated in the contract, I bet they would instantly regret signing it, he said. Nixie shook her head with pity in her eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she looked at Felix and said, Big bro, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Felix took another sip of his wine. What do you mean? I mean, you were waiting for one of them to sign a contract, right? And when Claire signed it, you purposely mentioned the amount of salary she would receive monthly. Most of them were shocked by the high amount. The contract is as thick as 3 fingers, and they're just mortals with no sort of cultivation or powerful souls or high comprehension. How could they read such a thick contract with so many words and conditions? So, you're just waiting for one of them to sign first, so you could use the person to get the others to sign, Nixie said thoughtfully. And I'm sure the minute you laid eyes on Claire, you decided to use her, right? Nixie grinned and glanced over at Felix. Felix returned her gaze with a smile, saying, Smart. Heh. Nixie covered her mouth and giggled. You won't get a boyfriend if you are that smart. Men don't like women who are too smart. Humph, I don't need a boyfriend, Nixie snorted. But I really pity those 9 people, especially that girl Claire. Nixie shook her head. Felix still had a smile on his lips as he shook the glass of wine. Well, I told him to take T.I. home and review it. It's not my fault. Nixie rolled her eyes at him. You are too shameless, and you have no morals at all. Well, Nixie, in this world, you have to do anything in order to get everything that you want, Felix said with narrowed eyes. I don't care about what you say, but I only feel sorry for these people. They were swindled by you without even realizing it, and I'm sure they must be extremely grateful to you by now. Ditto, what a pity. Nixie shook her head with sympathy flashing in her eyes. Felix shook his head and chuckled. I just have to do what I have to do in order to survive in this world. Nixie rolled her eyes, thought for a moment, and then said to Felix, Oh yeah, big bro, don't you think opening branches might be a little too fast? Felix rubbed his chin and replied, Well, it might be a bit fast, but currently the restaurant is thriving in Bridgemore City. We have no rivals or competition here, and our reputation is firmly established so we need to expand and earn more money. Nixie nodded and expressed her concern, but I still think it's too fast. And I mean, we've only been open for less than 2 months, and we're already expanding. The amount of resources and manpower needed is going to be huge, and we'll end up losing a lot of money. Felix looked at her and agreed. You're right about that. Opening 3 new branches at the same luxurious level as this one will require a significant investment. But sometimes you have to spend money to make money. He paused for a moment and continued. Just think about it. If we open 3 branches of the same scale as this one, imagine the amount of money we could earn each month. Plus, you know that cultivation requires a lot of resources. With money, we can acquire those resources to increase our strength. And with our increased strength, we can make even more money. It's a cycle of wealth, he said with a grin. Okay, I understand. Nixie nodded. Looks like we'll be busy for a while. No, I won't be busy. Felix shook his head. Nixie looked at Felix in surprise. What do you mean? I mean, I won't be busy. You're the one who is going to be busy. Felix chuckled. Nixie's eyes widened. Big bro, you are truly shameless. You are going to leave such a load of work on me, a little girl. Uh-huh. Felix laughed while waving his hand. I was just joking with you. Humph, you better be. Nixie snorted. Felix calmed down and patted his chest. You are right. Since we're going to open 3 more restaurants, we'll have to be busy in the upcoming days. We'll have to hire a new bunch of staff and chefs, look for the location of the new restaurants, and many more. Felix rubbed his head as he said this. Nixie nodded. Speaking of location, have you decided on which cities we are going to open the restaurants? Yeah, I've already thought of that, Felix said while taking out a scroll from his desk and placing it in front of Nixie. Opening the scroll, Nixie saw a map with 3 huge red marks. Felix pointed to the map. You see these 3 red marks? These are the cities I've marked out on the map. Nixie intensely looked at the map with narrowed eyes. Big bro, why do these cities seem to surround the Atmos Forest? Felix smiled and continued. There are 12 cities around the Atmos Forest, including Bridgemore City. You know that Atmos Forest is a very important and strategic location in the Avalonia Kingdom, and it's like a natural barrier that prevents other hostile kingdoms and races from invading the kingdom. The 12 cities around the Atmos Forest are like the second barrier, each city guarding a certain part of the Atmos Forest. Felix paused for a moment and then continued. The Atmos Forest is teeming with resources, from magical beasts to earthly treasures and more. Adventurers spend a lot of time hunting for magical beasts in the forest because of their magic cores, which are crucial for mana cultivators. The kingdom even sends soldiers to hunt for magical beasts and gather resources and treasures. Nixie listened intently to Felix, nodding along as he spoke. Felix went on, the 12 cities in the area are like strongholds for mana cultivators, each with a population of almost 3 million and filled with powerful individuals. Nixie asked, so, how do our 3 restaurants fit into all of this? Felix pointed to the map and explained, these 3 cities, Anosmarch City, Greevale City, and Falmore City, are the largest and most populated. If we open branches in these cities, we'll benefit greatly. The security is strong, and it's only a 3-day journey to Bridgemore City and vice versa. Nixie smiled and said, you've really thought this through, big bro, these cities seem perfect. She pondered for a moment before saying with concern in her eyes, but big bro, you know gaining a foothold in these cities won't be easy. We might be targeted if we rushly open the restaurants in these cities. Felix reassured her, we'll investigate first before moving forward. Just be prepared. Okay, Nixie nodded, feeling reassured and excited about the possibilities ahead. At the same time, in the heart of Bridgemore City stands a magnificent and opulent estate. This is the estate of the Netherfrost clan. Inside a grand hall of this estate, 2 people were currently engaged in a conversation. These 2 people were Seraphine Netherfrost and a tall middle-aged man with snow-white hair the same as Seraphine, with a handsome face. Father, why did you call me here? Seraphine asked, her brow furrowed. This middle-aged man is Lucian Netherfrost, the patriarch of the Netherfrost clan and the city lord of Bridgemore City. Lucian looked at his daughter with a gentle expression. I just wanted to ask about your current cultivation, he said. Seraphine grinned confidently. Don't worry, Father.my strength is strong, and I'll surpass you soon. Lucian chuckled and shook his head. Seraphine took a deep breath and asked, Father, why do all the powerful clans seem to so interested in Bridgemore City? Even the powerful clans in the royal capital are involved, and even more so, the royal family seems to be involved. There's something in Bridgemore City that can arouse the interest of so many factions. She looked at Lucian with narrowed eyes. Lucian chuckled with his hand behind his back. I knew you will ask about this? Well, it doesn't hurt to let you know about this secret. Lucian narrowed his eyes and explained, well, you see, my dear daughter, Bridgemore City contains a huge secret. A secret so huge that if it is made known to many people, it will cause a bloodbath. Even the Avalonia Kingdom might be destroyed because of this secret. Seraphine's face turned a deep shock. What kind of? Secrets is so big that it might lead to the destruction of the entire kingdom. What kind of secrets is that, Father? Seraphine asked solemnly. Lucian glanced at Seraphine and asked, you know about the Dragon Skull dungeon, right? Seraphine nodded. Yes, I know about that dungeon. Isn't it the only gold-ranked dungeon among the other 12 cities, and also one of the 20 gold-ranked dungeons in the kingdom? Good. Lucian smiled and continued. Do you know why it's called the Dragon Skull dungeon? Seraphine simply shook her head and looked at Lucian. Lucian chuckled and said, the reason why it's called the Dragon Skull dungeon is because there's an actual dragon in that dungeon. What? Seraphine exclaimed with wide eyes, her mouth hanging open, astonishment flashing in her pupils. Effie, are you serious? Seraphine asked in a trembling voice. Yes, I'm serious. Even I was shocked and scared shirtless when your grandfather told me about it. Lucian shrugged his shoulders. Seraphine took a deep breath and calmed down after a while. She pondered for a moment before realization dawned on her. So that's why it has never been conquered before, huh? Yes, Lucian nodded. Apparently, that dragon is the dungeon's last boss. Seraphine thought for a moment and asked, why is there a dragon here in the first place? I mean, aren't dragons very prideful and arrogant, and they disdain to even step in this remote kingdom of ours? Also, how did you guys find out that there was a dragon here? Lucian shook his head. Let me explain. The Dragon Skull dungeon is older than the Avalonia Kingdom. When the founding king of the Avalonia Kingdom decided to raid the Dragon Skull dungeon, he suffered very seriously, losing millions of soldiers in the process before he reached the last floor. That's when he saw the dragon, but the dragon seemed to be sealed. The founding king was killed by just a sneeze from the dragon, and do you know how powerful the founding king was at that time? That Lucian smiled. The founding king was above the Tier 9 Forbidden Realm. Seraphine was once again shocked. She was flabbergasted. Her heart was thumping wildly in her chest. Seraphine's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at her father. If the founding king was above the Tier 9 Forbidden Realm, does that mean he was a... Lucian interrupted with a smile. A saint. Yes, the founding king was at the saint realm, a knight with destructive power, but he was easily killed by a dragon with just a sneeze. The dragon was sealed, yet it managed to take down a powerhouse like the founding king. Taking a deep breath, Seraphine inquired, "How do you know all this? It happened thousands of years ago, right?" The patriarch of the main family was part of the raid, so most of the higher-ups in the clans know about it. "Your grandfather told me," Lucian explained. Confused, Seraphine asked, "If there's a dragon in the Dragon Skull dungeon, why are the clans trying to get in? Aren't they afraid of being killed by the dragon?" "They're not after the dragon itself." Lucian shook his head. "They're looking for the core." "What core?" Seraphine pressed. "The Saint core dropped by the founding king after he was killed by the dragon," Lucian revealed. "Wait, mana cultivators have cores too?" Seraphine was now completely puzzled. "Yes, when one reaches the Tier 9 Forbidden Realm and wants to advance to the Saint Realm, they must form a core. It's extremely difficult, but once you become a saint, even Tier 9 Forbidden Realm experts are nothing compared to you," Lucian explained. "Ah, I see." Seraphine finally understood. "So the founding king's saint core is like a shortcut to becoming a saint. That's why all those powerful clans in the kingdom are so interested in Bridgemore City." "Yeah, every clan is competing for that saint core. If any clan gets it, they'll be the ruler of Avalonia Kingdom. The other clans will have to surrender or be wiped out," Lucian said solemnly. Seraphine's expression was grim as she looked at her father and asked, "But father, if they're after the Saint Core, won't the dragon kill them? I mean, the Saint Core might be in the dragon's possession, right?" Lucian nodded and replied, "That has already been taken into consideration. After years of trying to raid the Dragon Skull dungeon, we've realized that every 10 years, the dragon is weakened for some mysterious reason. That's when each clan sends their forces to try and get the Saint Core. But every time, we come back empty-handed and suffer greatly in the process." Seraphine listened intently to Lucian Netherfrost. "And you know that every 10 years, the dungeon breaks, releasing monsters from various silver rank and bronze rank dungeons. There's also the magical beast tide, where Tier 1 to Tier 3 magical beasts attack the 12 cities around Atmos Forest," Lucian continued, looking at Seraphine. "That's why I called you back, to help defend Bridgemore City while I and some clan experts raid the Dragon Skull dungeon." "Father, you mean the 10-year period has arrived?" Seraphine asked. "Yes, it has. It's just a few months away, and it will be a period of disaster for the people living in the 12 cities around Atmos Forest," Lucian confirmed. Seraphine nodded in understanding. "During this time, you must quickly increase your strength so you can safely command and protect Bridgemore City. Otherwise, our Netherfrost clan will really suffer," Lucian said with a serious expression. Seraphine nodded solemnly. "But if the founding king was a Saint Realm cultivator, why is the Avalonia Kingdom so weak now? It's even considered the weakest among the surrounding kingdoms," Seraphine asked, puzzled. "You see, when the founding king was alive, the Avalonia Kingdom was not called the Avalonia Kingdom. Instead, it was known as the Avalonia Empire because the founding king was a saint. However, after the founding king passed away, the empire became extremely vulnerable. The surrounding kingdoms seized the opportunity to invade, taking over many territories at that time. The royal family was caught up in a civil war, each member vying for the throne and neglecting the external threats," Lucian explained. "It was the previous king who managed to end the civil war within the royal family. He eliminated many members before ascending to the throne and rallying the kingdom's strength to push back the invading kingdoms. Unfortunately, it was too late, and the Avalonia Empire had already suffered greatly. Without the support of a saint, the empire fell from an empire to a kingdom, becoming the weakest among its neighbors," Lucian continued. Seraphine shook her head, feeling sorry for the kingdom's plight. Lucian sneered with disdain in his eyes. "Instead of them coming together to strengthen and make THR kingdom strong again, those arrogant fools are still fighting amongst themselves for the throne that they're F-kin stupid," he remarked. "Let's not dwell on this any longer," Lucian sighed, waving his hand dismissively. Turning to Seraphine, he said, "Now that you know the secret of Bridgemore City, I hope you understand the importance of keeping it to yourself. Only a few top clans in the kingdom are aware of this secret. That's why I told you earlier that if this secret was to be revealed, you can predict the results yourself." "Understood, father," Seraphine nodded in agreement, his expression serious. Seraphine was well aware of the gravity of the situation if the secret of Bridgemore City were to be exposed and the surrounding kingdoms caught wind of it. War and bloodshed would surely follow. leading to the destruction of the Avalonia kingdom. That it wasn't just the other kingdoms that posed a threat. All mana cultivators and rogue cultivators would swarm to Avalonia kingdom, especially the ancient monsters stuck in the Tier 9 Forbidden Realm. They would stop at nothing to obtain the coveted Saint Core, a treasure that could easily elevate them to the Saint Realm. If this secret were to be revealed to the outside world, the Avalonia kingdom would cease to exist, and millions of lives would be lost in the process. Seraphine took a deep breath and looked at Lucian. Father, don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this. Good, Lucian nodded in approval with a smile. But I know that this secret won't stay in the dark for too long. Nothing is absolute in this world, so we must always be prepared, he said. I know, Father, Seraphine Netherfrost nodded. But Father, if every clan is after the Saint Core, then why is it that some of the clans are very much interested in Bridgemore City? I mean, Bridgemore City is located in a remote corner of the kingdom. There's nothing worth on this city, Seraphine asked. Lucian chuckled and explained, well, my dear daughter, you seem to have forgotten something. You see, Bridgemore City might not be worth much, but the Atmos Forest is. There are a lot of important resources in the Atmos Forest, just the magic cores. From the magical beasts are very valuable to mana cultivators, and aside from that, there are a lot of treasures and precious mines in the Atmos Forest. We, the Netherfrost clan, being in charge of Bridgemore City, means we have the advantage of securing more resources than the other clans. Oh, I understand now. That's why the Raventhorn clan is so keen on opposing us, even though we are stronger than them. Seraphine nodded in understanding. Lucian chuckled. Who wouldn't be tempted by this large amount of treasures? The resources we get every year from the Atmos Forest could nurture 1,000 Tier 2 intermediate knights. How can they not be tempted? But they will only be dreaming if they think they can take Bridgemore City from us, Lucian said, narrowing his eyes. Immediately, the entire hall was frozen in ice. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away from Bridgemore City, deep in a dark and eerie forest, a figure clad in a black cloak was swiftly moving between the huge trees that in just a few seconds. The figure was already hundreds of meters away. After a few minutes, the figure stopped under a tree and stood there silently, as if waiting for something. The surroundings were eerily quiet and extremely dark, with no sounds of insects or birds that are normally heard in a forest. The black-cloaked figure stood motionless under the tree. About half an hour later, another black-cloaked figure appeared in front of the first figure. You're late. A hoarse voice sounded from the first figure. I had something to do. That's why I took so long, a lazy voice replied from the second figure. After a moment of silence, the first figure asked, Have you prepared what we discussed? Don't worry, I've already taken care of everything. You just have to wait for the right time, the second figure assured. Good, the first figure said before disappearing. The second figure fell silent, lost in thought. After a few minutes, the figure looked in a certain direction and muttered, Humans, what a bunch of greedy beings. With that, the black-cloaked figure also disappeared. More golden tickets, please. 3 days later, Bridgemore City, Chef Gideon Mansion. 3 people were standing in front of the gate of the mansion chatting among themselves, and it seems all of them were familiar with each other. There were 2 men and a woman, all in their 30s and 40s. Suddenly, the gate of the mansion creaked opened as Chef Gideon stepped out and stood in front of the 3 people with complicated emotions flashing in his eyes. All of the 3 people also looked at Chef Gideon with complicated looks in their eyes. Good to see you again, Gideon. One of the 2 men among them stepped forward and hugged Chef Gideon tightly with a relief smile. Long time no see, Gideon. The Oda man also hugged Gideon with a smile. Randolph. Theophilus, my old friends, nice to meet you guys again. Chef Gideon also smiled and hugged them back. The 3 of them separated and looked at each with relief and smiles and feet faces. Randolph is a tall man with aquiline nose, deep set of blue eyes, and a sharp chin. His eyebrows were also quite low as well. As for Theophilus, he was the opposite of Randolph. He was much shorter and chubby, with a red nose. His eyes were green and on a smile on his face. Chef Gideon patted both of them on the shoulder with a gentle gaze. He looked at the only woman, and a complicated and all kinds of emotions flashed in his eyes. Fiora, nice to meet you. How are you doing? Chef stepped forward and greeted the woman. The woman named Fiora was quite tall, but she was a head shorter than Chef Gideon. She had raven red hair, a seductive figure that would arouse the wildest imagination of any man. Her face was perfectly defined, with deep red eyes, thin red lips, skin as white as snow. She was truly beautiful. Humph! Fiora looked at Chef Gideon from the corner of her eyes and snorted, turning her head away. Chef Gideon rubbed his nose with an embarrassed and awkward smile. He turned O.T. Randolph and Theophilus. Come on, follow me inside, Chef Gideon said, leading the 3 of them into the mansion. A few minutes later, they were all gathered under a small tree at a table. Chef Gideon looked at them gratefully, took a deep breath, and said, Thank you all for coming on such short notice that I really appreciate it. Randolph waved his hand, saying, "Don't worry, old friend, we're here for you." Yeah, Gideon, no need to thank us that we've been friends for over 2 decades. Just give us a call, and we'll be there. Theophilus laughed heartily. Fiora, sitting across from Chef Gideon, whispered, "At least someone still remembers us." Chef Gideon's face turned awkward as he rubbed his nose. "Fiora, I could never forget about you guys." Bang! Fiora slammed the table, leaving a palm print, and shouted, "If you really cared about us, you wouldn't have abandoned us and run off after your setback. Friends are supposed to support each other, and what did you do? You ran off without saying anything." Chef Gideon lowered his head, guilt flashing in his eyes. Randolph intervened. "Fiora, calm down. Gideon has been through a lot." Fiora sat back down, still angry. "Because of him, we've been under the curse for the past 2 decades and haven't even advanced. Our lives have been hell." Randolph raised his voice slightly. "Fiora, explore more at M." The inalienable bin Chef Gideon looked at Randolph and Theophilus in shock. "You guys." Theophilus laughed bitterly and said, "Fiora is right. The three of us were also put under the curse by that BTCH, and she made sure that none of us do well in the royal capital." Chef Gideon's eyes were filled with guilt as he looked at the three of them. "You guys, I didn't know this would happen to you guys. That I'm really sorry. I didn't know I would implicate you guys to this extent. Please forgive me." Chef Gideon's eyes filled with self-blame as he apologized. "Come on, old friend. You don't have to apologize. We never blame you for implicating us. We are friends after all." Randolph chuckled as he patted Chef Gideon on the shoulder. Chef Gideon looked at Randolph, Theophilus, and Fiora with deep gratitude in his eyes. "Thanks." Chef Gideon wiped the faint tears in his eyes and said, "Ha, you guys don't need to make this atmosphere so sad." Theophilus laughed heartily and patted his chest. "So, old friend, how have you been all these years?" Randolph asked. Chef Gideon took a deep breath and said, "Well, during all these years, my life has not been good, and I was still devastated by what happened all those years ago. Whenever I think about it, my heart seems to be torn apart. It's very excruciating." "Don't worry about it, old friend. You don't have to think about all that happened. Forget about that," Theophilus also said. Chef Gideon sighed ruefully. A flicker of sadness flashed in his pupils, but he hesitated for a moment before saying, "So, how is she?" "You're still thinking about the person who betrayed you. Disgusting." Fiora sneered with disdain as she looked at Chef Gideon, but a look of pain and disappointment flickered in her eyes before disappearing. Randolph and Theophilus fell silent. Chef Gideon lowered his head as he also fell silent, but a few moments later. Randolph sighed as he patted Chef Gideon on the shoulder. "Old friend, that woman had before moved on with her life. She's now married with 3 children. Forget about her and move on." Chef Gideon's figure trembled slightly when he heard Randolph. He clenched his fist so hard that his nails dug into his palms. Drawing out blood, a look of intense pain filled his eyes. Randolph gazed at Chef Gideon with a sympathetic look in his eyes as he shook his head. "Okay, guys, let's not dwell on that anymore." Theophilus waved his hand and said, he turned to Chef Gideon and remarked, "So, old friend, I can see that you're more spirited than we thought." Chef Gideon raised his head and forced a smile. "Well, that's because someone talked me out of it." "Oh, is it a new woman? Did you find yourself a new woman?" Theophilus asked eagerly. Randolph also looked at Chef Gideon with curiosity in his eyes. Fiora, who was sitting across from Chef Gideon, perked up her ears, though her expression seemed to say, "I don't care about you." Chef Gideon smiled slightly and shook his head. "No, it's not a woman. It's my boss." "Your boss?" They all exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening as they looked at Chef Gideon. "Yes, my boss," Chef Gideon nodded. "But didn't you say you wouldn't work for anyone in your entire life?" Theophilus asked. Chef Gideon scratched his head. "Well, that was many years ago. That we all grow, right? Besides, my boss is a really good person." Randolph and the others nodded in understanding. "So who is your boss?" Randolph inquired. "That's why I called you guys here," Chef Gideon said, looking at the 3 of them. "Well, you see, my boss opened a restaurant in Brigdamore. He hired me as the head chef, and now he's preparing to open 3 new branches. He needs spirited chefs for these branches. So he asked if I knew anyone. That's why I called you guys here." Randolph, Theophilus, and Fiora listened with thoughtful expressions on their faces. "So what's this restaurant like?" "I'm sure you guys have already heard about it. It's currently the most luxurious and famous restaurant in the city," Chef Gideon said. "You mean the Origin restaurant?" Theophilus thought for a moment and asked. "Yes, it's the Origin restaurant." Chef Gideon nodded with a chuckle. "Since we arrived here yesterday, we've heard some news about this restaurant. According to what we've heard, it seems to be the dining hub for all the rich and powerful in the city. The dishes there are also unique and expensive," Randolph said with a smile. We didn't expect that you were the head chef in that restaurant. Congratulations, old friend, Theophilus chimed in. Chef Gideon waved his hand. You don't have to congratulate me. He looked at them and asked, So, have you guys decided to work for my boss? All three of them fell silent, exchanging complicated looks. Seeing their hesitation, Chef Gideon smiled and said, I know you guys might be hesitating, but let me tell you something because of my boss. The curse placed on me has been broken. Wait, what? All of them looked at Chef Gideon with shock in their eyes. Old friend, you mean your curse has been broken? Randolph asked. Yep. Chef Gideon chuckled. They all took in a deep breath, astonishment in their eyes. But isn't that curse difficult to break? I mean, it was created by a Tier 9 forbidden dark mage. After all, Theophilus said in shock. Well, I don't know how my boss got the method to break the curse, but it's the truth. The curse on me has been broken, and I'm about to advance to Tier 2 Intermediate Knight. IT won't be long before I become a 2-star spirit chef, Chef Gideon said. Well, if what you said is true, old friend, then I would like to meet your boss, Randolph chuckled. Chef Gideon smiled and nodded, then turned to Theophilus and Fiora and asked, What about you two? Theophilus smiled and replied, Okay, I would also like to meet your boss. Fiora looked at Chef Gideon for a moment before nodding her head. Chef Gideon grinned and said, Great, I promise you won't be disappointed. Tomorrow, I'll take you to meet my boss. The next day in Bridgemore City, Audaz District, Chef Gideon, Randolph Theophilus, and Fiora were all standing in front of the Origin restaurant. They looked at the restaurant with surprise and admiration, watching people come and go. They nodded in approval from time to time. Old friend, although this Origin restaurant may not be as grand as some in the royal capital, it has surpassed others, Randolph said, praising the establishment. Yeah, this Origin restaurant is even more beautiful than some I've seen in the royal capital, Theophilus added. Fiora didn't say anything, but her eyes showed her admiration for the restaurant. Okay, enough chit-chat, let's go inside and meet my boss, Chef waved his hand, leading the way into the restaurant. Randolph and the others followed quickly. Good morning, Chef Gideon, the staff on the first floor greeted as Chef entered. Good morning, Chef Gideon replied with a smile. Returning the greeting, he led Randolph and the others to the fourth wooden elevator, and they ascended to the fourth floor. Randolph's eyes flashed with surprise. Old friend, I didn't expect this restaurant to be so unique, to have such an indigenous mechanism. Chef Gideon smiled, but he didn't say anything that a few moments later they arrived at the fourth floor, and Chef Gideon quickly led them to Felix's office. Inside Felix's office, Felix and Nixie were discussing something while looking at documents. Knock, knock, knock. Just then there was a knock on the door. Felix raised his head and said lightly, Come in. A moment later the door pushed opened as Chef Gideon entered the office with Randolph Theophilus and Fiora in tow. Good morning, Mr. Felix. Chef Gideon greeted Felix with a smile. Good morning to you too, Felix replied, placing the documents on the table. He glanced at the three people standing behind Chef Gideon with curiosity. Chef Gideon immediately said to Felix, Mr. Felix, these three people are my bosom friends. This is Fiora, Randolph, and Theophilus. Chef Gideon introduced Randolph and the others to Felix. Guys, this is my boss, Mr. Felix. He also introduced them to Felix. Nice to meet you. Felix stood up and shook their hands one by one. Nice to meet you too, Mr. Felix. All of them also greeted back with a smile. Please sit down. Felix motioned them to sit down on the couches. With that, all of them sat down on the couches. Felix gave Nixie a wink, which she immediately understood, and she got up and poured a glass of wine to all of them. All of them took a sip of the wine. A look of surprise flashed out their eyes as they looked at wine. Nice wine, Mr. Felix. Randolph looked at Felix and praised. Felix chuckled and said, This wine is one of our most expensive wines in the restaurant and is limited. Mr. Felix, all three of them are my friends, and also they are all spirit chefs. Their talents is not much weaker than me, Chef Gideon said. Felix put down the glass of wine and sized the three of them up. A few minutes later, his eyes flashed with surprise. He looked at Chef Gideon and said, Why do all three of them seems to be in the situation as you previously? Chef Gideon smiled bitterly and explained, Well, you see, Mr. Felix, you might already known about what happened to me 20 years ago, and because of me, all three of them were also implicated and got cursed just like me. So all these years, they haven't improved a single bit because of the curse. I see. Felix nodded in understanding. Mr. Felix, the first hope you can help them break the curse. I'm willing to be your slave if you help them break the curse. I'm even willing to sign a slave contract. Chef Gideon knelt down and pleaded. Chef Gideon, quickly stand up. You don't have to do this, okay? Felix immediately said. Old friend, Randolph and the others were quite shocked as they looked at Chef Gideon kneeling on the ground. Felix shook his head. Chef Gideon, you don't have to do this. I'll help them break the curse. You don't have to beg me. Chef Gideon looked at Felix with gratitude in his eyes as he sat back down on the couch. Thank you, Mr. Felix. Felix shook his head and looked at Randolph, Theophilus, and Fiora for a moment before speaking. I'm sure Chef Gideon might have explained everything to you. I'll go straight to the point. I'm about to open 3 new branches, and I want 3 spirit chefs for each branch, Felix said as he looked at them. He continued, as long as you agree to work for me, you'll be the head chefs of each branch. Your monthly salary will be 10 million gold coins. Plus, I'll help you break your curses. And that's not all. Since you guys are currently 1-star spirit chefs, your salary will be 10 million gold coins a month, just as I said earlier. But if you advance to 2-star spirit chef, then your salary will be 20 million gold coins a month. So, as you continue to advance, your salary will also increase accordingly. Besides, the Origin restaurant will provide cultivation resources for you to increase your strength. Randolph, Theophilus, and Fiora's eyes were wide open as they looked at Felix. They were flabbergasted, and even Chef Gideon was shocked as he looked at Felix. Mr. Felix, are you sure? Fiora asked with a trembling voice. Of course, I'm serious. Felix nodded with a serious face. All 3 of them took a deep breath as they looked at each other. The 3 of them took a deep breath as they locked eyes. They were shocked because this kind of treatment was rare, even in the royal capital. Only high-level spirit chefs could enjoy such perks. Spirit chefs may be rare, but that doesn't mean there aren't many of them. It's just really hard to become one. Felix looked at Nixie and nodded. She understood and pulled out 3 oath contracts, placing them in front of Randolph, Theophilus, and Fiora. All you need to do is sign this oath contract, Felix said to the 3 of them. They took the contracts and started reading through them with furrowed brows, feeling a bit uneasy. But after reading the contracts, their frowns disappeared, and they looked at Felix with surprise. I hope you guys understand why I want you to sign an oath contract, Felix said with a smile. We understand, Mr. Felix, Randolph said, waving his hand. So, have you guys decided? If not, you can go over the contract again and see if there's anything missing or anything you want to add, Felix said. The 3 of them fell silent for a few minutes before exchanging glances. Randolph looked at Chef Gideon for a moment before speaking. Mr. Felix, we accept your offer that we will work for you. With that, they all signed the contracts. Felix smiled. Welcome to the Origin restaurant. From now on, you are chefs of the Origin restaurant. Thank you, Mr. Felix. Randolph smiled back. Ahem. Mr. Felix, can I also sign a contract? Chef Gideon said from the side with a grin. Felix glanced at him and said, of course you can sign. Nixie, bring him one of the contracts. A few minutes later, Chef Gideon also signed the oath contract. Felix smiled and nodded. We have selected 3 cities to open branches in out of the 12 cities around Atmos Forest. The restaurants haven't been built yet, but don't worry. They will be ready in a few days, and you can start working. Randolph thought for a moment and said, that's okay with us. If you have nothing to do during this period, you can help Chef Gideon in the kitchen and get familiar with the restaurant's operations and menu. If that's okay with you, Felix added. That's what I was thinking, Theophilus said. Randolph and Fiora nodded in agreement. Okay, you guys can go now, Felix said. They all smiled and stood up, walking out of the office. Big bro, you didn't mess with the contract this time, did you? Nixie looked at Felix and asked. Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't, Felix chuckled. Nixie rolled her eyes at him. Have you prepared all the necessary information? Felix asked Nixie. Yes, I prepared everything, Nixie nodded. But big bro, won't you go with me? Nope, I have something else to do. You will have to go, but you won't be alone. Wilbur will go with you, and some of the restaurant staff will follow. IT won't take long. Just follow my requirements and buy land or a building to establish the restaurant. That's it, Felix said, rubbing her head. Okay, Nixie nodded, but you'll have to pay me for this. Okay, I'll pay. Now hurry up and go, Felix shook his head. Bye, big bro. I'll see you in a few days. Nixie waved as she skipped out of the office. 10 days later. Time flew by, and before they knew it, 10 days had already passed. Nixie, along with some staff members, visited Anosmarch City, Greevale City, and Fallmore City to scout out potential locations for their new restaurant. Luckily, everything went smoothly, and they found suitable spots in all 3 cities. Meanwhile, Felix stayed busy by training the 9 managers he had hired, ensuring they were well prepared for their roles at Origin Restaurant. Randolph, Theophilus, and Fiora spent the time getting acquainted with the various dishes on the menu. In Bridgemore City, Audaz District on the 4th floor of the Origin Restaurant, Felix and Nixie had a conversation. Big bro, I'm exhausted, Nixie said, flopping down on the couch. You've worked hard, go home and get some rest, Felix replied. No, I think I'll just crash here for a bit, Nixie muttered. Suit yourself, Felix said, settling in behind his desk. Felix then turned to the system and requested to purchase new restaurant buildings. After browsing through various options, he selected 3 stunning buildings, 2 Victorian style and 1 classic, that matched the luxury and beauty of their current location. Show me the map of Greevale City. Felix instructed the system. A detailed map appeared, with a red dot flashing near the city center. Nixie picked a great spot, Felix remarked, tapping on a red dot. Build one of the Victorian-style restaurants here. He instructed. Affirmative host, the system replied. Felix swiftly opened the maps of Anos March City and Fallmore City, directing the system to construct the restaurant in the desired locations. Building will be completed in 5 days, the system said. Felix grinned and closed the system interface, glancing over at Nixie, who was peacefully snoring on the couch. Felix shook his head. He got up and gently covered her with his coat. 5 days flew by in the blink of a night out on the 4th floor of the Origin restaurant. Felix gathered his team in his office. The room was slightly crowded with Randolph Theophilus, Fiora, Claire Yearwood, Doyle Winterforge, Cole Silverthorne, and the other managers Felix had hired. Welcome once again, everyone, Felix addressed them with a smile. The reason I called you here is to let you know that the restaurants have been completed, so it's time to get to work, he said. All of them were stunned for a moment and immediately started whispering among themselves. Faint excitement can be seen in their eyes. Felix divided them into 3 groups, assigning each to a different city. Claire Yearwood, Elode Wood, Taryn Frostbreeze, and Chef Fiora, you'll be heading to Greevale City, Felix announced. Claire will be the head manager, Elode and Taryn will be vice managers, and Chef Fiora will be the head chef. Claire was surprised but smiled at the news. Felix continued. Doyle Winterforge, Tex Greenspring, Quaid Ironthorn, and Chef Theophilus, you'll be heading to Fallmore City. Doyle will be the head manager, Tex and Quaid will be vice managers, and Chef Theophilus will be the head chef. Cole Silverthorne, Rain Everwood, Cisco Glowdust, and Chef Randolph, you're going to Anos March City. Cole will be taking on a role of head manager, with Rain and Cisco as vice managers, and Chef Randolph as the head chef. Felix scanned the room, making sure everyone was paying attention before he continued. Now that you know where you'll be going, I expect all of you to work together to make Origin Restaurant in each city a success. I'll be keeping a close eye on all of you that if you perform well, you'll be rewarded, but if you don't, I won't hesitate to find someone else to take your place. Don't worry, Mr. Felix, we'll give it our best shot, Claire chimed in with a smile. We'll do our best, Felix, Doyle, and Cole assured him. Good, Felix nodded in approval. Felix then turned his attention to the managers. You'll all be starting from scratch in your assigned cities that you'll need to hire waiters, cooks, cleaning staff, valets, and more. You're on your own for this. If you face competition, handle it yourself unless it's a serious issue. Headquarters won't be stepping in to help. Understood? Understood. The managers replied in unison, their expressions serious. Good. And chefs, make sure to support the managers and help out when needed, Felix added. Everyone nodded in agreement. Apart from that, every month, an examination team will be coming to the various restaurants to see how you manage the restaurants. I won't say the specific day, but they might come at any time of the month. So manage your restaurant very well. If not, then I'm sorry, I will have to look for a new personnel, Felix added. All their expression immediately turned solemn when they heard Felix. If they don't manage the restaurant well, then they will have to kiss their positions goodbye. And also, as chefs, you can give pointers to the various chefs under you that if you find anyone talented enough to become a spirit chef, let me know, Felix added. He gave a quick glance to all of them and asked, Are there any questions? They all shook their heads, indicating they didn't have any questions. Good, Felix nodded. Now, all of you should go and prepare. Tomorrow, you will set off. The next day, outside the eastern gate of Brigdamore City, people were bustling in and out of the city. The gate was crowded with people, and guards in fine armor were keeping watch to ensure everything was under control. That a few meters away from the gate, outside the city, 6 huge carriages were being pulled by magical beast horses. That a few people were standing in front of the carriages, chatting among themselves. Old friend, I guess we will have to get going now, Randolph patted Chef Gideon's shoulder and said. Randolph, you have to make sure you don't let Mr. Felix down, okay? Chef Gideon said to Randolph. Don't worry about it, old friend. After all, he broke our curse, so I'll work hard to repay him, Randolph said. Chef Gideon smiled and turned to Theophilus. Theophilus, you also have to work hard to make the Origin restaurant prosperous, okay? Got it, old friend. Theophilus gave a thumbs up to Chef Gideon with a wink. Chef Gideon chuckled and turned to Fiora. Fiora, humph. Fiora snorted and turned her head away. Chef Gideon smiled wryly and said, Just take care of yourself. I'll come and visit you if I have time. Fiora's lips curled up when she heard Chef Gideon. You better. Chef Fiora, it's time to go. Claire came forward and said to Fiora. Fiora nodded and said to Chef Gideon and the others, You guys should take care of yourselves. I'll be going now. With that, she entered the carriages. Crack. With a crack of the whip, The magical beast horses pulled the carriage, quickly followed by another carriage as they drove towards the distance. Chef Gideon stood watching as the carriages disappeared into the distance, letting out a sigh as he shook his head. "Old friend, I think you two should talk," Randolph said to Chef Gideon. "I know," Chef Gideon nodded. "Okay, I'll be going now. Take care of yourself. If we have time, we should grab a drink sometime." With that, Randolph entered one of the carriages as it quickly disappeared into the distance. "Old friend, I will also be going." Theophilus patted Chef Gideon on the shoulder and boarded one of the remaining two carriages as it also quickly disappeared into the distance. Chef Gideon stood in the same spot with a blank expression on his face. After a few minutes, he shook his head and headed back into the city. On the fourth floor of the Origin restaurant, inside Felix's office, Felix stood behind the huge French windows, looking out at the city below with a thoughtful expression. "Big bro, do you think they can do it?" Nixie's voice suddenly sounded from behind him. "What do you mean?" Felix asked without turning back. "I mean, you're letting them handle everything on their own. Isn't that too much?" Nixie said. "It's not too much, Nixie, that if they can't handle this, then they're not worthy of managing the Origin restaurant. This is just a test of their abilities that I want capable people who can manage the restaurant well, not incompetent individuals who will just leech off of me," Felix explained. "Okay," Nixie nodded, looking at Felix with admiration in her eyes. "Oh, almost forgot. How is the procurement team doing?" Felix asked. "Don't worry about that. Big bro, everything has been taken care of," Nixie smiled. "But, Big bro, I think it would be better if we had our own establishment, like a huge farm for cultivating various farm produce, and so breeding of various livestocks." Felix rubbed his chin and said, "You were right about that, but I think now is not the time. Our foundation is not stable enough." Avalonia Kingdom, Greevale City. Greevale City, located approximately 1,000 kilometers away from Bridgemore City. Greevale City boasts similar dimensions to Bridgemore City, with towering walls encompassing the perimeter and 4 grand bronze gates guarding each cardinal direction. Due to its proximity to the Atmos Forest, Greevale City attracts a high number of adventurers and mana cultivators, surpassing other 12 cities in terms of both quantity and quality. And not only that, the abundance of dungeons in the vicinity of the city also further contributes to its appeal. Greevale City also have a city lord governing it. In fact, all the 12 cities surrounding the Atmos Forest under also have city lords governing them. Close to the center of Greevale City, the well-organized traffic flow guides a diverse array of individuals through its broad streets and interconnected pathways that a vibrant tapestry of life forms and races intermingle, creating a lively and dynamic atmosphere. But what was interesting was that almost 90% of the passerbys will turn to look at a certain direction with awe and admiration in their eyes. Following the direction the passerby were looking at stood a huge and tall, striking Victorian-style building. The building was simply beautiful and also luxuriously decorated. Adorned in emerald green hues and intricate designs, the building exudes elegance and sophistication that a prominent plaque bearing the words Origin Restaurant hangs above the entrance. Yes, this is the branch of Origin Restaurant in Greevale City. This branch of Origin Restaurant have a structure as the one in Brigdamore City, except the change in color. In fact, all the other branches of restaurants in the various cities have the same structure as the one in Brigdamore City. The difference is the color, except the one in Falmore City, which was a classical building. Currently standing in front of the Origin Restaurant are few people looking at the restaurant with awe and admiration in their eyes. These people were naturally Claire, Alode, Taryn, and Fiora, who have finally arrived in Greevale City after a 3-day journey from Bridgemore City. Without taking a break, they decided to head straight to the restaurant to begin their work. To their surprise, the branch in Greevale City was just as beautiful and grand as the one in Bridgemore City. "Wow, Manager Claire, this branch is stunning. Are we really going to manage such a huge and beautiful restaurant?" Alode exclaimed with excitement in her eyes. Claire simply nodded, taken aback by the size of the restaurant. She had expected it to be much smaller compared to the one in Brigdamore City. "It's amazing how quickly they built this place. Mr. Felix must be quite the powerful person," Taryn said in awe. Claire took a deep breath and addressed the group. "All right, everyone, we're here. This is going to be a real challenge for us. Remember what Mr. Felix said. We have to rely on ourselves and can't seek help from headquarters. This is a test, and if we do well, we'll be rewarded. But if we mess up, well, I won't even go there." Taryn and Alode nodded solemnly, understanding the gravity of the situation. Claire then turned to Fiora with respect. "Chef Fiora, we may need your help at some point. Read latest stories on Eminent Novel." Fiora smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, Head Manager Claire. I'll be there to help if needed." Claire breathed a sigh of relief and gestured towards the restaurant. "All right, let's get to work." With determination in their eyes, they all enter the restaurant. Bridgemore City, Edel District, Morningstar Family Mansion. Big bro, do we really have to do this? Nixie looked up at Felix, her reluctance evident in her expression. Felix chuckled. Of course we do. How else will you learn to protect yourself in the future? But I'm already a Tier 2 Intermediate Wind Elemental Mage. I can protect myself, Nixie said with reluctance. Felix shook his head. Even though you've broken through to Tier 2 Intermediate Wind Elemental Mage, you don't have any combat experience at all. Nixie pouted. How does combat experience have to do with how powerful I am? Combat experience plays a significant role in a mana cultivator's power. If you don't have any fighting experience, you're just powerful with no real substance. A lower-tier mana cultivator could defeat or even kill you if you lack combat experience, Felix explained. Nixie fell into silence for a few moments. Then a minute later, she looked at Felix and said, but I still don't want to go. I just want to remain in the restaurant and count money. Well, young lady, whether you like it or not, you're going. Felix gave her a side glance and said indifferently. Nixie stomped her foot in anger and turned to Gwendolyn, who was standing by the side. Big sis Gwen, aren't you going to convince Big Bro not to allow me to go? Gwendolyn simply shook her head. Nixie, Big Bro is right. If you're powerful and don't have any combat experience, you might be killed someday. Even you, Big Sis Gwendolyn, are taking Big Bro's side. Nixie snorted with an angry face. Master Felix, the carriage is ready. Wilbert's respectful voice came from the side. Good, let's go. Felix nodded and said while getting inside the carriage. Nixie pouted angrily and got into the carriage, followed by the poker-faced Gwendolyn. But a few minutes later, the carriage was already out of the Edel district heading to the Adventure district. Oh yeah, Nixie, I almost forgot. How are they doing? Inside the carriage, Felix looked at Nixie, who was still angry. Nixie glanced at Felix and said, the Abyss Gate members who are keeping an eye on them have reported that everything is going well, that it's been 2 weeks already, and they've hired all the necessary staff. They're currently training them based on your instructions to the various managers. Good. Felix smiled and nodded in approval. But, according to the reports I've been receiving, it seems all of them have encountered some minor troubles, Nixie said with a frown. Felix calmly nodded and said, like I mentioned before, if it's not a serious issue that they can't handle, I won't intervene. They will have to solve the minor troubles themselves. Nixie fell silent as she looked at Felix for a moment before lowering her head. Felix gazed out of the carriage window with a composed expression, his thoughts a mystery to those around him. The carriage navigated through the wide streets of Bridgemore City, heading towards the Adventure District. Adventure District within the Adventurer Guild. The atmosphere was bustling with activity as adventurers came and went. Just then, 2 individuals entered the Adventurer Guild, exuding powerful and bloodthirsty auras. Despite the presence of other adventurers, all eyes turned to them with admiration. Look, that's them. That I heard these 2 adventurers raided bronze and silver rank dungeons effortlessly, one whispered. Yeah, they haven't been adventurers for long. I wonder how strong they are, another replied. I heard they're only Tier 3 Master Knights, someone else chimed in. Hiss, Tier 3 Master Knights raiding silver rank dungeons meant for Tier 4 and above? They must be incredibly powerful, another exclaimed. The adventurers at the entrance whispered among themselves as they observed Trinity and Brixton, who had gained fame in the district for their dungeon conquests. Both were now Tier 3 Master Knights, becoming even more powerful than before. Walking into the Adventurer Guild, Trinity and Brixton strolled through the bustling hall with ease. They were already accustomed to this kind of thing. They found a table and settled into a corner. Big sis, should we start forming our adventure team now? Brixton inquired. Trinity shook her head. Not yet. Big Bro Nixie and Gwendolyn are on their way, so let's hold off for now. Brixton nodded and conjured a mouth-watering roasted beast thigh, tearing into it eagerly. Trinity couldn't help but shake her head at his appetite. Before they could continue their conversation, a voice interrupted them. Are you Trinity and Brixton? A group of people stood before them, clad in standard adventure gear. Standing in front of them is a young man in his 20s with an arrogant and confident smile plastered on his face. If Felix was here, he would have recognized this young man. This young man is naturally Sigurd Raventhorn, who caused a ruckus in the Origin restaurant at Seraphine Netherfrost Banquet and got defeated. Trinity raised her head and looked at Sigurd. Yes, we are. What do you want? Hey, watch how you speak to our young master, you peasants. This is young master Sigurd, the 3rd young master of the Raventhorn clan. You must address him as such. Suddenly, one of the adventurer team members standing behind Sigurd stepped forward and berated Trinity with disdain in his eyes. Sigurd's expression became even more arrogant when his lackey introduced him. His head was up high as he looked down with his nose. Oh, so what do you want? Trinity still have a calm expression as she looked at Sigurd. You. Sigurd's expression turned ugly as he looked at Trinity and Brixton. Killing intent flickered in his eyes before disappearing immediately. Sigurd took a deep breath and smiled warmly at Trinity. I heard about the two of you and wanted you two to join my adventure team. Sigurd took a deep breath and smiled warmly at Trinity. I heard about the two of you and wanted you two to join my adventure team. No. Trinity glanced at Sigurd and shook her head. Sigurd's expression immediately turned sour as he looked at Trinity. He never expected this girl to reject him, as it had never happened to him before. He always gets what he wants, but this was the first time someone dared to refuse him and in front of his subordinates. You, a mere peasant, dare to speak to young Master Sigurd in such a manner. You should consider yourself lucky that our young master is interested in recruiting you, the lackey exclaimed, pointing at Trinity. Trinity furrowed her eyebrows, a cold glint in her eyes. Listen here, you lowly boom. Before the lackey could finish his sentence, he was sent flying backwards like a cannonball, landing a few meters away and coughing up a large mouthful of blood. Noisy, Trinity said casually as she unclenched her fist. Sigurd looked at Trinity with a fierce expression, his eyes filled with unmistakable malice. Hey, listen up, young Master Sigurd, or whatever you go by. We already told you we're not interested in joining your adventurer team. And make sure your lackeys keep in line. Not just anyone can talk to my big sis like that. Brixton chimed in, taking a hearty bite of the massive roasted thigh in his hand. Sigurd glanced at Brixton for a moment before turning to Trinity with narrowed eyes. Are you sure you don't want to join my adventurer team? He asked. No, Trinity replied with a smile. Why? Are you going to force us to join or kill us if we don't? No, but you two must be careful because raiding dungeons can be very dangerous, Sigurd said indifferently, shaking his head. Are you threatening us? Trinity narrowed her eyes as her hand slowly reached for her spear. TSK, 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 Sigurd, you are truly pathetic. A voice suddenly interrupted them. Sigurd immediately looked at the source of the voice with cold eyes. Gunther, what are you doing here? And what does this have to do with you? He said coldly that a few meters away. Gunther was slowly walking towards them, with a few adventurers following behind him. Why can't I be here? It's not like the Adventurer Guild belongs to your clan, Gunther said expressionlessly. And you, young Master Sigurd, are threatening two adventurers if they don't join you. How did you fall so low? You are just a disgrace, Gunther added, shaking his head with a mocking smile. Shut up, Gunther. This has nothing to do with you, Sigurd shouted. Although this has nothing to do with me, I can't just stand by as you bully two lonely adventurers, Gunther said. This guy is good. Brixton whispered to Trinity. Trinity looked at Gunther with interest in her eyes. Oh, you two are here. Suddenly, another voice sounded. They all turned to look at the source of the voice. Big bro, you are here. Brixton immediately stood up and shouted. Felix smiled as he slowly walked towards Trinity and Brixton, with Nixie and Gwendolyn behind him. Do you know how long we've been looking for you two? This place is simply too huge. If we hadn't heard the ruckus coming from here and decided to come, we couldn't have found you two so easily. Sigurd and Gunther's expressions changed slightly when they saw Felix, especially Sigurd. His expression did not look good at all. How could he not recognize Felix? This guy scammed him out of more than 2 million gold coins. After all, yo, isn't this young Master Sigurd? How come you are here? How'd you been all this while, huh? Felix's eyes lit up when he saw Sigurd and greeted him, patting him on the shoulder like meeting an old friend. Hello, Mr. Felix, Sigurd awkwardly laughed. Hey, big bro, do you know this arrogant young master? Brixton asked with curiosity. Of course I know young Master Sigurd. He gave me a lot of money when the restaurant opened. Felix replied with a smile. Oh, I see, Brixton nodded. Yo, young Master Gunther is here too, Felix said, looking surprised. Mr. Felix, Gunther nodded back at Felix. So what's happening here? And why is that guy vomiting? Is he experiencing kidney deficiency or something? Felix asked, looking at the lackey who had been punched away by Trinity. Don't worry, Mr. Felix. There's nothing to be concerned about. I was just about to leave. Goodbye, Sigurd said to Felix, waving his hand as he quickly walked away with his adventurer team as if he was running away from something. Before departing, he cast one final glance at Trinity. I'll be heading out as well, Mr. Felix. Goodbye, Gunther added, waving his goodbye before walking away with his adventurer team. Felix's smile slowly faded as he watched Sigurd's back disappear into the distance. This guy has to go, Felix said quietly. Trinity and the others were taken aback, staring at Felix with shocked expressions. Why? Did he do something to you, big bro? Nixie asked, looking confused. No, Felix shook his head. I just didn't like the way he looked at Trinity. Nixie and the others were left speechless as they looked at Felix with strange expressions. Is there something on my face? Felix asked, noticing everyone looking at him strangely. Nixie shook her head. Just because you don't like the way he looked at Trinity, you want to kill him. Felix nodded. Is there something wrong with that? Nixie didn't answer, just shook her head. Felix rubbed his chin and looked at Trinity. Okay, enough talking, let's go raid some dungeons. Trinity gave Felix a deep look and nodded. But first, you have to register as adventurers before you can enter a dungeon. Okay, then let's go register. Felix agreed that a few minutes later, Felix, Nixie, and Gwendolyn had finished registering as adventurers and purchased dungeon passes. Oh yeah, big bro, what about Zephyr? Is he not coming with us? Nixie asked as they left the Adventurer Guild. Felix shook his head. Forget about him, he's busy running the Abyss Gate and destroying rival gangs. He doesn't need to come here. Oh, Nixie nodded in understanding. So, which dungeon should we raid first? Trinity looked at Felix and asked. Felix pondered for a moment before responding. Since we have all reached Tier 3 mana cultivators except Nixie, and we have purchased silver rank dungeon passes, let's raid a silver rank dungeon. Silver rank dungeon? Big bro, isn't that dangerous? Nixie exclaimed. It's not that dangerous, and besides, we're not trying to conquer it, we just need to raid the lowest floors to gain some combat experience, Felix explained. Okay. Nixie thought for a moment and nodded. Good, let's go. Felix waved his hand as they all quickly made their way out of the Adventurer District. About an hour later, they arrived at a huge dungeon portal with a few soldiers in the surroundings. Adventurers were milling about in front of the dungeon portal, some entering the dungeon, while others were gearing up to explore it. This dungeon is called the Dark Vault. It's the only silver-ranked dungeon within 1,000 kilometers radius. There are also a lot of bronze-ranked dungeons here, but they're not as challenging, Trinity explained. Felix and the others listened intently. Okay, everyone ready. We're about to raid a dungeon, so you must be prepared. Don't let your guard down. Trinity turned to them and said, Of course we're ready. Felix patted his chest confidently. Big bro, are you really going to wear that to raid a dungeon? Nixie asked, eyeing Felix's outfit. Yeah, is something wrong? Felix replied, looking down at his attire. Felix was currently dressed in a pure white suit, white shoes, and holding a golden cane with a dragon head carved on top of the handle. He looked like he was going to a party instead of raiding a dungeon. Big bro, we're raiding a dungeon, not going to a banquet, Nixie said exasperatedly. Come on, I love white, and besides, this outfit is not ordinary. IT can rival 2-star armor. And this cane is not just a cane, it's a sword, Felix said while pulling out a pure white sword from a cane. This sword is a 3-star mana weapon. You are truly hopeless, Nixie said, slapping her forehead and shaking her head. Trinity, Gwendolyn, and Brixton were giggling as they looked at Felix and Nixie. Okay, let's go. Trinity waved her hand and said that a long bronze spear appeared in her hand. A huge double axe appeared in Brixton's hand, and 2 long staffs appeared in Nixie and Gwendolyn's hands. Nixie's staff was almost taller than her, with a cyan-colored crystal fixed on top of the staff. Flickering with runes, a faint wind started blowing in the surrounding as she held the staff. Gwendolyn's staff was pure crystal white, with a pure white crystal fixed on top, making the surroundings suddenly feel cold. Both of them were wearing mage robes and cloaks flashing with mysterious runes, and the mana around them seemed to be quite dense as well. Okay, since everyone is ready, let's enter. Trinity waved her hand, and with that, all of them turned into beams of light and disappeared into the dungeon. Inside the Dark Vault dungeon in the Dark Forest, 5 beams of light flickered as 5 people appeared. So this is how a dungeon looks like, huh? Felix opened his eyes as he looked around. We are currently on the first floor of the Dark Vault dungeon. The monsters are dark spirit spiders, and they are very poisonous, especially their webs. Don't get entangled by their webs, otherwise you will die. Trinity looked around and said, Got it. Felix gave a thumbs up. He suddenly felt a tug on his clothes. He looked at Nixie, who was hiding behind his back. Big bro, I'm afraid of spiders, Nixie said with an uneasy expression. Felix was speechless and rolled his eyes at her. That's your problem. Suddenly, Felix's expression changed slightly as he looked around. Trinity and Brixton's expressions also became serious. The surroundings fell into deep silence as everyone looked around cautiously. The area was completely dark, with tall, hideous trees and strange, creepy cries of various insects echoing in the background. Suddenly, a dense number of green lights lit up in the darkness, surrounding them in the middle. There were simply too many of them. Big bro, what are those lights? Nixie asked curiously. Those lights belong to the dark spirit spiders, Felix calmly replied. Nixie gulped nervously and tightly held her magic staff, looking around anxiously. Get ready, Trinity said. Although these dark spirit spiders only tier Dungeon 1 monsters, they come in hordes. They may have thousands or even tens of thousands in a single horde, so be careful. Felix and the others nodded. Felix turned to Nixie and said, "Don't worry, they're just bugs. You are more powerful than them, so stop being afraid." Nixie nodded, took a deep breath, and tried to calm down. Screech, screech, screech. Suddenly, loud screeching sounds filled the air as the green lights surrounding them rapidly closed in, revealing hideous, pitch-black spiders. These spiders were the dark spirit spiders, almost 2 meters tall, with 8 long, sharp legs like knives. Their numerous green eyes were quite creepy in the dark, making them look like floating lights if one didn't look closely. That Nixie's face paled slightly as she felt her skin crawl at the sight of the dark spirit spiders. "Okay, guys, they're all yours since you're going for combat experience. Brixton and I won't get involved, but we'll look out for you," Trinity said as she and Brixton took a few steps back. "Good." Felix smiled and stepped forward. He looked at the rushing dark spirit spiders. Felix stood in front of Gwendolyn and Nixie. "You two support me from behind. I'll be tank these monsters." He unsheathed his long sword from the cane and grinned at the approaching dark spirit spiders. "Open a path for me," Felix shouted. Gwendolyn quickly reacted, pointing her magic staff at the spiders and chanting that "I call upon the powers that be. The ice element from the Borth that T.O. bring what I need." Tier 1 Ice Elemental Spell. Ice Spike. As Gwendolyn chanted the spell, the surrounding blew with cold, shivering wind as 3 10-meter diameter magic circle appeared under the dark spirit spiders rushing in front. When the 3 magic circle appeared, long ice spikes shot out of the magic circle, impaling the dark spirit, killing them on the spot, dark green blood gushing out continuously. Although this may seem long to describe, but all of this took in place in the 10 seconds, from Gwendolyn chanting to the magic circles appearing and killing about 30 dark spirit spiders. All of this took less than 10 seconds. "Great job, Gwen," Felix praised. "Now my turn." Felix narrowed his eyes and said with excitement in his eyes, "Tier 1 Night Skill, Wind Chaser." With that, Felix turned into a white blur and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared a second later, he was above the dark spirit spiders. Grinned Felix, slashed down his sword. Tier 1 Night Skill, Wild Slasher. Felix' pure white sword turned into numerous blurry phantom swords that a second later, he appeared a few distance away. About 10 dark spirit spiders were killed, split in two. Many parts dark green blood gushing out. "Nixie, what are you standing there for attack?" Felix frowned. Ash shouted at Nixie. Okay. Nixie hurriedly nodded, her face still pale. She took a deep breath and started chanting. Tier 1 Wind Elemental Spell. Wind Blades. As she finished chanting, 3 huge magic circles appeared above her point. 3 massive wind blades slowly emerged from the 3 magic circles, condensed completely out of wind. Nixie, looking nervous, pointed her staff at the dark spirit spiders. The wind blades immediately shot towards the middle of the dark spirit spiders. Bang. With a loud bang, 20 to 50. Dark spirit spiders were instantly killed in the spot. The shockwave generated sent some of the dark spirit spiders flying, slamming them against the trees. The blank-faced Nixie observed the aftermath of her spell. "See, I told you, you stronger than them, so don't be afraid." Felix gave a thumbs up at Nixie and grinned. "Yeah, you are right," Nixie muttered slightly under her breath. "And both of you don't have to chant. It's a waste of time. Just will the spells you are going to launch," Felix shouted at them. "Okay, big." Gwendolyn and Nixie nodded. "Good, now starting attacking, and make sure your casting time must be short," Felix said, and with he turned in a bolt of white light and shot towards the dense horde of dark spirit spiders, killing left and right. With every swing of his sword, he will kill a dark spirit spider. Gwendolyn and Nixie were right on the heels of the action. Tier 2 Ice Elemental Spell. Mega Ice Spin Array. With a tap of her staff on the ground, a massive spinning magic circle appeared around Gwendolyn, sharp ice spikes emerging as the circle spun rapidly. Any dark spirit spider that dared to enter the circle was instantly shredded into pieces. In just a matter of seconds, hundreds of spiders met their demise from the spinning magic circle. Tier 2 Wind Elemental Spell. Multiple wind blades. .net 10 huge magic circles immediately appeared around Nixie, each unleashing and small and huge wind blades that sliced through the dark spirit spiders around her. The battlefield was split into 3 sections. Felix held his ground in the middle, effortlessly taking down any spider in his line of sight while keeping his pristine white suit spotless. Gwendolyn stood in the center of her own spinning magic circle. Any dark spirit spider that entered the magic circle will instantly torn apart. As for Nixie, she effortlessly sliced through the dark spirit spiders with her wind blades, making it look as easy as chopping vegetables. "Big Bro was right. These spiders are weak. I don't have to be afraid," she said. Her expression relaxed as she continued to kill the monsters. "These monsters are simply too weak. I haven't even used 20% of my full strength, Felix said, cleaving a dark spirit spider in two. He shook his head in disappointment at their lack of power. Big bro, watch out. Suddenly, Brixton's loud voice rang out. Tier 1 lightning spell. Lightning trailed the billionaire. A huge bolt of violet lightning struck down behind him. Felix glanced over and saw a charred dark spirit spider. Smoke rising from its body. Let's end this. Felix pointed his finger at the remaining dark spirit spiders. Tier 3 fire elemental spell. Burning meteor. Suddenly the mana in the surroundings started rolling as fiery red mana, slowly on-danced above him. A huge fiery red magic circle about 100 meters in diameter appeared above the sky. A huge burning meteorite slowly emerged. Turning into a trail of burning flames, it crashed down on the spiders. Boom! All the dark spirit spiders around 1,000 meters radius were instantly incinerated, turning into black ash, disappearing into the wind, leaving a few of them, but the remaining were seriously injured from the shock waves generated by the spell. A huge and bottomless crater was formed, flames burning fiercely in the crater. Brixton and Trinity watched in awe as Felix's power was displayed. Big bro is so powerful, Brixton exclaimed. Trinity looked deeply at Felix. He sure is powerful. After a few minutes, all the dark spirit spiders were defeated. A few minutes later, all the other dark spirit spiders were killed. Big bro, your spell is too powerful. It's completely wipe out the rest of the dark spirit spiders, Nixie said while taking a huge breath. Her face was slightly pale. She consumed a high amount of mana in order to hold the multiple wind blade spell. You two, you have done well. You all were quickly able to adapt. You've done well. Felix rubbed her head in praise. Don't let your guard down. This is not the last of them, Trinity said as she approached them. Hey big bro, why do you think we shouldn't chant and just cast our spells? Gwendolyn asked Felix. Felix looked at her and explained, because whether you chant or not, you can still cast the spell you want. Chanting is just a waste of time. For example, if you're fighting Knight, do you think the Knight will wait for you to finish chanting before attacking you? Gwendolyn shook her head in understanding. Exactly, Felix continued. Chanting those nonsense words will only slow down your casting speed. And don't you think it's a stupid move? Your opponent could figure out which spell you're going to cast while you're chanting and prepare for it. Gwendolyn nodded in agreement. Good, Felix smiled. So next time, just silently say the name of the spell in your heart, and willed it to be casted, it will naturally happen. Do you guys have any questions? Felix asked. Nixie and Gwendolyn shook their heads. Then let's go meet the boss of this floor, Felix grinned. Inside the dark vault dungeon on the first floor, Felix and the others were exploring the entire area. After defeating the first group of enemies, they came across a larger group of dark spirit spiders. Although the dark spirit spiders are not strong, but they tend to overwhelm their prey with numbers, but they were also easier to defeat as long as you were careful not to get caught in their webs. Despite their numbers, the dark spirit spiders were weak and posed little threat if you knew how to handle them. After coming across the second horse, Felix, Nixie, and Gwendolyn quickly jumped in to take them out. They spent about 10 minutes killing these spiders before Felix unleashed his Tier 3 spell. Burning Meteor to finish them off at AS. They continued on. They encountered horde after horde of dark spirit spiders, using them as training dummies to improve their combat skills. After battling a few hordes, Felix, Nixie, and Gwendolyn gained some insight into their respective fighting techniques and spells. After Nixie killed more dark spirit spiders, she wasn't as afraid of them anymore. She was able to calmly launch her spells and maneuver through the horde of spiders with ease. Gwendolyn, on the other hand, was a pro at launching her ice spells. It seemed like the ice element listened to her every command. Even without casting a spell, with a wave of her staff, a rain of sharp ice crystals would drown the dark spirit spiders, attacking her. Their casting time was also being shortened as they battled more and more, killing the dark spirit spiders that attacked them. Big bro, these dark spirit spiders are truly weak. I don't find any excitement in killing them anymore, Nixie said with a pout as she split a dark spirit spider into with her wind blades dark green and disgusting internal organs splattering on the ground. You are right. They are not challenging at all, Gwendolyn indifferent said as she impaled another dark spirit spider to the ground with a long ice spear. All right, let's go get the boss. I think the boss will be a lot more challenging, Felix said with a smile. As he waved his hand, 10 giant fireballs appeared around him and shot toward the group of dark spirit spiders rushing towards him, engulfing them in blazing flames. Good, Gwendolyn nodded in response. A few minutes later, the horde of dark spirit spiders had been completely wiped out. Since you guys done then, let's go take out the boss on this floor, Trinity said as she approached them from a distance. Felix nodded in agreement, and they hurried towards the darkest part of the forest. As they pushed forward, they came across a couple of dark spirit spiders. But they took care of them swiftly. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a massive clearing with no trees in sight. Instead, they were greeted by piles of broken bones from various beasts, humans, and other races scattered around the area. The surroundings were eerily quiet as they cautiously scanned the area. "Where's the boss?" Nixie asked Trinity, looking around. Trinity smiled and slowly took a step back with Brixton. "Look up," she said with a wicked grin. "Hey, look up." Nixie was puzzled at first, but as she raised her head, her eyes widened. "Holy yes it," she exclaimed. Felix raised an eyebrow and also looked up, a look of surprise flashing his eyes for a moment. Gwendolyn also looked surprised when she glanced up, her grip on her staff tightening. "Big sis Trinity, what are those?" Nixie asked. "Oh, that's the boss of the first floor of the Dark Vault dungeon," Trinity said from the side. "But why are there two of them?" Nixie asked, confused. "They are husband and wife, and those horse-sized dark spirit spiders you guys enjoyed slaughtering earlier are their children," Trinity chuckled. "And now you two are in serious trouble as the sin of the dark spirit spiders is dense on you guys." "Damn, why didn't you tell us earlier?" Nixie shouted at Trinity. "I thought I will give you guys a surprise for you guys," Trinity said with a wide grin. "Well, if this is a surprise, then you have truly caught us off guard," Felix said lightly, as two huge beasts hung above them. That a few meters above them, two massive spiders dangled from spider webs, staring at them with thousands of hideous eyes. These spiders were dark spirit spiders, 10 times larger than the ones they had encountered before, and emitted a strong aura. Both of them were Tier 2 monsters. Be careful, both of them are Tier 2 monsters. Although they may appear weak to you, when they join forces, they can rival a Tier 4 mana cultivator, Trinity shouted from the side. "And oh, be careful of the horde of dark spirit spiders." "Dark spirit spiders. A horde of them will also attack us when we face these two bosses," Nixie exclaimed. "Of course, what did you expect? You guys are trying to kill their parents. How could they not attack you?" Trinity rolled her eyes. "Big sis, you are truly evil," Nixie said, almost tearing up. "Come on, didn't you say these dark spirit spiders are very weak and don't pose much of a challenge to you?" Trinity shouted back. Damn it." Nixie stomped her foot, at a loss for words. "Okay, stop whining and get ready to battle," Felix said suddenly, as he began channeling his mana. Gwendolyn's face also became serious as the mana around her started to roll and gather towards her. Nixie took a deep breath and prepared for battle. The two huge dark spirit spiders slid down and landed on the ground, looking at Felix, Nixie, and Gwendolyn with undisguised killing intent. Screech, screech, screech. Suddenly, they let out ear-piercing screeches. The surroundings started trembling as the trees in the distance started shaking violently. "Get ready, the horde is coming," Felix warned. That a moment later, a dense cluster of dark spirit spiders jumped out of the surrounding trees, completely surrounding Felix, Gwendolyn, and Nixie in the middle. They sealed off any possible exit. There were simply too many of them, looking more like a tide of black sea than spiders. "You two, don't hold back at all. Unleash all the powerful spells you have at your disposal," Felix said, cocking his head slightly to Gwendolyn and Nixie. "Big bro, I've only learned 3 Tier 3 spells," Nixie replied. "Don't worry, just do your best. If you get tired, I'll send you out of the circle," Felix said, rubbing her head. Nixie nodded and smiled at Felix. "Now let's fight." Felix grinned wildly. The two dark spirit spider bosses let out another screech. Immediately, all the dark spirit spiders surrounding them launched themselves towards them with incredible speed. Tier 2 Wind Elemental Spell. Windshock. Nixie immediately cast a spell, a small magic circle appearing under her feet. Boom. With a boom, it propelled her into the air, with more magic circles appearing under her feet, launching her further into the air. Boom. 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 A few moments later, she was already 50 to 100 feet above the ground. Looking down at the dense horde of dark spirit spiders, Nixie grinned and waved her staff. The cyan crystal on top of the staff glowed brightly, cyan-colored mana swirling around her, making her cloak flap rapidly in the wind. Tier 3 Wind Elemental Spell. Wind Blades Tornado Spin. 2 huge cyan magic circles appeared, one on the ground and the other in the sky. A huge tornado formed, completely made out of wind blades. Wherever the tornado went, all the dark spirit spiders were immediately minced into dark green meat, with limbs flying everywhere. This continued for a few minutes before the tornado disappeared. In just these few moments, hundreds of dark spirit spiders were killed. A few moments later, she landed back on the ground, breathing heavily with a slightly pale face. She pulled out a small bottle of blue liquid, uncorked it, and drank it all. Her face quickly returned to normal. and she wasted no time in launching a variety of powerful wind spells, taking out enemies left and right. Gwendolyn surveyed the destruction caused by Nixie and took a deep breath before raising her magic staff. Tier 3 Ice Elemental Spell. Ice Spear Rainstorm. Multiple magic circles filled the sky, and ice spears rained down on the dark spirit spiders, decimating their numbers. Ice Wall. Suddenly a L made from ice rose behind her, blocking dense, slimy green arrows emitting green smoke. Be careful, those are poisonous arrows. They are truly deadly. Trinity voice echoed from the distance. Gwendolyn simple nodded as she continued to unleash spells alongside Nixie, but the sheer number of dark spirit spiders seemed overwhelming. Good, Felix, observing the chaos, nodded in satisfaction. It's time to see how truly powerful I am after becoming a Tier 3 Mana Cultivator. Tier 3 Fire Elemental Spell. Volcanic Flame Pillars. Tier 3 Fire Elemental Spell. Mega Burning Meteors. All of a sudden, fiery red magic circles materialized beneath the spiders. More magic circles appeared above them. Net boom. Boom, 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 boom. The air was filled with booming sounds as the circles below the dark spirit spiders burst into flaming pillars, incinerating all the spiders within range of the spell in an instant. Not only that, but a massive burning meteorite shot out from the magic circles in the sky, obliterating all dark spirit spiders in its path. Felix's two spells decimated tens of thousands of kilometers, leaving half of the dark forest in ruins. A sea of flames engulfed the area as the dark spirit spiders writhed and screeched in agony, consumed by the fire. The landscape was completely transformed by the devastating power of the two spells. Enormous, bottomless pits appeared, and the ground was covered in lava. The destruction was so immense that it's hard to put into words. With just those two spells, Felix managed to eliminate all of the dark spirit spiders, except for the two bosses. However, many of the spiders were still being cooked, burn up, as they screeched in agony. Feel the intensity of the flames, the pain, and the blessings that the flames bring you. Scream. He spread his arms wide, his eyes wild and crazed. Did Big Bro just double cast? Brixton's eyes widened like saucers. Trinity's eyes were solemn as he looked at Felix. But that's impossible. Brixton was astonished. Did Big Bro go crazy or something? Nixie looked at Felix's crazed expression with a strange look in her eyes. I think so, Gwendolyn nodded. Now it's your turn. Felix directed his gaze at the two bosses with a wicked grin as he slowly walked towards them. Faint arcs of violet lightning flickered. Now it's your turn. Felix directed his gaze at the two bosses with a wicked grin as he slowly walked towards them. Faint arcs of violet lightning flickered around his body. Outside the Dark Vault dungeon, a group of adventurers were getting ready to enter the dungeon. Then suddenly, the portal of the dungeon started fluctuating violently. Those near the portal looked shocked and quickly moved away. The guards surrounding the portal had serious expressions on their faces. What's going on? Is there going to be a dungeon break now? One adventurer asked. I don't think so. Dungeon breaks don't happen at this time, another replied. You are right, but what's happening? Why is the portal fluctuating so violently? I don't. Maybe something happened inside the dungeon. As they discussed, the portal continued to fluctuate and the space around it started cracking. Luckily, the seals around the portal quickly repaired the cracks. Suddenly, pillars of blinding lights lit up at the entrance of the portal, blinding those nearby. When the lights faded, a group of injured adventurers appeared. Some were covered in soot and burns, some were unconscious, and others were seriously injured. The adventurers at the entrance of the Dark Vault dungeon were shocked to see the state of the adventurers. What happened to them? Why are they so injured? One adventurer asked. It looks like something serious happened inside the dungeon, another replied. What happened to you guys? A soldier approached the injured adventurers and asked what had happened. FCK. Someone or something destroyed half of the first floor of the dungeon. One adventurer, with fear in his eyes, said. You mean someone destroyed the first floor of the Dark Vault dungeon? The soldier asked, confused. All I know is that while my companions and I were busy hunting dark spirit spiders in the dark forest, the ground suddenly started shaking. Huge pillars of flames shot into the sky and burning meteorites smashing down on the forest, destroying half of it. We were all seriously injured due to the shockwaves, the adventurers explained with fear in his eyes. He almost died inside the dungeon. The soldier listened with a serious face and thought for a moment before saying, It might be someone casting a powerful spell. I don't care whether it's a spell or not, I just want to get out of here. The adventurer waved his hand as he quickly limped away, fear written all over his face. The other adventurers who were a distance away listened with shock and disbelief as they looked at each other. Explore more stories with them. thealienovelbin.net. Damn, can someone be so powerful they can destroy half of the Dark Forest with just a spell? This is simply ridiculous. I mean, only Tier 3 to Tier 5 mana cultivators enter the Dark Vault dungeon, and the last time I heard no mana cultivators under Tier 5 can cause such destruction. There are many anomalies in this world who cannot be comprehended by common sense. The adventurers discuss among themselves as they looked at the dungeon portal. The idea of entering the dungeon have already vanished from their minds. Inside the Dark Vault dungeon, Felix slowly and calmly unsheathed his long blade. His eyes were still as water as he looked at the two bosses in the distance. Arcs of violet lightning flickered around his body. The mana around him started churning his aura steadily, rising, making the surrounding area quite heavy. "You two move back," Felix said faintly with his eyes still locked in the two bosses. Gwendolyn and Nixie didn't waste time, and they quickly moved away from where they stood and appeared beside Trinity and Brixton a few moments later. "Can Big Bro take on these two bosses?" Nixie asked worriedly. "Don't worry, Big Bro is really powerful. He can take them on." Brixton grinned with confidence in his eyes. Nixie nodded and looked at Felix in the distance facing the two bosses. The two dark spirit spiders stared coldly at Felix with their eerie, dense eyes. Screech, screech. Suddenly, they let out a screech and attacked him from both sides, moving so fast they looked like black blurs. But Felix wasn't fazed. He just smiled and gripped his long blade tightly. Tier 2 Fire Elemental Spell, Fire Clone. Tier 2 Lightning Elemental Spell, Lightning Flash Kaboom. In a thunderous boom, he vanished in a bolt of lightning, leaving a fire clone in his place. In a flash. Felix reappeared next to one of the spiders that he knew his fire clone wouldn't last long, so he had to act fast. With a quick thought, he attacked the dark spirit spider in front of him. Tier 3 Night Skill, Wild Blade. 10 omnidirectional slashes, 10 afterimages of Felix surrounded the spider, slashing it from all angles until it was nothing but pieces. Felix saw his fire clone struggling with the other spider. In fact, the fire clone was starting to fade. Without wasting time, he used 10 omnidirectional slashes and killed the last boss in the same manner as he did the first one. In a matter of seconds, both bosses were defeated, much to the amazement of onlookers. Felix wiped the green slime off his blade and sheathed it calmly. "Big Bro, I didn't expect these two bosses to be so weak." Nixie ran up to Felix and said. She looked at the two bosses minced into various parts with a disgusted face. "Nixie, it's not that these two bosses are weak, but it's just that Big Bro is simply too powerful," Brixton said, while walking towards them with Trinity and Gwendolyn behind him. Brixton examined the severed bodies of the two bosses and shook his head in disappointment. "There's nothing of value in these gross spiders," he muttered to himself. Even their cores were filled with poison. With a sigh, he pulled out a dagger and cracked open the heads of the two dark spirit spiders, revealing two fist-sized green crystals. "Well, at least these are worth something," Brixton said with a smile as he carefully stored the crystals in his storage ring. "What now?" Trinity glanced at Felix and inquired. "Do you want to keep raiding the remaining floors, or do you think we should call it quits?" After a brief pause, Felix replied, "Let's keep going, but I want to face a tough opponent." And so, they made their way to the second floor. Time flew by, and before they knew it, 5 days had passed. In those 5 days, Felix and the rest of the group cleared each floor one by one, making their way up to the 9th floor. They battled a variety of monsters in the dungeon, slaying so many that it was impossible to keep track. Their combat skills improved significantly, and they made great strides in their cultivation. Additionally, they collected valuable parts from the monsters they defeated, which could fetch a fortune. Overall, they made significant progress since entering the Dark Vault dungeon. Outside the Dark Vault dungeon, pillars of light flashed and 5 figures materialized in front of the portal. These 5 individuals were Felix, Gwendolyn, Brixton, Trinity, and Nixie. The adventurers and soldiers nearby just gave them an indifferent look and turned their heads away, paying them no further attention. Felix took a deep breath and a smile appeared on his face. "I feel refreshed," he muttered. "Well, I don't feel refreshed at all." Nixie pouted from the side. She looked at her current appearance with a disgusted look. She was burned in all places with patches showing on her mage robe. She looked miserable. It wasn't just her. Gwendolyn was also in the same situation, with traces of burns on her white mage robe and huge patches showing a great deal of her snow-white skin. The only ones who were better off were Trinity and Brixton, as they didn't participate in this dungeon raid at all.as. For Felix, there was nothing wrong with him, just a few scratches on his white suit and a large claw mark on his chest. Other than that, he was good. "All right, let's head back," Felix said, and everyone nodded in agreement. An hour later, They arrived at the Adventurer District. They made their way to the Adventurer Guild, eager to upgrade their adventurer rank. Hey, big bro, isn't that Luma? Nixie suddenly pointed to the entrance of the Adventurer Guild. Felix raised an eyebrow as he observed the maid pacing back and forth with a worried expression on her face. Yeah, it's her. What's she doing here? Felix asked, puzzled. Trinity frowned and suggested, let's go find out. They quickly approached the maid. Luma, who had been pacing, heard someone calling her name. She looked up, her eyes lighting up with relief as she saw Felix. Master Felix, Luma exclaimed, running towards him to greet him. Felix nodded and asked, Luma, what are you doing here? Luma took a deep breath and replied, Master Felix, something has happened. Bang! The door burst open as Felix entered, his eyes cold and frightening. Trinity, Gwendolyn, Brixton, and Nixie follow behind him, all wearing the same chilling expressions. Master Felix, you're back. Thank the heavens, Sylvia, the head maid, quickly stepped forward and bowed towards Felix. Felix gave her an indifferent nod and headed straight for the beds in the room. The children lying there looked pale, groaning in pain, their bodies covered in cold sweat and brows furrowed. Approaching Una's bed, Felix saw the little girl in agony with a deep bloody scar on her face. When Una opened her eyes and looked at Felix, tears started streaming down her cheeks. Felix felt his heart ache when he saw her current appearance. Big brother, Una called with tears and pain on her face. Una, don't worry, big brother is here, okay? Felix sat on the edge of the bed, took her hand, and said with a gentle smile. Big brother hurts so much, Una said with a pained expression. Don't worry, Una. Big bro will heal you, Felix said, with that a small bottle appeared in his hand. I suggest you don't do that. Her small physique can't handle the amount of mana in the healing potion, Jarvis said from his side. Felix just gave him an indifferent glance and proceeded to pour the healing potion into Una's mouth. That a few moments later the scar began to heal before visible to the naked eye. After scar healed, the pain she was experiencing eased as she unknowingly fell asleep. Jarvis looked at Felix in surprise. He didn't expect Felix to be able to heal Una without causing her harm. Looking at Una, who had fallen asleep, Felix was silent for a few minutes before he stood up. Here, give this to the children. Felix gave a few healing potions to Sylvia. Sylvia took the healing potions and quickly to the children. At a few moments later, all the deep scars on the children were healed as their pained expressions eased as they fell asleep. Now tell Sylvia what really happened. Felix looked at Sylvia with dead cold eyes. Sylvia felt her soul shove her when she looked at Felix's cold, deep eyes. She quickly lowered her head and began to explain, It turns out that 5 days when Felix and the others went to the Adventurer District to raid dungeons to gain combat experience. The children were all left alone in the mansion with Jarvis and the maids. In fact, from the very beginning that they moved into the mansion, the children have not left the mansion ever since. They were quite bored staying in the mansion all this time without going out, and besides, the maids were busy doing their chores and didn't have time to play with them. Jarvis, this cold and blood-hearted killer, don't know how to play with children. The children don't know how he was able to convince Wilbert to take them out to play and see Bridgemore City. All was going well as the children enjoyed themselves, but somehow the children accidentally dirtied a young lady's clothes, which made the young lady furious. The children quickly apologized. Wilbert even stepped forward to offer compensation for the dirtying of her clothes. Instead, this young lady didn't listen and decided to punish the children. She made her guards whip the children. And these guards are not ordinary people at all. Wilbur tried to save the children, but he was just one person facing a bunch of well-trained guards. He was injured in the process. Luckily, the young lady stopped after venting her anger. Although injured, Wilbur quickly took the children back to the mansion. Fortunately, Jarvis was there otherwise the children would have bled to death. The wounds the children suffered were truly not something children of their age can handle, because they were just children and their small physique can't handle the amount of mana in the healing potion. Jarvis have to use his own mana to heal them bit by bit, but even that he have to be extremely careful as well. So, just because they ruined her clothes, she decided to whip a bunch of kids. Felix asked calmly, showing no emotion in his eyes. Yes, Master Felix, that's what Wilbert said. Sylvia quickly responded. Felix nodded and inquired, how is Wilbert? He is doing well, Master Felix. Butler Jarvis gave him a healing potion, so he is currently resting, Sylvia said. Good. You can go now. Felix waved his hand. Sylvia bowed and left the room with the other maids. Felix glanced at Trinity and the others before walking out with a calm expression. A few minutes later, inside a study, the atmosphere was heavy and tense, with a sense of impending danger. Zephyr, Felix faintly called out. Suddenly, in the darkest corner of the room, black mist gathered and revealed a cloaked figure. The figure removed the hood, revealing Zephyr's face. Big bro, Zephyr said coldly, standing behind Felix. I want you to investigate this young lady. Find out everything about her background within a day. Felix said coldly. Zephyr nodded, disappeared into the darkness. The room fell into silence for a few minutes. Discover stories with illinovelbin.net. I don't care who you are, I will make you pay, Felix said with a creepy smile, his eyes filled with killing intent. The next day, Felix, Trinity, Gwendolyn, Brixton, Zephyr, and Nixie sat in the study room with cold gazes. Have you found out about that young lady? Felix asked Zephyr. Yes, Zephyr nodded. We went to where the incident took place and started investigating. According to the information my men gathered, this young lady is called Danica Thundercloud. Tell me about her background, Felix said calmly. Zephyr nodded. According to the information my man has gathered, Danica Thundercloud comes from a small family in Bridgemore City, but they are no ordinary family. They are a family of adventurers. They have been living in Bridgemore City for over a decade. Zephyr paused and continued. Danica's father, Gunnar Thundercloud, leads the Thundercloud Adventurer team, which is a silver-ranked team. Gunnar is a Tier 5 Grandmaster Knight, and the team also includes 50 Tier 3 Master Knights, around 100 Tier 2 Intermediate Knights, and nearly 200 Tier 1 Beginner Knights. Pretty impressive strength, Felix nodded. So big, what do we do now? Brixton asked. Felix stood up and looked at them. Of course we take revenge. Nobody mess with my family and gets away with it. But big bro, they have hundreds of powerful mana cultivators under their command, and WR are just 6 of us. How can we take revenge? Nixie said. Felix smiled and turned to Zephyr and asked, how many have broken through? Well, ever since you gave me all those resources, about 100 of them have broken through to Tier 1 Beginner Knights, and after some brutal training 10 have broken through to Tier 2 Intermediate Knights, Zephyr said with a smile. So fast, Felix was surprised. Well, big bro, thanks to the large amount of resources you have been continuously sending to us, how can they not make rapid progress? And as of now, the Abyss Gate gets at least 2 Tier 1 Beginner Knights every day, Zephyr smiled. Good, Felix nodded. Get them ready. Yes, big bro, Zephyr nodded. And I forgot, where is the Thundercloud family located? Felix asked. They're located in the Adventure District, Zephyr said. That makes it easier for us, Felix cracked a smile. Get ready, everyone. Tonight there's going to be a slaughter, Felix licked his lips, said with a bloodthirsty smile. Did you call for me? Jarvis asked as he looked at Felix, whose back was turned to him. Felix nodded faintly and got straight to the point, asking, how far has your strength recovered? Jarvis paused for a moment before replying, Tier 6 Epic Knight. Felix nodded in response and turned to face Jarvis, saying, I want your help. You want to take revenge? Jarvis inquired. Felix simply nodded, maintaining a calm expression as he looked at Jarvis. After a few minutes, Jarvis nodded in agreement. Good, Felix said before walking away. Jarvis watched Felix leave with narrowed eyes and muttered to himself, this guy is dangerous. Time elapsed, and in a blink of an eye, it was already deep into the middle of the night. The city was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the light of the 3 moons. Inside the Morningstar family mansion. Big bro, everything is ready, Zephyr informed. Felix, gazing at the 3 moons in the sky, nodded and said, let's begin. In the quiet darkness of Bridgemore City, the only sounds were distant barking dogs, chirping crickets, and croaking frogs. However, in the Adventure District, the streets were still bustling with activity. Taverns were filled with laughter, and adventurers roamed the streets. In a secluded part of the Adventure District, a large estate is situated here. A few guards in standard adventure gears patrol the area around the estate, that a few figures stood a few meters away, on top of a tall building, observing the estate. This is it, big bro, Zephyr pointed out. Felix nodded and a black orb appeared in his hand. He tossed it towards the estate, and it transformed into a streak of black light that appeared above the estate. It flickered for a moment before disappearing. All right, everyone, let's move quickly. This barrier won't last long, Felix said before jumping down from the building. Zephyr, Trinity, Gwendolyn, Brixton, and Nixie followed suit, with Jarvis close behind in his butler's suit, appearing calm and collected. Zephyr, take out the guards, Felix instructed as they approached the estate. Zephyr grinned, pulling up his hood and revealing 2 uniquely shaped black and gold daggers that were as long as a baby arm. With a tap of his foot, Zephyr moved so quickly that he became a blur and appeared behind the guards. In a swift motion, he separated their heads from their bodies within seconds. He had taken out about 20 guard without breaking a sweat. As Zephyr finished off the last guard, Felix and the rest of the group arrived at the estate. And at the same time, a group of black cloaked figures appeared behind Zephyr. Gate Master, all the other guards have been taken care of, one of the black cloaked figures said. Don't leave anyone alive, except the children. Don't kill them. And also, if you find that titch, bring her to me personally, Felix said. And also be quick, use your full strength, don't worry about causing any commotions, Felix added. .NET Trinity and the others nodded. Good, Felix nodded. Now, let the slaughter begins. With that, all of them flashes over the 10 meters high wall easily and entered the estate. The moment they entered the estate, they didn't waste time and split up, heading to different parts of the estate. All patrolling guards in the estate were killed. Bodies kept dropping like flies. Heads were flying as blood splattered everywhere. As for Felix, he wasn't participating in the killing, he just stood in the middle of the garden with his eyes closed. Nixie was standing by his side as she looked at Felix. Hesitation was flashing in her eyes. Big brother, Nixie bit her lips as she called out in a small voice. Nixie, if you don't want to participate, then shut up and just stay quiet, Felix said coldly without even bothering to open his eyes. Tears welled up in Nixie's eyes as she gazed at Felix, feeling hurt and upset. Biom. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed in the distance as a building exploded, sending debris and stones flying everywhere. Biom. Another building burst into flames, with cries of distress filling the air. The sound of weapons clashing could also be heard in the distance. The deafening noise from the explosion of the two buildings caused figures to suddenly appear all over the estate. Who goes there? Who dares to attack the Thundercloud family? You must be seeking trouble. Voices shouted from all directions. More figures emerged from the shot. Felix raised his eyebrows and a wicked grin spread across his face. Suddenly, multiple figures surrounded Felix and Nixie, glaring at them with intense hatred in their eyes. Who do you are? How dare you barge in here and cause trouble? One of the figures said angrily. 10 Tier 2 Intermediate Knights and 5 Tier 3 Master Knights. What a lineup! Felix smiled as a long, gleaming blade appeared in his hand. You. Suddenly, one of the people surrounding Felix's head was cut off, his eyes were widened with terror, his body flopped to the ground, dyeing the ground with blood. The rest were shocked and angry at the same time, as they themselves didn't how one of their companions was killed in a blink of an eye. Looking at Felix, who's standing in his original position, as if he hadn't even moved from the beginning, all of them were shocked. Suddenly, Felix's body flickered and he disappeared. Everyone be careful, one of them shouted, but he hasn't even finished when his head was already on the ground. Flickered in and out with extreme speed, and in just a moment, all those that surrounded Felix earlier were already dead with heads separated from their necks. Nixie gazed at the lifeless bodies on the ground, her face turning pale. She bent down and began to vomit. After a few minutes, she stopped, but her complexion remained ashen. She glanced at Felix, who stood there expressionless, as if he had just slaughtered sheep instead of human beings. Felix briefly looked at Nixie before turning away. Nixie took a small step back, her heart pounding in her chest. After killing these people, another group also suddenly appeared, but they were also quickly killed in a blink of an EYIN, just 10 minutes. Felix killed about 50 people. The surrounding around them was littered with corpses, all have their heads chopped off. Felix raised his head and looked up. He frowned. Time is running out. He muttered under his breath. He slowly raised his hand and closed his eyes. Suddenly, a fluctuation came from his body. In a few seconds, he opened his eyes and grinned and stomped his foot on the ground. Up, bang, 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 bang. Immediately from various parts of the estate, pillars of flames. Terrifying screams can be heard from various parts of the estate. Buildings were blown apart. In just a few minutes, the entire estate laid in ruins, as everywhere was burning. It looks like purgatory. What's happening? Deep inside the estate, in a stone room, a burly middle-aged man opened with confusion in his eyes. Blam! Just then another earth-shaking noise resounded and the ground started shaking violently. What heck is going? The middle-aged man was totally confused as he flashed out of the stone room, and a moment later his figure materialized as he landed on the ground. He looked around with deep shock in his eyes. Confusion was written all over his face. He rubbed his eyes, making sure he was not having an illusion. But still, what is in front of his eyes says otherwise. What FCK is going? He let out terrifying roar. Biom. The ground he was standing on exploded. A terrifying and deep aura spread out of his body. Crimson lightning flashed around his body. Your entire family is being annihilated. That's what's going on. Suddenly, a calm voice sounded behind him. The big guy spun around and spotted a man in his 30s standing a few feet away. Dressed in a butler's suit, hands clasped behind his back, he gazed at the big guy with a serene expression. This man was none other than Jarvis. Who are you? Why are you targeting my Thundercloud family? The burly man asked, his eyes filled with anger and hatred. You offended someone you shouldn't have, Jarvis said calmly. Who have I offended? The burly man asked, looking confused. You will find out soon. Jarvis just shook his head and slowly walked towards the burly man. 10 minutes later, All the fighting and screaming had died down. The entire Thundercloud family estate now lays in ruins. As far as the eye can see, the buildings were totally blown apart, huge and deep craters dotted everywhere. The scene was really devastating. Felix was still standing at the same place with the extremely frightened and pale-faced Nixie. Around them, corpses of about 100 surrounded them. All of them have their heads chopped off. Blood was everywhere, even the air reeked of blood. Felix stood there with his close looking calm and unperturbed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and smiled. Just then, multiple figures appeared around him. Big bro, there are not survivors left except the children, and that BTCH. Zephyr appeared in front of Felix and said, "Good." Felix nodded. "Bring them here." Zephyr nodded and waved his hand. The Abyss Gate members immediately flashed and disappeared. A few moments later, they all brought a dozen children. All of them were about 6 to 10 years old. Panic and fear were written over their faces. "Let me go, you bastards. How dare you come to the Thundercloud family and cause trouble? Just wait, when my father comes, he will kill all of you." Suddenly, a screaming voice sounded as one of the Abyss Gate members brought a struggling young girl screaming and cursing. Felix gazed at the young girl, who was clearly struggling, his eyes devoid of any warmth. He furrowed his brow and shifted his gaze towards the distance. Jarvis was slowly walking towards them. He was dragging a man along the ground by his hand. The man looked utterly miserable, as if he had been fished out from a pool of blood. There were many deep cuts on his body. Bones can be seen protruding from various parts of his body. His breathing was rugged. His was utterly in a very bad condition, and it seems he will die at any moment. Jarvis threw the man in front of Felix like a piece of trash and stood aside with a calm face with his close. Felix looked at Jarvis and smiled. He then walked towards the man and squatted down, looking at the man with amusement in his eyes. "You must be Gunnar Thundercloud, right?" Felix smiled. Please, who are you? I haven't offended any one of you before," Gunnar said with rugged voice. "You didn't offend me, but your daughter did." Felix shook his head and looked at Danica. "Father!" Danica screamed when she saw the state her father was in. There was shock and fear in her eyes. Gunnar looked at Danica and said, "Danica, who did you offend?" "Father, I swear I didn't offend anyone," Danica said with fear in her eyes. "Well, Miss Danica, you seem to have forgotten. Then let me jolt your memory," Felix said. He stood up and said, "A few days ago, a group of kids spoiled your clothes, so you ordered your guards to whip them." Danica listened with confusion for a moment before her eyes widened in shock. Felix chuckled. "It seems you now remember. You see, those children you whipped are my siblings. That IT would have been good if you had accepted their apology or the compensation, but you let a group of trained guards whipped a bunch of kids. You are truly ruthless." That a blade appeared in his hand and walked towards Gunnar. "You know, I promised them I will never let anyone harm them, but you did something unforgivable, so—" PSSSD Felix's sword pierced through Gunnar's neck, ending his life with a quick and fatal blow. The life gradually drained from Gunnar's eyes, leaving them staring in shock. "So I'm going to watch as your entire family dies in front of you." Felix looked at Danica with a gentle yet terrifying smile. Father, Danica, witnessing the brutal death of her father, was overcome by a sense of hopelessness. She had never anticipated that her once powerful and formidable father would meet such a swift and brutal end. Please don't kill me." Danica's voice cracked as tears and snot streaked her face. She pleaded desperately, her body trembling on the ground. She was truly terrified of death, consumed by fear. Big brother Nixie looked at Felix and Danica, unsure of what to say. Trinity, Zephyr, Gwendolyn, and Brixton stood nearby, their expressions void of emotion, silently observing the unfolding scene. Felix chuckled, his eyes scanning the dozens of children kneeling before him, their eyes wide with panic and confusion. "Please, spare the children. They have nothing to do with this," Danica implored, her eyes widening as she noticed Felix's gaze fixated on the innocent children. "Calm down, I'm not going to kill them. I'm not some bloodthirsty killer, you know." Felix reassured with a gentle smile, taking a step towards Danica. Suddenly, he stopped and stared at her for a few moments before a twisted grin spread across his face. "You know what? I've changed my mind." In an instant, magic circles materialized beneath the children, and flames erupted, engulfing them before they could even scream. The children, who had been kneeling just moments ago, were reduced to charred remains, their bodies turning to ash. Explore more at villanelvabin.net. "You said you wouldn't kill them. You lied." Danica screamed at Felix, her voice filled with anguish and betrayal. Felix shrugged nonchalantly. "Yeah, I didn't want to kill them, but, I didn't want a bunch of kids harassing me 10 years down the line," Felix said, his indifference evident in his casual dismissal of their lives. "You are the devil. You are a monster." Danica screamed at Felix, her eyes filled with hatred. She witnessed her entire family being killed right before her eyes. The father she had once been proud of was now dead, and everything she had relied on was gone. Little did she expect that the group of children she had lashed out at in anger on the streets would ultimately lead to the destruction of her family. You know what? You're right. I'm the devil, considering my last name is Morningstar, Felix replied, cracking a smile. The long blade in his hand vanished, replaced by a metallic glove with long, pointed metal fingers. He slipped the glove onto his right hand and slowly approached Anika, crouching down in front of her. Locking eyes with her panic-stricken gaze, Felix calmly spoke. Next time, learn to compromise and be forgiving, or else you'll always find yourself in trouble. Suddenly, Danika's eyes widened in terror as she slumped to the ground, lifeless. There was a fist-sized hole in her left chest where her heart should have been, but it was completely empty. Standing up, Felix held a bloody, beating heart in his right hand. He examined it with curiosity, wrinkling his nose in disgust as he sniffed it slightly. What a disgusting and corrupted heart, he frowned, throwing it away. Trinity and the others watched Felix with fear flickering in their eyes, particularly Nixie, who was on the ground, vomiting all the food she had eaten. Felix's expression remained calm as he turned to Zephyr and asked, "Have you found it?" Zephyr glanced at Felix, took a deep breath, and said, "Yes, my men have found it. Oh, you want to take a look?" Felix rubbed his chin and looked up, muttering, "There is still time." He turned to Zephyr and said, "Lead the way." With that, Zephyr led the way, with Felix, Brixton, Trinity, and Gwendolyn following closely behind. The rest of the Abyss Gate members were busy taking care of the bodies, scavenging for anything valuable. Nixie and Jarvis stood alone amidst the bloody corpses. Jarvis opened his eyes and looked at Nixie's pale face and said coldly, "Mercy is a sign of weakness." He closed his eyes once again. Nixie raised her head and stared at Jarvis for a few moments before shifting her gaze to the surrounding ruins and corpses, falling into silence. A few minutes later, Zephyr guided Felix and the others deep into the Thundercloud family territory and stopped before a massive metallic door adorned with mysterious runes. Felix stepped forward and, with a wave of his hand, a drop of blood fell onto the center of the door. The runes flickered. Briefly before the door slowly creaked open with a loud rumble. As soon as the door opened, a dense surge of mana swept out from inside. Felix raised an eyebrow and smirked. "Let's see what 10-year foundation of the Thundercloud family holds." With that, they all entered through the door. "Holy it!" Zephyr's voice sounded. He looked ahead with profound shock in his eyes. And it wasn't just him. Felix, Trinity, Gwendolyn, and Brixton were all equally astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed ahead, captivated by the scene before them. "Big bro, I believe we are on the verge of being rich," Brixton uttered, his voice trembling with excitement. "It's not merely that we are about to become rich. We are about to become super rich," Felix responded, taking a deep breath before bursting into laughter. Before them lay not just gold coins, but massive hills of glimmering gold coins, sparkling brilliantly on the ground. Felix began to count the hills, noticing there were 10 impressive hills of gold coins. Each of gold coins was about 20 meters high. It was almost a small mountain. As they stepped into the grand hall, their eyes widened in disbelief. Before them lay not just 10 massive hills of glimmering gold coins, but also towering piles of enormous chests stacked high. Each chest was filled to the brim with sparkling jewels and other radiant treasures that caught the light in mesmerizing ways. In one corner, another impressive mound awaited, this one brimming with fist-sized crystals that shimmered like stars in the night sky. These weren't just any crystals. They were cores from magical beasts, pulsating with dense mana. Energy. Nearby stood a colossal rack adorned with an array of weapons and armor, each piece radiating powerful auras and dense mana that sent shivers down their spines. Beside this impressive display was a massive cabinet overflowing with scrolls and tomes, each promising knowledge of cultivation techniques and formidable magic spells. Apart from all the treasures, there were also a lot of countless other treasures scattered throughout this opulent treasury. "All right, everyone," Felix called out, his voice steady despite the excitement bubbling within him. "Start collecting everything you can fit into your storage rings. Hurry up, we don't have much time." With those words, Zephyr and the others snapped back to reality, their previous or replaced by urgency as they began to gather every treasure their eyes could find. Felix joined in too, his heart racing as he quickly started storing the huge hills of gold coins in his storage ring. 10 minutes flew by in a whirlwind of activity. Gold coins clinked together while magical beast cores and precious jewels vanished into their storage rings. They meticulously cleared every last scroll and spellbook, without leaving behind even a single gleaming coin. "All right, everything's taken care of," Felix announced triumphantly as they prepared to leave the treasury behind. Let's get out of here. In no time at all, they exited the Thundercloud family estate. Felix gazed one last time at the Thundercloud family estate before disappearing into the night with the others. As they left, a small object fell from the sky and turned to ashes upon impact. The space around the estate briefly fluctuated before returning to normal. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared in front of the estate and surveyed the destruction. After a moment of silence, the figure vanished inside and came face to face with the corpses of Gunnar, Danica, and the others. With a sigh, the figure muttered, "What a ruthless person," before disappearing. The next morning, shocking news spread throughout the Adventure District to other parts of Brigdamore City. .net people were shocked and astounded, but there were some who showed signs of happiness in their eyes when they heard news. Adventure District. Thundercloud Family Estate. Currently, a large crowd have gathered around the Thundercloud Family Estate, now in ruins with bodies scattered about, and the air reeked of blood and the scent of death. Soldiers stood guard while adventurers discussed the tragic events. Damn, what truly! How can the once powerful Thundercloud family be annihilated in just one night? You know what's even more terrifying is that nobody was able to sense any disturbances or mana fluctuations at all. Yeah, this is really creepy. Such a huge and powerful family was annihilated in just one night without creating any disturbances. I heard Gunnar was killed, his daughter had her heart dug out. All those that were in the Thundercloud family last night are all dead. Damn, this truly ruthless. I believe the person who did this is extremely powerful, that he was able to kill everyone in a short amount of time, or that person have a group of accomplices with him. The person who did this is truly ruthless to the bone. Even the children were not spared at all. The crowd around the estate discussed among themselves as they looked at the Thundercloud family estate with pity and sympathy in their eyes. This world is truly bloody. Just a day ago, the once powerful Thundercloud family was still around alive and kicking in Bridgemore City. But in an instant, they were utterly annihilated. The swift and shocking demise of the Thundercloud family has prompted a heightened state of vigilance among many influential factions and noble families within Bridgemore. Even the most prestigious families are now on high alert. While the Thundercloud family may have been considered a relatively small and inconsequential entity in the grander scheme of Bridgemore City, their sudden destruction has sent ripples of concern through the upper echelons of power. This unprecedented event has compelled the leading families to exercise extreme caution, spurring them to dispatch their men to investigate the circumstances surrounding this alarming occurrence. The notion that a formidable family could be eradicated without any forewarning is both perplexing and troubling to them. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. 5 days had passed, but the sudden destruction of the Thundercloud family was still the talk of the town. The mysterious circumstances weighed heavily on the city, putting various factions and noble families on high alert. Despite sending out their men to investigate, no clues were found after days of searching. After Felix and the others took down the Thundercloud family, they simply went back to their normal routines. Trinity and Brixton returned to the Adventure District for dungeon raids, while Zephyr focused on expanding his gang. Felix, on the other hand, kept the children busy by playing with them every day. He was worried about the potential trauma the events could have on them, especially Una, a 5-year-old girl. Thankfully, the children seemed to be coping well and showed no signs of distress. Edel District, Morningstar Family Mansion. Nixie sat by the small lake with a distant expression on her face, watching the serene swans glide across the water. Felix stood behind her, observing her quietly before joining her by the lake. They both sat in silence, both lost in their thoughts. After a few minutes, Felix broke the silence. "Do you think I'm cruel?" he asked as he looked at Nixie. Nixie turned her head and looked at Felix in silence, but she didn't answer. Felix turned his head and gazed at the lake. "You might be thinking that the Thundercloud family didn't deserve to be destroyed. Danica punished Una and the others, but it wasn't necessary to destroy her entire family." Nixie remained silent, simply staring at Felix. "This world can be cruel and brutal. Nixie, just because the children ruined her clothes, she mercilessly whipped them without considering their age. She did it because she was stronger than them. And because we have strength, we sought revenge by destroying their family," Felix said calmly. Feeling confused, Nixie tried to make sense of it all. He glanced at Nixie and continued, "If we didn't have any strength, do you think we would have the guts to even go to their doorsteps? No, we would have been like anyone else, swallowing our anger and unable to do anything. This is how the world works. Strength is everything." Nixie closed her eyes for a few moments. When she opened them and looked at Felix, she finally opened her mouth and asked, "But why did you have to kill the children? They didn't have anything to do with this. They were completely clueless." Felix looked over at Nixie and said, "Even though the kids weren't involved, They saw it all. They saw our faces. They watched as their whole family was wiped out. What does that have to do with you killing them? Nixie asked. Felix chuckled softly and replied, let me ask you something. If I kill your whole family being killed right in front of you, what would you think? Of course I'll take revenge, Nixie said without hesitation. Yes, that's right, you will take revenge, and because I don't want any troubles in the future, I will have to kill you to prevent any potential future troubles, Felix said. So you killed the children to prevent any future troubles? Nixie asked. Felix just nodded his head. But they're just children, what can they do? Nixie was confused. Felix glanced at Nixie and simply shook his head. Oh, Nixie, you're too naive. You believe they're just children and won't cause any harm or trouble. But you're mistaken, as I mentioned earlier, although they're merely children now, they witnessed us killing their entire family. If we allow them to grow up, they will eventually seek revenge against us in the future. And who knows, there might even be someone with a protagonist or a protagonist among them. So I have to eliminate them to prevent any potential troubles down the line. Nixie fell into silence, contemplating Felix's words. Observing her deep reflection, Felix let out a heavy sigh and raised his gaze. Nixie, remember that this world isn't all rainbows and sunshine, that we have to do everything necessary to survive in this world. Survival takes priority. IT means being able to see the sun rise tomorrow. For some people, tomorrow is a luxury, but for us it's within reach because we possess the strength to face another day when others don't. That's why we must continue to grow stronger. So we can always see tomorrow, Felix said softly. Felix let out a melancholic sigh and said, Nixie, you might think we are too ruthless to kill an entire family, even children, but believe me when I say this. Our way of handling things is actually more humane. Oh, you know what kind of torment some individuals put their enemies through. This world offers no accommodation for the weak at all. Felix fell into silence as he stared blankly at the lake. You know, I promise that I won't let any of you suffer as long as I'm alive. If anyone dares to bring injustice upon my family, I will ensure that person and their entire family pay with their lives. Showing mercy to our enemies is being cruel to ourselves. In this world, the only way to survive is to be ruthless, both to ourselves and our enemies. Only then can we hope to live a long life. Nixie looked at Felix, her eyes filled with a mix of emotions. Felix turned to her and locked eyes, saying, ruthlessness is the only path to survival in this world. He looked at Nixie and smiled. Do you understand? Nixie pondered for a moment before nodding her head. I understand, she thought. Good. Felix nodded with a smile and continued. So, the next time you wipe out an entire family, make sure to eliminate any potential threats for the future. Nixie gazed at Felix with a speechless expression. Next time? Yeah, do you really think we won't encounter any more enemies in the future? We need to be prepared because there's a possibility of us destroying not just families, but even entire kingdoms, Felix chuckled. Big bro, you are too much. Nixie rolled her eyes at him. Ha ha ha. Felix burst into laughter and gently rubbed her soft pink hair. He looked at Nixie with a tender expression and asked, so, do you want to start counting all the treasures we acquire from the Thundercloud family? Nixie's big pink eyes instantly lit up as she eagerly looked at Felix and asked, where are the treasures? Show me right away. Felix shook his head and got up, saying, come on, follow me. With that, they both left the lake's bank, chatting and laughing together. Bridgemore City, Audaz District, Morningstar restaurant that on the 4th floor inside Felix's office. Big bro, this is the results after counting all the treasures we got from the Thundercloud family treasury. Nixie, holding a stack of papers, said to Felix, sitting behind the desk. Go ahead, read it to me. Felix nodded and said to Nixie. Okay, Nixie took a deep breath and began. After 10 days of counting, here is the list. Gold coins, 2 billion gold coins, magical beast cores, 10 tier 5, 150 tier 4, 300 tier 3, 1,000 tier 2, and 3,000 tier 1. Weapons. 3 4-star, 23 star, 102 star, and 501 star cultivation scrolls. 20 tier 4 knight cultivation techniques, and 10 mage cultivation techniques, 0.50 tier 4 knight skills, and 5 tier 4 mage. Spells. 75 tier 3 knight cultivation techniques, and 20 tier 3 mage cultivation techniques, 0.100 tier 3 knight skills, and 15 tier 3 mage spells. 200 tier 2 knight cultivation techniques, and 50 tier 2 mage cultivation techniques, 500 tier 2 knight skills, and 50 tier 2 mage spells. 900 tier 1 cultivation techniques, and 70 tier 1 mage cultivation techniques, 800 tier 1 knight skills, and 90 mage spells, various magic potions, and elixirs, and finally 20 awakening stones. Felix tried to calm down, but he couldn't help but laugh at the sheer amount of treasures they had acquired. This is a huge treasure for us, big bro, Nixie said. She was also quite shocked by the amount of treasures the Thundercloud family had when she counted the treasures. Damn, this Thundercloud family is really loaded, Felix exclaimed, his heart racing with excitement. Just the huge amount of gold coins really shocked him to the bone, and not to mention the various magical beast cores, weapons, and cultivation techniques. What really surprised him were the cultivation techniques. Cultivation techniques are really hard to come by for ordinary people. It takes a huge amount of resources, manpower, and connections to be able to afford them. But the Thundercloud family has a massive inventory in there. Treasury. Big bro, with this abundance of resources at our disposal, we can cultivate a bunch of mana cultivators in a short period of time, Nixie said with excitement in her eyes. You're right about that. Such a large amount of resources can't go to waste, Felix smiled and said. Felix stood up from his chair and walked towards the couch, where Nixie was sitting. Okay, Nixie, here's what you have to do, Felix said to Nixie. Nixie looked at Felix with a serious expression, ready to listen to what he had to say. Felix continued, divide all the resources below Tier 2 and give them to both Zephyr and Trinity. Apart from that, give each of them 100 million gold coins. Nixie was shocked as she looked at Felix. Big bro, isn't this too much? No, Nixie, I think it's even too small, Felix chuckled. Nixie was speechless. If others heard what Felix said, they would bang their heads against the wall. We need to build our forces as soon as possible, and not just any forces that we need elites, and the amount of resources required for such a task is simply huge. That's why I said this amount of resources is simply too small, Felix explained. Nixie nodded in understanding. When you give them these resources, tell them to quickly hurry with their plans and increase the strength of their forces, especially Zephyr, Felix said to Nixie. Felix paused for a moment before speaking. Once you're finished, give 100 Tier 2 magical beast cores to Chef Gideon, Randolph Theophilus, and Fiora. Also, provide them with 10 mana-breaking elixirs. Nixie, his younger brother, nodded in understanding. But what about the rest of the treasures? He asked. After considering for a moment, Felix replied, send the remaining treasures to our mansion's treasury. You can go and keep yourself busy now, Felix said as Nixie left the office. Felix relaxed on the couch and closed his eyes. With this abundance of resources, our strength will increase rapidly, he muttered to himself. In the slums of Bridgemore City, inside the headquarters of the Abyss Gate, Zephyr sat at the head of a large room resembling a conference room, listening to Clark's report. After the mission at the Thundercloud family, we lost 30 of our members, all Tier 1 beginner knights, Clark informed Zephyr. Zephyr's eyes narrowed as he processed the information. The casualties are that high? He questioned. Yes, Gate Master, Clark confirmed. Our losses are significant, Zephyr acknowledged. The number of mana cultivators we have is limited, and not all of our members have the talent for cultivation. Losing 30 mana cultivators is a major blow. Zephyr instructed Clark, send compensation to the families of our fallen brothers. Clark bowed and left the room. Shortly after, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Zephyr glanced at the door and called out. The door pushed open as Finn entered and bowed to Zephyr. Gate Master, there is someone outside who wishes to see you. Zephyr narrowed his eyes. Who is this person? Besides the Abyss Gate members, very few know of this place. You know, the number of people who knows where the headquarters of the Abyss Gate is can be counted on one hand at S.O. He was surprised when Finn said someone wants to see him. Gate Master, that person said. She is your sister, Finn said while looking at Zephyr. Zephyr raised an eyebrow. Bring that person to me. Yes, Gate Master Finn bowed once again and left the room. That a few minutes later, Finn walked back into the room with another person following behind him. Zephyr looked at the person behind Finn and smiled. Nixie, so it was you, huh? Stay connected through mvlnovelbin.net. Big bro Zephyr. Nixie smiled and walked towards Zephyr. The person who naturally wants to see Zephyr is Nixie. Okay, Finn, you can go now, Zephyr said to Finn. Finn nodded and walked out of the room, leaving only Zephyr and Nixie in the room. What are you doing here? Zephyr asked Nixie. What? Can I come here if I have nothing to do? Nixie rolled her eyes at Zephyr. Zephyr smiled and raised his hands. Of course, you're always welcome to my humble place. Nixie giggled and sat down in front of Zephyr. They chatted and laughed among themselves for a few minutes. Zephyr, big bro, said I should bring you something. That's why I'm here, Nixie said to Zephyr. What is it? Zephyr asked with a smile. Nixie took out a small ring and threw it to Zephyr. Zephyr raised his eyebrows and caught the ring. He closed his eyes for a few moments, then opened them and looked at Nixie with shock in his eyes. That much? Yeah, that much. Nixie nodded with a chuckle. Zephyr took a deep breath. Don't tell me that this is from the Thundercloud family treasury? You are right. This is from the Thundercloud family treasury, and besides, this is just a small part of it. Nixie shrugged her shoulders. Zephyr's lips curled into a smile. To be honest, this couldn't have come at a better time. The strength of the Abyss Gate members is about to skyrocket. It better be, because Big Bro said you need to boost your strength as soon as possible, Nixie remarked. Got it, Zephyr nodded. Okay, then I'm off to the Adventure District to see Big Sis Trinity, Nixie said as she stood up, waved goodbye to Zephyr, and walked out of the room. Zephyr looked down at the ring in his hand, a wide grin spreading across his face. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, with half a month passing quickly in Brigdamore City. Although the destruction of the Thundercloud family was still being talked about among the people, but it wasn't that intense anymore. Although things seemed normal on the surface, but behind the scenes, there was a lot of chaos brewing in the underground world that a new power called the Abyss Gate had emerged, causing fear among the notorious gangs and criminal organizations. Numerous gangs were destroyed and absorbed by this Abyss Gate. Every single day gangs were being destroyed at alarming speed. This made the other powerful gangs and criminals organizations in the city felt a threat seeing the rapidly growing Abyss Gate. What made them even more apprehensive about this Abyss Gate is that in just half a month, they destroyed all gangs and criminals organizations in 3 districts, taking control of the underworld of these districts and various business, both legal and illegal. Attempts to stop the Abyss Gate's expansion were futile, as any gang or organization that stood in their way was swiftly destroyed. This sent a wave of fear through the underground world of Brigdamore City, with every gang and criminal organization too scared to challenge the Abyss Gate. Luckily, the Abyss Gate seemed to have stopped expanding for now, giving the remaining gangs and organizations a moment to catch their breath. Inside a huge dark hall the size of a football pitch, figures dressed in black stood in rows and columns, facing a huge dark throne made from unknown materials. Sitting on the throne is a young man emanating dark and intense pressure. Zephyr lounged on the imposing dark throne, a smirk playing on his lips as he surveyed the members of Abyss Gate standing before him. Greetings, Gate Master. The members chorused in unison, dropping to one knee in respect. Zephyr nodded, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Rise, he commanded in a firm yet gentle tone. As the members stood, none dared to meet Zephyr's gaze directly, their heads bowed in a mixture of reverence and fear. Damn, I like this feeling. Is this what power truly feels like? Zephyr mused to himself, a self-satisfied grin on his face. The thrill of control and authority coursed through him. He now holds the lives of many in his hands. Clark, report, Zephyr called out, his voice barely above a whisper. Stepping forward, Clark bowed before Zephyr. Since becoming a mana cultivator, Clark had undergone a remarkable transformation. Once plump and chubby, he had slimmed down significantly, and now he is a Tier 2 intermediate knight. His eyes burned with intensity, exuding a palpable aura of power and determination that in fact. All present in the hall were Tier 2 intermediate knights, with some on the cusp of advancing to Tier 3 master. Knights, Gate Master. After weeks of relentless battles, our ranks have swelled, Clark began, his gaze fixed on Zephyr. We now boast 2,000 members, with 300 at Tier 1 beginner knight and 100 at Tier 2 intermediate knight. The rest are just mortals, but every 2 to 3 days we get 5 Tier 1 beginner knights. Pausing for a moment, Clark continued, in the past weeks, we have seized control of 3 districts in the slums, bringing our total to 4 districts that we now dominate all the businesses once held by rival gangs we have destroyed. Zephyr leaned back in his throne. As he listens to Clark reports, Zephyr's eyes narrowed as he carefully reviewed Clark's reports. Despite their growing power, the number of mana cultivators in their organization was still lower compared to others in the city. Over the past 2 weeks, he had been pushing the Abyss Gate members to cultivate and participate in battles to improve their combat skills. Fortunately, the resources Big Bro sent us should last a few months, Zephyr muttered to himself. He raised his hand and called out, Finn, Sirius, step forward. Finn, a handsome young man with long hair and a scar on his left eye, along with another man, stepped forward and bowed to Zephyr. The 3 of them stood together, with Clark looking up to Zephyr respectfully. Here are your tasks for now, Zephyr said to the 3 of them. He then turned to Clark and instructed, I want you to establish a comprehensive underground intelligence network throughout the city. You have 1 month. Understood? Understood, Gate Master. Clark accepted the task with a serious expression. Good, Zephyr nodded and turned to Finn. You are currently to continue expanding our members, begin recruiting new members, and double the amount of resources to our members. I want our members to increase to 6,000, and by the end of the next month, I want to see 1,000 Tier 1 beginner knights and 500 Tier 2 intermediate knight. Understood. Finn's lips twitched. as he quickly glanced at Zephyr, who was smiling at him. Understood, Gate Master, Finn immediately responded. Good. Zephyr nodded and finally turned to Sirius. Sirius, as for you all, our businesses are now in your hands. Make sure to run the business well. By the end of next month, I want our current profit to triple. Understood. Sirius nodded quickly. Understood, Gate Master. Good. Step back, Zephyr said, waving his hand. The three quickly returned to their positions. For those of you standing in this hall, I expect all of you to reach Tier 3 Master Knights by the end of next month. Otherwise, well, let's just say you don't want to find out what happens. Zephyr chuckled sinisterly, his icy gaze sweeping over the members of Abyss Gate gathered below him. The tension in the room was palpable as everyone nervously shifted under his gaze. We understand, Gate Master. They all replied in unison, their voices trembling slightly. Good, Zephyr said with a cold smile. Bridgemore City, Adventurer District, Trinity and Brixton emerged from the Adventurer Guild. Their presence commanded respect from all the other adventurers around them. People made way for them, their eyes filled with awe and admiration. Trinity and Brixton walked forward with stoic expressions, but their power was undeniable. Even a casual observer could sense the intense mana fluctuations surrounding them. What is even shocking is that if one obese carefully one would realize that both of them are already Tier 4 high-level knights. Just their aura made the air heavy. Especially Brixton, his height have dramatically increased. His current figure resembled a small, iron towering hill. Trinity looked like a small and frail girl walking by his side. He was simply huge and big. His bronze skin bore mysterious markings, but they were not that clear yet. He had also replaced his previous axe with a new one. His new axe was extremely massive, 3 times the size and weight as the previous one. Uns could be seen on the axe, which exuded a palpable pressure. Trinity, on the other hand, have also replaced his old bronze spear with a long golden spear with intricate runes. She wore a black and gold armor, accentuating her curves. She looks hot and tempting wearing that armor. Big, are we starting right now? Brixton's voice rumbled as he asked Trinity. Seeing such a huge towering man calling a little girl by his side big sister is really weird and funny. With a smile, Trinity replied, we're starting now. Let's head to the recruitment plaza. All right. Brixton nodded with faint anticipation flashing in his huge eyes. A few minutes later, both of them arrived at a huge plaza with numerous adventurers roaming about. The scene was bustling. The Crimson Wolf Adventurer team is currently recruiting, and we welcome adventurers of all cultivation levels to join us. The Mystic Light Adventurer team is recruiting. Only Tier 2 Intermediate Knights are being accepted. The Red Rose Adventurer team is recruiting. Any cultivation level is accepted. Only females, no makes allowed. The scene was bustling with activity as various adventurer teams set up their recruitment posts, shouting to catch the attention of passing adventurers. Some teams had long lines of interested recruits, while others struggled to attract anyone at all. Brixton looked around, taking in the lively atmosphere with a smile. Trinity smiled and nodded. Okay, let's go and find a location to set up our recruitment post. Brixton nodded and followed Trinity as they began searching for a spot to set up their own recruitment post. After a brief search, they found a suitable location and got to work. Trinity waved her hand, and a long table and chair with appeared on the table. A stack were on it. Taking a seat, Trinity gestured for Brixton to begin. With a deep breath, Brixton announced, the Morningstar Adventurer team is now recruiting adventurers of all levels. Don't miss out on this opportunity. We currently have 1,000 slots available, so hurry up and sign up now. His voice boomed across the plaza, grabbing the attention of almost every adventurer present. Trinity gave Brixton a thumbs up, impressed by his recruitment skills. Brixton, feeling a bit silly but proud of his success, smiled as he, with just one shout, they had managed to attract the majority of adventurers in the plaza. Look, isn't the 2 adventurers who raid dungeons like drinking milk? Yeah, it's them all right. I didn't expect them to start forming an adventurer team. Yeah, what a pity. If I haven't joined another team, I would consider joining them. Experience tales at mvl.enovelbin.net. Some of the adventurers immediately recognized Trinity and Brixton as they chatted among themselves. Some had disappointed expressions on their faces because they didn't have the chance to join their team, while others looked intrigued as they gazed at the beautiful Trinity and the towering Brixton in the distance. A few minutes later, after Brixton shouted, a female adventurer quickly appeared in front of Trinity. Trinity smiled and greeted her. Hello, fellow adventurer. Would you like to join our Morningstar Adventurer team? The female adventurer nodded confidently. Yes. Trinity handed her a form to fill out. The female adventurer completed the forms. Trinity observed her with interest and surprise. The reason she was surprised was that this female adventurer is an elf, wearing tight-fitting light green armor and carrying a long bow on her back. Judging by the mana fluctuations, she was a Tier 2 Intermediate Knight. After finishing the forms, the female adventurer, named Dilia Fafine, handed them to Trinity. Trinity glanced through them and nodded. Good. Welcome to the Morningstar Adventure Team, Delia Fafine. Thanks, Delia smiled and nodded at Trinity. My name is Trinity, and I'm the captain of the Morningstar Adventure Team, and this Brixton, the vice captain. Delia nodded at Brixton. Nice to meet you, vice captain. You are welcome. From now on, we are on the same team. Just call me Brixton. Brixton smiled and said casually. Delia, and hesitation flashed in her eyes as she looked at Trinity. Trinity noticed hesitation in Delia's eyes and asked, "Is there something bothering Delia?" Delia looked at Trinity and asked, "May I ask if you are somehow connected to the Morningstar restaurant?" Trinity smiled and nodded. "Yeah, our big brother is the manager of the Morningstar restaurant, and he is the one supporting us." Delia's eyes widened in shock as she gazed at Trinity, completely taken aback. The Morningstar restaurant is currently the top restaurant in the city, with its fame and reputation reaching every corner of the city. Everyone from the lowest commoners to the city's most powerful individuals have at least heard of the Morningstar restaurant. But Delia never expected her hunch to be true. When Brixton first mentioned the team's name, she had a feeling the Morningstar Adventurer team might be connected to the restaurant, which is why she hurried to register. But she never imagined it would actually be the case. "Here, take this. This is your official proof of membership in the Morningstar Adventurer team," Trinity said, handing Delia a circular wooden token. Delia examined the token closely, taking in the intricate symbol of the team. The wooden token featured a unique design with a large circular drawing, 12 pairs of wings encircling the circle, and a long sword in the center. Every adventurer team have a symbol which distinguishes them from other adventurer teams, and this symbol represents the Morningstar Adventurer team. After studying the symbol for a few minutes, Delia tucked it away and stood by Brixton's side. Just after she finished filling out the forms, other adventurers began to arrive to join. Within moments, there were about 50 adventurers in line, with more joining behind them. Everyone obediently waited their turn, not daring to cause any trouble. What a joke. Just look at the towering Brixton standing in front of them, how they have the guts to cause any trouble. Before long, a long line of adventurers had formed in front of the registration table. Most had come because of Trinity and Brixton's reputation in the Adventure District and their formidable strength. The scene at the Morningstar Adventurer Team recruitment site was lively and bustling, causing the Adventurers team's lips to twitch as they looked at long line in front of the Morningstar Adventurer Team recruitment site and looked at the pitiful SMA line in front of them. Time passed by, and the line in front of the Morningstar Adventurer Team recruitment site continued to grow long and bustling with noises, which made Trinity and Brixton quite busy. Fortunately, those who successfully registered offered some help. Avalonia Kingdom, Greevale City, Morningstar Restaurant Branch. On the top floor of the restaurant, inside an office, Claire, Elode, Taryn, and Chef Fiora were all gathered, deep in discussion. "Head manager Claire, today is the grand opening of the restaurant," Elode said to Claire, who was seated at the head of the small conference table. Anticipation shone in Elode's eyes, as well as in the eyes of the others. They had been preparing for this day for at least a month, hiring staff for various positions and providing training. They put all their energy and focus into the restaurant, knowing that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity they didn't want to miss. "Yeah, today is the day," Claire said, taking a deep breath and clenching her fists. She looked at Elode, Taryn, and Chef Fiora and asked, "Are you guys ready?" "Everything is fine on my end," Chef Fiora said with a smile. "Me too. Everything is perfect on my side," Elode added confidently. "Everything is good on my end as well." Head manager Claire, "Don't worry, everything is perfectly fine," Taryn said with a slight smile. "Good," Claire nodded in satisfaction. "Let's open the restaurant." Avalonia Kingdom, Fallmore City. Enjoy more content from mvlandalbin.net Morningstar Restaurant Branch. Head manager Doyle, "Everything is ready for the grand opening of the restaurant," Quaid said to Doyle. "All right," Doyle replied, looking at Quaid, Tex, and Chef Theophilus in the office. "I hope everything is ready on everyone's end. I don't want any accidents during the grand opening." "Everything is good," head manager Doyle. They all nodded in agreement. "Good," Doyle said with a wide grin. "Now, let's open the restaurant." Avalonia Kingdom, Anos March City, Morningstar Restaurant Branch. Cole, Rain, Cisco, and Chef Randolph were gathered in the office on the top floor, engaged in a lively conversation. "All right, everyone. Today is the grand opening of Morningstar Restaurant Branch in Anos March City," Cole announced enthusiastically, looking around at his colleagues. They all nodded, their faces lit up with smiles and anticipation. Rain chimed in, "Head manager Cole, according to the information I've received, the other two branches are also preparing to open today." "Yeah, I'm aware of that, but we need to focus on running our restaurant well," Cole replied, shaking his head. Everyone nodded in agreement. Great, then let's welcome our first customers, Cole said with a laugh. Meanwhile, in Brigdamore City, Audaz district, on the fourth floor of Morningstar restaurant, Felix was sorting through a stack of papers. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in his ears. Congratulations to the host. The side mission has been successfully completed. A new mission have been issued. The system cold and detached voice sounded once again. Felix raised an eyebrow and set the papers down on the table. These people work fast, he muttered with a smile. He hadn't expected Claire and the others to open the restaurants in various cities in just 1 month. He had anticipated it would take at least 2 months for them to prepare and open the restaurants. What surprised him even more was that they all opened on the same day. That's impressive. Felix chuckled. He closed his eyes and opened his status window, noticing some changes. Business Empire System. System status. Host Frowny Face Felix Morningstar. Age Frowny Face 20 years old. Race Human. Cultivation Knight/Mage. Tier 4 Dual Elemental Master Mage/Tier 4 High Level Knight. Bloodline None. Talents Knight Cultivation 8 stars. Mage Cultivation 9 stars. Management 9 stars. Current industry Food and beverages industry. Industry completion rate Frowny Face 0.03%. System shop Unlocked. Food and beverages industry shop. Cultivation shop. Main mission. Develop every selected industry to the peak. Side mission. Earn 50 million gold coins from the 3 open new branches. Duration 5 months. Punishment for failure. Destruction of the host soul. Rewards 5 million BEP. Business Empire Points BEP 4.2 million BEP. Wheel of Industries Lottery Frowny Face None. First, his cultivation level had increased from Tier 2 Mana Cultivator to Tier 4 Mana Cultivator. Felix couldn't help but smile at his progress. That IT wasn't only Trinity, Brixton, and Zephyr were improving, he had been diligently cultivating as well during the past month. With the huge amount of resources they took from the Thundercloud family treasury, plus his overpowered talents, he naturally made rapid improvement in his cultivation. Secondly, the food and beverages industry completion rate have gone up from 0.1% to 0.3%. Felix was not that surprised about the increase of the industry completion rate. Apart from that, his BEP have increased to 4.2 million BEP. With this huge amount of BEP, he could buy a lot of things from the system store. Felix's eyes flickered slightly when he saw the amount of BEP he currently have. With this huge amount of BEP, he can finally put some of his plans to action. Felix finally looked at the new mission he has received. Reading through the mission, Felix understood. The system wants him to earn 50 million gold coins in 5 months, and it have to be the 3 new branches opened in the 3 cities. Felix's eyebrows furrowed as he looked at the mission. Earning 50 million gold coins in just 5 months is not an easy task, since it have to be from the new open restaurants. Even the currently in Bridgemore City, after looking into it, only brings a profit of only 10 million gold coins, and that's when a foundation have successfully been stable after about 2 months. But the other 3 new branches to earn 50 million gold coins is not going to be easy, since they have just been opened and their foundation in those cities are not stable enough. The one in Brigdamore City had a lot of opportunities to quickly grow to its current state. There were a lot of factors involved. But the other 3 are in other cities where Felix's influence almost legible. They might bound to be a lot of trouble for those 3 branches, as many restaurants will not sit idly by and watch another restaurant rise above them. And it's not only those from the same industry. Others might try to stick their noses in. Looks like I have to put much measures in those cities to prevent unforeseen situations in the future, Felix muttered under his breath. Although he have already told all THR managers that he won't intervene in their management, but at least he have put up some precautions. Looks like I have to talk to Zephyr to speed up his expansion plan and prepare to send some of his members to those 3 cities. Felix narrowed his eyes as he thought that if Zephyr can send some of the Abyss Gate members to those 3 cities, they can protect the 3 branches from other types from dangers that the managers cannot deal with. Besides, they can also take this opportunity to expand their influence to these cities, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Felix's lips curled up into a smirk when he thought of this. Now let's see what's in this mystery box, Felix muttered as he glanced at the black box in the system space. Now let's see what's in this mystery box, Felix muttered as he glanced at the black box in the system space. Felix stared at the mysterious black box and issued a command in his heart to open it. As soon as he did, the black mystery box burst into intense bright light, causing him to squint. The light started to fade after a while. A few moments later, the light completely faded away. Felix swooped inside and saw 3 items inside: a white and gold broken piece of metal, a torn piece of paper, and a golden ticket. Felix looked at the 3 items in confusion, especially the 2 of the 3 items. As for the golden ticket, he knew it was a Wheel of Industry lottery. Your adventure continues at mvillainovelbin.net. System, what are these two items? Felix, as the system. The host will have to find on his own. The system nonchalantly responded. Felix rolled his when he heard the system, but he shook his head. He knew that if the system can't say exactly what these two items are, then there is no need to force it to say it. Felix issued a command in his heart, and the two items appeared in his hand, looking closely at the broken piece of metal. He didn't find any interesting about it. It was just like a random broken piece of metal found in a trash can. Shaking his head, he looked at the piece of paper. When he saw the paper, Felix furrowed his brows because the paper was completely blank, and some parts of the paper was torn, looking old and worn. Felix was slightly speechless as he looked at the two pieces of trash in his hand. He didn't expect the mystery box to contain such weird items and trash items. Among the three items, only the wheel of the lottery is valuable for this piece of scrap metal, an old and worn-out piece of paper. He didn't have anything interesting about them. Felix rubbed his nose and put the two items in a storage ring. At least it came from the system. Who knows, it might come in handy sometimes. Felix stood up and glanced at the sun, which was high in the sky, and thought for a moment before shaking his head. Let's wait till nighttime, he muttered under his breath. Time flew by, and in a twinkle of an eye, night had fallen. The three massive silvery white moons, as always, have taken their rightful places high above the night sky, shining brightly in the sky, illuminating everything below. Hey, big bro, what are you doing here? Zephyr looked surprised as he walked into the huge dark hall. Seeing Felix standing in front of the dark throne with his hands behind his back, Felix turned to Zephyr with a smile. Nice place you've got here, Zephyr. Looks like you're doing well, and you even have a throne. Nice. Zephyr chuckled and scratched his head, feeling a bit sheepish. Felix shook his head and asked, So, how are things going so far? Zephyr's expression immediately turned serious as he replied. The Abyss Gate has taken control of the underground world in 3 districts, and we've run into some trouble with other gangs. So we put a hold on expanding for now. Felix nodded and inquired, How's the development of the intelligence network coming along? Zephyr grinned and said, I've got my men working on IT to be by the end of next month. Our network will cover the whole city. Good. Felix smiled and nodded. And how strong is the Abyss Gate now? Zephyr chuckled. Thanks to the resources you provided, the number of mana cultivators in our ranks is increasing day by day. We'll have tier 3 knights among us soon. Felix nodded in satisfaction. Looks like you're doing a great job. Just make sure no one connects the Morningstar family to the Abyss Gate. Zephyr nodded, puzzled. But why keep it a secret, big bro? Felix shook his head. It's not the right time. Zephyr nodded in understanding and asked, So, big bro, what brings you here? I believe you didn't just come to see how the Abyss Gate is doing, right? Felix nodded. You're right about that. I came here to give you a task to complete. What task? Zephyr looked at Felix and asked. I want you to send some of your strongest members to Greevale City, Enos March City, and Falmore City, Felix said. Zephyr was confused. Why do you want me to do that? Currently, the Morningstar restaurant has opened 3 new branches in those cities, and I want you to send some of your men there to secretly monitor those branches, Felix explained. Zephyr nodded in understanding, pondering for a moment before replying. But big bro, you know we currently have our hands full here, and we can't afford to send some of our members to other areas. Besides, our current strength is not enough. Felix shook his head. I'm not asking you to go there and start fighting or killing. I want you to just send some of your strongest men there to lay low and keep an eye on those restaurants. And there's a reason why I want you to send your strongest members. Felix narrowed his eyes. The reason why I want you to send your strongest members is that I want them to lay down a solid foundation in those cities. They can slowly expand the Abyss Gate's influence there. And by the time you're done with Bridgemore City, you can start with those cities. That IT will be easier for you after you decide to go to those 3 cities. Zephyr sank into deep thoughts as he listened to Felix's explanation. Just as Felix said, he only had to send some of the Abyss Gate members there to protect the 3 restaurants and slowly expand their influence in those cities. They just have to do it secretly and not to attract any attention to themselves while doing it, Felix added. Zephyr glanced at Felix and nodded. Okay, big bro, I'll send some people there in a few days. Felix nodded calmly. That's all. I'll be going now. With that, Felix's figure started to look ethereal, and in a few moments, he disappeared from where he stood as if he had never been there at all. Zephyr gazed at the spot where Felix had been standing, lost in deep thought. Big bro has become stronger again, he muttered under his breath, a smile playing on his face. Time continued to pass, and Felix and the others went about their normal lives. Trinity and Brixton had already formed the Morningstar Adventurer team and were busy raiding dungeons and completing missions in the Adventurer District. Zephyr was occupied with the Abyss Gate and was extremely busy as Gwendolyn. She was always training and receiving guidance from Jarvis, as they were from the same race. During this time, she had been attempting to awaken her ice elemental bloodline with Jarvis's help, but so far, nothing had happened. Felix and Nixie were running the Morningstar restaurant, with Nixie handling various tasks given by Felix. Felix himself was managing the restaurant and teaching Nixie about business administration and other business knowledge. However, during this period, the atmosphere in Bridgemore City was becoming more intense and strange. While the commoners couldn't see or sense anything, powerful mana cultivators and influential figures in the city could feel the tension brewing. Felix was also puzzled by the tension in Bridgemore City's atmosphere. Firstly, the number of soldiers patrolling the streets had doubled, and security had tightened. According to the information he received from Trinity, the dungeons around Bridgemore City have been acting strangely. It seems that the runes sealing the dungeons are starting to fade. Additionally, while she and the Morningstar Adventure team were completing missions in the Atmos Forest, they noticed a sharp increase in the number of magical beasts, especially in the outer ring of the forest. Secondly, Felix also noticed that there have been some new faces coming to Bridgemore City, with an increase in the number of foreigners. All of these factors have left him feeling confused and uncomfortable, as he is kept in the dark about what is happening in the city. Luckily, he has instructed Zephyr to start investigating to get to the bottom of things. So you mean a few months from now on, there's going to be a dungeon break and a beast hide? Felix looked at Zephyr and asked. Yes, big bro, Zephyr nodded solemnly. Currently he, Zephyr, Trinity, Gwendolyn, Brixton, and Nixie were all in the study room with serious expressions on their faces. Now that you have mentioned it, it seems I've heard about this dungeon break when we were in the Adventure District, but I didn't put that into mind, Trinity said. And also, according to the information I've gathered, it seems there is something more than just dungeon break and beast hide, Zephyr said. Oh, what's it? All of them looked at Zephyr. Zephyr shook his head and said solemnly, I don't know what it is, but according to pieces of information my men have gathered, it seems it has something to do with the Dragon Skull dungeon. What? You mean the only gold-ranked dungeon in the surrounding 12 cities, and also one off the 20 gold-ranked dungeons in the kingdom? Trinity looked at Zephyr with shock in her eyes. Brixton was also looking at Zephyr with deep shock in his eyes. Felix, Gwendolyn, and Nixie gazed at Trinity and the others, their eyes filled with slight confusion. Big sis, what's this Dragon Skull dungeon? Nixie asked Trinity. Trinity took a deep breath and replied, The Dragon Skull dungeon is the only gold-ranked dungeon among the 12 cities around Atmos Forest and is also one of the 20 gold-ranked dungeons in the kingdom. Wow, a gold-ranked dungeon! Nixie exclaimed, her mouth hanging open. Only tier 6 to 9 mana cultivators are allowed to explore gold-ranked dungeons because they are extremely dangerous. Even powerful mana cultivators can be killed in gold-ranked dungeons. The mortality rate is too high, but many still risk their lives to raid these dungeons because of the huge amount of resources and treasures they hold, Trinity explained. She looked around and continued. The resources and treasures in gold-ranked dungeons can help these powerful individuals grow exponentially. Raiding gold. Ranked dungeons may mean risking your life, but the opportunities are worth it. So many mana cultivators take the chance. Felix and the others fell silent as they listened to Trinity's explanation. Unfortunately, not just anyone can raid gold-ranked dungeons, Zephyr added. Why? Felix raised his eyebrows. Well, all gold-ranked dungeons are controlled by the top forces in the kingdom. The royal family owns 6 out of the 20 gold-ranked dungeons, while the rest are held by powerful noble families. However, there is one special gold-ranked dungeon, the Dragon Skull dungeon, which is jointly monopolized by all the powerful royal family, noble families, and experts in the kingdom, Zephyr explained with a chuckle. Felix and the others looked at Zephyr in surprise. Why is it that only the Dragon Skull dungeon is shared by all the royal family, powerful clans, and powerful experts? Gwendolyn asked with a calm face. Zephyr smiled and responded, After Big Bro instructed me to investigate what was really going on in Bridgemore City lately. Well, I dug a little deeper and found out something suspicious and special about the Dragon Skull dungeon. What did you find out? Bring asked. Felix was also looking at Zephyr, and they all waited for him to continue. Well, I found out that there's a pattern about Dragon Skull dungeon. After I investigated a little deeper, I found out that every 10 years, it seems all the powerful noble families and even the royal family come together to raid the Dragon Skull dungeon. Not only that, but during that period, there will be a dungeon break or beast hide, Zephyr explained. But what does that have to do with anything special? You said the Dragon Skull dungeon is jointly shared by all of them, so it's natural that they occasionally raid it together. Nixie scratched her head and said. Zephyr shook his head and said, Think about it. What is in that dungeon that all the powerful factions in the kingdom have to put aside their conflicts and interests to raid the Dragon Skull dungeon together? Following what Zephyr said, Nixie was taken aback for a moment and sank into deep thought. Yeah, Zephyr is right. Why would all of them put aside their conflicts and come together to raid a dungeon? Especially since this only happens every 10 years. Gwendolyn said with a pondering look. And yes, guys, we all know that the powerful factions in the kingdom don't see eye to eye. And even if they do, it means there is some interest involved. Oh, why would they come together to raid a dungeon? It's not like none of them doesn't have gold-ranked dungeon under their control. There is something fishy about this, Zephyr said with a suspicious face. They all fell into deep thought, pondering Zephyr's words. Now that you mention it, there must be something going on. Something must be wrong with the powerful factions in the kingdom. Or maybe there's something in Dragonskull Dungeon, Trinity said, looking thoughtful. Felix calmly asked, "What else have you found out?" Zephyr glanced at Felix and replied, "According to the intel, it seems that every 10 years, they decide to raid Dragonskull Dungeon. The amount of resources and manpower they invest in the raid is astronomical, but they always suffer heavy losses, almost losing 80% of their forces." Zephyr paused before adding, "But every 10 years, they double the amount of resources and manpower they invest in the raid. This has been going on for many years now." This is really interesting. Felix narrowed his eyes with a smirk, but he was also finding it all very interesting and confusing. Why would all the top forces in the kingdom come together every 10 years just to raid a gold-ranked dungeon? Something seemed off about the entire Avalonia kingdom. Gwendolyn chimed in. What's also suspicious is that they still haven't been able to conquer Dragonskull Dungeon. Everyone turned to look at Gwendolyn. She explained, "I mean, all of them are the top forces in the entire kingdom. Their strength and the number of forces under their control should allow them to conquer the dungeon by now." Felix smiled at Gwendolyn, realizing she shared his thoughts. "Yeah, this is really suspicious. Gold-ranked dungeons are dangerous, but with all their combined strength, they should be able to conquer it," Trinity added from the side. "I believe the issue lies not with the royal family or the powerful factions in the kingdom, but with Dragonskull Dungeon. There seems to be something in that dungeon that they can't handle or are searching for, as Zephyr mentioned." "They're searching for something," Felix suddenly interjected. "What do you mean, big bro?" Zephyr asked, looking at Felix. Felix shook his head, glanced at them, and said, "I believe they're searching for something. For years, they have invested resources and manpower in that dungeon. Despite suffering heavy losses, there must be something they need there." Felix continued, "There must be something so valuable that they are willing to risk the lives of thousands of soldiers every 10 years to get it. After all, it's not like they are after the resources or treasures in the Dragonskull Dungeon. As all of them already control 1 or 2 gold-ranked dungeons there must be something truly precious that they are after, something that will make them more powerful, something." Suddenly, Felix stopped speaking and looked at Zephyr, leaving everyone confused. "Zephyr, I want you to start another investigation immediately," Felix said seriously. Confusion filled the room as they all exchanged looks. Zephyr gazed at Felix, puzzled, and asked, "Big bro, what do you want me to investigate?" Felix squinted his eyes and replied, "I want you to delve into the history of the Avalonia kingdom. I need all the information on the historic facts and events that have taken place since the kingdom was founded. Especially focus on the founding emperor of the Avalonia kingdom." Zephyr was taken aback for a moment, and Trinity and the others were equally surprised. "Big bro, why do you want me to investigate something that happened thousands of years ago?" Zephyr was completely confused. Felix shook his head. "I believe that looking into the past will help us uncover what's truly wrong with the Avalonia kingdom. Just focus on the information I gave you." Although Zephyr was still confused, he accepted the task. "I'm sure the neighboring kingdoms have noticed what's been happening in the kingdom every 10 years, Felix added. He looked at Zephyr and the others and cautioned, "During this period, you guys must be extremely careful. Bridgemore City won't be peaceful for a while. Don't go around provoking others. Be cautious." "Yes, big bro," they all nodded solemnly. They knew that this period in Bridgemore City wouldn't be easy. In a few months, there would be dungeon breaks, beast tides, and powerful mana cultivators coming to Bridgemore City. Being careful was essential. Felix turned to Zephyr and said, "Zephyr, you need to hurry with the investigation. I want to know if my hunch is correct." "Don't worry, big bro, I'll get right on it," Zephyr nodded seriously. Meanwhile, in the Netherfrost clan estate at the center of Bridgemore City, Seraphine Netherfrost and her father, Lucas Nether, were engaged in a conversation. "Seraphine, some experts will be coming to Bridgemore City tomorrow," Lucas said. Seraphine's expression shifted slightly. "Is it time already?" Lucas sighed and nodded. "We only have 3 months left before Dragonskull Dungeon can be opened." Seraphine fell silent for a moment before asking, "Father, why can't you just leave Dragonskull Dungeon as it is? We've been suffering losses for years. Can't we just call it quits?" Lucas looked at Seraphine and shook his head. "It's not that simple. We're all competing to get our hands on the Saint Core. If any one of us can get it, it's goodbye to the other noble families." Net. Even if it means sacrificing the lives of thousands of soldiers? Seraphine asked. Yes, even if it means sacrificing the entire Brigdamore city, as long as we can get that Saint core, everything else is bullshit, Lucas said coldly with narrowed eyes. Seraphine was silent as she looked at her father. Lucas continued, by now, the other kingdoms have noticed what's been going on. This dungeon raid is our last chance. If we can get our hands on that core, there's nothing to fear. But if we fail, Avalonia Kingdom will have to be prepared for war or worse to be destroyed as time swiftly passed. 10 days slipped away in the bustling city of Bridgemore. The tension in the air continued to mount, evident in the increased presence of soldiers patrolling the streets and the heightened security measures in place. Notably, a significant influx of powerful individuals, accompanied by thousands of soldiers, kept arriving in Bridgemore City during these 10 days, adding to the atmosphere of unease. Felix also noticed that the number of mana cultivators within the city have increased sharply. Previously, it was rare to mana cultivators in the city except to the Adventurer District, but now Tier 3, Tier 4, and Tier 5 mana cultivators now roamed the streets freely, signaling a shift in the city's dynamics. Sensing an impending event of great magnitude, Felix remained vigilant, recognizing the need to prepare for what lay ahead. The surge in population have also brought both benefits and challenges to Felix. Because the Morningstar restaurant have become the #1 restaurant in the city, most of the mana cultivators who have come to Brigdamore City decides to eat there, which in turn made a lot of money for Felix, but it brought some troubles to him. Since only wealthy individuals and powerful mana cultivators eat at the Morningstar restaurant naturally, there are some people who tend to cause troubles which Felix have to roll up his sleeves and take care of it. Luckily, they were just small troubles, and also the rumors that the restaurant belongs to a Tier 9 Forbidden Realm expert. Some of those who came to dine behaved themselves well. During those 10 days apart from going to the restaurant to take care of things, Felix locked himself up in the mana cultivation room to study and learn spells and also cultivate. He felt a sense of crisis coming, and he needs to increase his strength as soon as possible. Brigdamore City won't be peaceful in a few months, and he doesn't want to be a cannon fodder to someone else. He has also advised Trinity and the others to be extra cautious during this time, as many powerful people are coming to Brigdamore. As long as they stay under the radar and carry on with their usual routines, they won't draw too much attention to themselves. All they need to do is maintain a low profile, quietly build up their strength, and stay out of the spotlight. Bridgemore City, Edel District, Morningstar Family Star. Inside the study room, Felix and the others were gathered around the table. So, Zephyr, what have you found out? Felix asked, looking at Zephyr expectantly. Zephyr glanced at everyone before speaking. Big bro, after dedicating a significant amount of manpower and resources, I have discovered something interesting about the Founding Emperor and the Dragon Skull Dungeon. Felix motioned for Zephyr to continue, intrigued by the information. Taking a deep breath, Zephyr revealed, according to the information, the Dragon Skull Dungeon existed even before the Avalonia Kingdom was established. Trinity chimed in, so that means the Dragon Skull Dungeon is older than the Avalonia Kingdom? Zephyr nodded, adding, yes, and not only that, 1,000 years ago, the Avalonia Kingdom was known as the Avalonia Empire, with the founding emperor being the first emperor of the empire. Curious about the emperor's power, Gwendolyn asked, at what cultivation level was he? Zephyr chuckled before replying, the founding emperor was a Saint Realm mana cultivator at that time. Felix's expression shifted as he narrowed his eyes slightly. He was shocked in his heart. Trinity and the others were equally shocked, as well as their mouths hanging wide open. Astonishment flashed in their eyes. Nixie scratched her head, struggling to find the right words. If the founding emperor was a Saint Realm mana cultivator, how come the current Avalonia Kingdom have been reduced to its current state? Zephyr continued, well, here's where it gets interesting. When the founding emperor established the Avalonia Empire, its strength was unmatched across the Linares continent. Other empires dared not challenge it, and smaller kingdoms had to pledge their loyalty. However, the emperor decided to raid the Dragon Skull Dungeon with his soldiers and powerful experts from the kingdom. Zephyr paused and then continued. After the founding emperor and his subordinates entered the Dragon Skull Dungeon, none of them made it out alive. Only a few were able to come out alive, but they were gravely injured. You mean the founding emperor died in the Dragon Skull Dungeon? Brixton questioned. That's what the information says, but I don't really know if the founding emperor is really dead or not. Zephyr shook his head. Felix sank into deep thought as he pondered over Zephyr's words. In my opinion, I think the founding emperor is not dead, Gwendolyn said. How so? Nixie asked. Discover hidden content at mvillanovelbin.net. Remember, the founding emperor was a Saint Realm mana cultivator, I don't know how powerful saints are, but I believe they are incredible and cannot die that easily, Gwendolyn explained. If that's what you say, then why aren't we hearing from him? I mean, it has been more than 1,000 years. Besides, if he was still alive, how would he watch as the empire he created be reduced to its current state? Nixie said in disapproval. Gwendolyn was taken aback for a moment and thought, "You are indeed right about that." Felix frowned. His eyes flickered slightly as he looked at Zephyr. "Do you know how one becomes a saint?" Zephyr was taken aback for a moment before nodding. He took a thick book and flipped through it for a while before stopping. "Here it is. Generally, there are 9 tiers in cultivation, but above the tier 9 forbidden realm is the saint realm. To be able to break through to the saint realm, one must first form a core in the body. But to form a core is easier said than done." Zephyr looked at the book and explained, "According to the information provided, it takes a long time to form a core. It could take years upon years to form a core, and the resources needed to form a saint core are simply huge. In fact, the same resources needed to form a core could produce at least 10 tier 9 forbidden realm experts," Zephyr explained. "Becoming a saint is no easy task, then," Nixie muttered under her breath. Zephyr glanced at her and said, "Saints stand at the pinnacle of the Linares continent. They are extremely powerful. Saints can solo an entire kingdom alone and still come out unscathed. That's really cool. I wish I was a saint," Nixie pouted. Zephyr looked at Nixie with a speechless face and shook his head. His expression turned solemn as he looked at Felix. "But there seems to be a shortcut to becoming a saint." "Ow!" they all said in unison. "According to the information, if one can't form a core, one can assimilate an existing saint core," Zephyr explained. "So you mean if there's a saint core right now, one can absorb that saint core and break through to the saint realm?" Gwendolyn asked. "Yeah." Zephyr nodded. Bang. Suddenly, Felix slammed the table and stood up with an excited face. "Why didn't I think of that? I knew there was something wrong somewhere." Trinity and the others looked at Felix, who was muttering to himself with an excited face. "Big bro, what's going on?" Zephyr asked. Felix took a deep breath and calmed down. He looked at the others and said, "I know why all the powerful factions in the kingdom are flocking to Brigdamore City. I know why every 10 years they all gather together to raid the Dragon Skull dungeon." Trinity and the others were puzzled as they looked at each other in confusion. "Big bro, what do you know?" Brixton scratched his head and asked. Felix explained, "The reason why the royal family, noble families, and powerful experts in the kingdom all decide to raid the Dragon Skull dungeon every 10 years is because they are after the Saint Core." "What?" Trinity and the others abruptly stood up, shocked by Felix's revelation. "Big bro, you mean there's a Saint Core in the Dragon Skull dungeon?" Zephyr asked, his voice trembling. Felix nodded, "Yes. The founding emperor raided the Dragon Skull dungeon with his powerful subordinates, but most of them were wiped out. Only a few managed to come out alive. Since the founding emperor was a saint, if he died, his Saint Core would be in the Dragon Skull dungeon." Zephyr and the others were stunned, their gazes vacant. "So that's why the royal family and noble families raid the Dragon Skull dungeon together every 10 years, Zephyr muttered. "All of them are after the Saint Core of the founding emperor," Trinity said, her eyes filled with incredulity. They were all shocked and astonished, realizing that the powerful factions raiding the Dragon Skull dungeon were all after a Saint Core. Trinity, Gwendolyn, Brixton, Zephyr, and Nixie all stood up around the table, their faces filled with shock. Astonishment was evident in their eyes as they looked at Felix, their mouths hanging wide open. If what Felix had just said was true, then this was truly a shocking piece of news that, if word got out, the Avalonia kingdom would be destroyed in no time. A Saint Core, that's a precious treasure that all mana cultivators would go crazy for. There's a possibility that there might be one in the Avalonia kingdom. If the other surrounding kingdoms and empires caught wind of this, the Avalonia kingdom and all living beings in the kingdom would be exterminated. "Big bro, are you sure that this is really true?" Zephyr took a deep breath and asked Felix in a shaking voice. "I don't know if my hypothesis is true or not, but I'm 70% sure that there is a Saint Core in the Dragon Skull dungeon," Felix said thoughtfully. He glanced at all of them and continued, "Just think about it. According to what Zephyr said, the founding emperor was a saint who went missing in the Dragon Skull dungeon. For thousands of years, no one has heard from him. And for many years now, the royal family and powerful noble families have been constantly trying to raid the Dragon Skull dungeon, investing huge amounts of resources into it." Zephyr and the others sat back down and pondered Felix's words. It's not like there are no gold-ranked dungeons in the kingdom, so why have they specifically targeted the Dragon Skull dungeon all these years? It seems like they all believe the founding emperor is there, and they're all after the Saint Core, Felix added. "Big bro, if what you said is true, then I'm afraid if word gets out, then the Avalonia kingdom will be finished," Brixton said with a solemn face. "Exactly. That's why no one has caught wind of this news for so many years. Otherwise, do you think the Avalonia kingdom would still be standing? The royal family and the powerful noble families are not idiots. That's why, even though some may suspect why they've been raiding a gold-ranked dungeon, they don't know the exact reason. They know that if word gets out, they're finished. Felix chuckled softly in response. All of them took a deep breath, their hearts pounding, adrenaline rushing through their bodies, fire burning in their eyes, a saint core, something that could easily allow them to break through to the saint rank. Who wouldn't want that? But moments later, the fire in their eyes dimmed as they shook their heads with a sigh. Although there might be a saint core in the Dragon Skull dungeon, they all knew that even if they found it, they couldn't do anything about it. Stop thinking about it. It's not like we even have the strength to take it for ourselves. Just don't let what we discussed here get outside. Otherwise, you know the consequences, Felix said. They all nodded solemnly. They were well aware of the consequences if this information got out. They wouldn't even know how they died. Find your next read on m_eat-novelbin.net. But big bro, I think if we were able to come to this conclusion, then others have probably already guessed it too, Gwendolyn said. Thoughtfully. Of course. Otherwise, with everything that's been going on for so long, if they can't guess, then aren't they all idiots? Felix chuckled softly. Big bro. Nixie suddenly called out. What? Felix looked at Nixie curiously. Nixie scratched her pink hair with a cheeky grin. How about we secretly sell this piece of news to others for a high price? Felix's eyes widened as he looked at Nixie with a speechless face. Zephy and the others were also looking at Nixie as if they were looking at someone wishing for death. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with what I said? If we secretly sold this news to interested individuals, we could become super rich. Even if the news isn't true, we would have already received the money. All we have to do is keep it a secret, Nixie pouted. Nixie, do you want to get in trouble that quickly? Gwendolyn shook her head and said, Why do you say that? Nixie was confused. Do you really think we can secretly sell this news without anyone finding out? You're underestimating the royal family and the powerful noble families. Trinity rolled her eyes at Nixie. Remember, there are no secrets that can stay hidden forever in this world. Don't underestimate the various factions and the power they hold. We can't go against them. So get that thought out of your head, Felix said. Felix didn't know what to do with Nixie's love for money. She seemed to care more about money than her own life, which was a headache. Should I take her to rehab or something? Felix thought with a perplexed look, but he quickly dismissed the idea. He was there to keep an eye on her and prevent her from doing anything reckless because of her love for money. Nixie, big bro is right. While we can make a lot of money by selling this news, our lives are more important. Just don't do anything stupid, Trinity said gently to Nixie. I know, I was just suggesting it, not actually planning to do it. Nixie rolled her eyes. They all sighed in relief. As I said before, keep this to yourselves that we don't want to get involved in things we can't control, that if we thought of this, others might have too. So, stay out of this power struggle, that I don't want to deal with unnecessary trouble, Felix warned. Got it, big bro. They all nodded in understanding. Suddenly, a loud explosion rocked the study room, causing it to tremble violently. Felix and the others were shocked, but quickly regained their senses and dashed out of the room at lightning speed. What's that, big bro? Nixie whispered, pointing to the distance. Felix and the others followed her gaze and were left speechless. A massive red pillar had pierced through the clouds, visible from a great distance. The destructive aura emanating from it was palpable. Boom! Another explosion rang out, and another red pillar shot into the sky. Within minutes, 50 red pillars emerged from different directions, causing even the space to crack. The pressure was immense, and faint roars of beasts could be heard from the pillars. Dungeon breaks. Trinity and Brixton exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with shock. Dungeon break? The others looked at them in confusion. This phenomenon always happens during a dungeon break, Trinity explained, taking a deep breath. Brixton and I need to go back to the Adventure District, she said to Felix. Felix nodded. Okay, but be careful. Bridgemore City won't be peaceful for a while. Got it, Trinity said, turning to Brixton. Let's go. The adventure team is waiting for us. Okay, big sis. Brixton grinned and nodded, and they both left. A few minutes later, Trinity and Brixton arrived at the bustling Adventure District. The place was packed with adventurers gearing up and checking out the new missions on the board. Excitement and determination were evident in their eyes. Delia, thank goodness you're back, said Delia, relieved to see Trinity and Brixton. Yeah, Trinity smiled and nodded. Delia, what's the status on the dungeon breaks? Trinity inquired. Delia reported, there are 50 bronze-ranked dungeon breaks currently, and more happening. Trinity thought for a moment and asked, how did the Adventurer Guild respond? Delia replied, the guild has posted a lot of missions with rich rewards on the board. All right, Gather our members and get ready for dungeon diving, Trinity instructed. Understood, Captain. Delia nodded excitedly and hurried off. Shortly after, the Morningstar Adventurer team assembled in front of Trinity and Brixton, armed and ready. The team ranged from Tier 2 Intermediate Knights to Tier 3 Master Knights, with Trinity and Brixton being Tier 4 High-Level Knights. The team consisted of 1,000 members, mostly Tier 2 Intermediate Knights. Trinity addressed the team. Okay, everyone, I've accepted 100 missions from the guild. Our top priority is clearing dungeons and becoming famous. Let's make sure we complete all missions. The team's eyes lit up with excitement, ready to take on the challenges ahead. If we can survive through this dungeon break, then I'll treat everyone to wild booze, Trinity shouted loudly. All hail the captain. All the Morningstar Adventurer team immediately erupted to wild cheers as excitement danced in their eyes. All right, moved out, Trinity announced with a loud voice. Immediately, all of them mounted their horses as they quickly rushed out of the Adventure District, heading towards one of the giant red pillars. Along the way, a lot of other adventurers were also rapidly rushing forward with dense excitement in their eyes. Some were riding all kinds of mounts while others were running on foot. The 12 cities surrounding Atmos Forest were bustling with activity. Massive red pillars completely surrounded the cities, emitting a destructive aura that could be sensed from miles away. Deep, frightening roars and hissing sounds could also be heard echoing through the air. Streaks of light could be seen rushing towards the red pillars. These stakes of lights are naturally the adventurers, rogues, cultivators, and other mana cultivators heading towards the dungeons. Teams of heavily armed soldiers rode giant war horses towards the pillars, adding to the chaos. The atmosphere around Atmos Forest was alive with intense energy. About half an hour later, the Morningstar Adventurer team arrived at a dungeon where the seal had already been broken. The area within 10 kilometers of the dungeon had become a dead zone, with swarms of dungeon monsters rushing out only to be repelled by soldiers and adventurers standing guard. The scene was chaotic, with corpses of monsters and various races littering the battlefield. The monsters seemed never-ending, pouring out of the dungeon in large numbers. Trinity observed the battlefield from a distance, her expression calm. Captain, according to the mission you accepted, if we defeat the final boss of this dungeon, the mission will be complete and the dungeon will return to its sealed state, Delia reported to Trinity while also looking at the battlefield. I know, Trinity nodded and turned around. All right, everyone, our first target is the final boss. Let's claim our rewards, Trinity announced confidently. Got it, Captain, they all shouted in unison, excitement and madness gleaming in their eyes. Net with that, the Morningstar Adventurer team charged towards the dungeon, diving into battle and killing all the monsters in their path. Despite appearing disorganized, they fought in teams of 2 or 3, advancing and retreating together, a rare sight among adventurers. The addition of the Morningstar Adventurer team greatly relieved the pressure on the soldiers and the other adventurers on the battlefield. But Trinity and Brixton weren't participating in the battle. Both of them were watching from higher ground, assessing the battle below. Looks like some of them have a solid foundation. Do you think they'll make it? Brixton asked casually. Delia seems promising, but we'll need to keep an eye on the others, and besides, it depends on Big Bro, Trinity replied, shaking her head. Brixton nodded in agreement as they continued observing the battle for half an hour. All right, let's go. Time to take down the boss and end this, Trinity said, her golden spear appearing in her hand. Brixton grinned as his double axe appeared in his hand. Tapping her foot slightly on the ground, Trinity turned into a beam of light and rushed towards the dungeon entrance, with Brixton close behind. Tier 3, Tier 2, follow me, Trinity called as she entered the dungeon. Yes, Captain, the Tier 2 and Tier 3 knights rushed inside, closely following behind Trinity and Brixton. It was not only the Morningstar Adventurer team who were entering the dungeon, other adventurers and adventurer teams were also rushing inside the dungeon. Those who were entering the dungeon were Tier 2 and Tier 3 knights. As for Tier 1 beginner knights, all of them remained at the entrance, assisting the soldiers in fending off the monsters. As for why only Tier 2 and Tier 3 knights were entering the dungeon and not including Tier 1 beginner knights. That's because this dungeon is a silver-ranked dungeon. Back in Brigamore City, the atmosphere was tense and heavy. Teams of heavily armed soldiers could be seen marching out of the city, rushing in different directions. All citizens in the city had solemn looks on their faces, especially the commoners. The streets of the city were currently deserted, as most of the citizens had gone back home and locked themselves in their houses. In fact, some had already left Brigamore City. This wasn't surprising, as during dungeon breaks, citizens would flee the city and return once the danger had passed. This situation wasn't unique to Brigdamore City, as all 12 cities faced similar challenges. The commoners knew that if the city officials and soldiers couldn't handle the dungeon breaks and beast tides, they would be the ones to suffer the most. They took precautions by running away from the city whenever these events occurred. A few miles away from Brigdamore City lay a vast expanse of rolling hills, towering mountains, dense forests, and winding rivers. This place was the famous Atmos Forest, home to magical beasts and other creatures. The forest was divided into 3 layers: the outer layer, the inner layer, and the core layer, each inhabited by different levels of magical beasts. The core layer was the most dangerous, and only those with sufficient strength dared to venture into it. The Atmos Forest was a haven for adventurers and mana cultivators, as it was filled with treasures waiting to be discovered. Magical beasts of all levels roamed the forest, making it a challenging yet rewarding place to explore. Due to the abundance of treasures and opportunities in the Atmos Forest, many adventurers take on missions specifically targeting the forest. Additionally, rogue cultivators often venture into the forest in search of riches, hoping to strike it rich in one fell swoop. Just the magic cores from the magical beasts found in the forest can greatly boost one's cultivation. Moreover, there are numerous mineral resources waiting to be mined in the Atmos Forest. In essence, the resources and treasures in the Atmos Forest rival those found in a gold-ranked dungeon, and even surpass them. Deep within the Atmos Forest, inside a dark and damp cave, shadowy figures can be seen lurking. 20 of them occupy the cave, with 2 black-clothed figures engaged in conversation at the far end. I hope you can fulfill your end of the bargain, or else, one of the black-cloaked figures threatened as he tossed a silver ring to the other. The other figure chuckled softly, ignoring the threat. Don't worry, trust me. Bridgemore City will be reduced to rubble in no time. I hope so. The first figure snorted before exiting the cave. Once alone, the remaining figure shook his head in disdain. Idiot, he muttered, removing his hood to reveal a pale face with deep red eyes and 3 flickering symbols on his forehead. 2 long curved horns adorned his head, along with long green hair. Master, are we really going to do the bidding of that human? Another figure appeared in front of the horn man, sounding indignant. We may be helping the human, but ultimately, we are helping ourselves. It's a trade-off. Understand, the horn man replied casually. Yes, master. The black-cloaked figure hurriedly bowed and said in a shaking voice filled with fear. Good. The man with the horns nodded and said, Now tell the others to begin with the plan that we don't want to disappoint our ally, do we? His eyes narrowed as he smirked coldly. A few miles outside the Atmos Forest, a huge, heavily armed fortress lay between 2 mountains like a giant steel beast. The aura emanating from this fortress was extremely bloodthirsty, with fierce killing intent lingering in the air. Huge arrow towers could be seen standing on the high walls of the fortress in all 4 directions, with teams of soldiers visible on the walls. Additionally, the entrance of the fortress was filled with soldiers, and fortifications could be seen around the perimeter. In essence, the fortress was completely armed to the teeth. Even the weakest soldiers on the walls and around the fortress were Tier 2 intermediate knights, showing that none of them were weak. All of them had gone through the baptism of war. Commander, report. A soldier stood in front of a huge, burly man wearing heavy armor with a stone-cold face and only one eye. This man was the commander of the Iron Fortress, Maximus Lionheart. Go ahead, Maximus said to the soldier. Commander, according to the scouts, the magical beasts are starting to get restless, the soldier reported. It seems the beast tide is about to begin. Maximus narrowed his eyes and said, Inform the rest of the soldiers to be on high alert, and also instruct the scouts to keep their eyes on the Atmos Forest. Maximus instructed. Understood, Commander, the soldier responded. Commander, report. Suddenly, another soldier burst into the command room and said in a hurried tone. Maximus's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at the soldier. Sorry, Commander, for my abrupt entry, but there is an emergency, the soldier quickly apologized and said. Maximus took a deep breath and signaled the soldier to speak. The soldier took a deep breath and said in a shaking voice, Commander, the beast tide have already begun. What? The other soldier standing at the side exclaimed with shock in his eyes. Although seemed calm on the surface, but he was surprised in heart. He didn't expect the beast tide to start now. Commander Maximus was quite shocked in his heart when he heard the report. The beast tide is happening now. How is that possible when it's not supposed to occur for another 5 days? One soldier muttered. I don't know what's going on, but the beast tide is definitely happening right now. Another soldier responded. There's no time to chat. Sound the alarm and get the soldiers ready for war. Commander Maximus said coldly. Yes, Commander. The two soldiers quickly bowed and hurried out of the command room. Maximus's eyes flashed with concern. Something is definitely not right, he muttered under his breath. That a few moments later, an ear-piercing alarm ranged across the entire Iron Fortress. The Iron Fortress was alive with activity, as if a giant beast was about to awaken. Soldiers armed to the teeth marched towards a large platform, while the arrow towers began to turn and flicker with faint light. Within moments, thousands of soldiers stood solemnly on the platform. Commander Maximus stood elevated with high-ranking soldiers behind him. Soldiers, I won't mince words. The beast tide is upon us. The fate of Bridgemore City rests on our shoulders. Millions of lives depend on us. Defend with all your might, even if it means sacrificing yourselves. Understood? Maximus's voice boomed across the platform. Yes, Commander, the soldiers shouted in unison, their powerful voices echoing throughout the fortress. Maximus nodded calmly. Now move out, he commanded. The soldiers quickly and efficiently left the fortress, heading towards the perimeter of Atmos Forest. Defenses and barricades had been set up meters away from the forest, and the soldiers stood ready, tightly gripping their weapons as they gazed at the looming trees. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. First, it was just a slight shaking, but as time passed, the trembling grew more intense. The small hills and mountains in the area started to crack, with huge boulders rolling down their slopes. Looking towards the Atmos Forest, the ancient trees were shaking violently, some even being uprooted and lifted into the air. All right, men, get ready for war, Maximus commanded in a booming voice. Within seconds, magical beasts poured out of the Atmos Forest, charging towards the soldiers. There were so many of them. It was like a black tide that seemed endless. While they were only Tier 1 magical beasts and not individually strong, their sheer numbers posed a threat to the 5,000 soldiers. Commander, something is not right, a high-ranking soldier standing by Maximus' side said with a furrowed brow. Yeah, I know something is definitely off with these beasts this time, Maximus replied calmly. But now is not the time to speculate. Ready the Crimson Lightning Cannon. Yes, Commander, the high-ranking soldier nodded. Ready the Crimson Lightning Cannons. Maximus shouted to the soldiers behind him. 10 huge cannons, completely red with intricate runes, were wheeled out. The power emanating from these cannons was immense, and judging by the mana fluctuations coming from these 10 huge red cannons, they were capable of threatening even a Tier 4 mana cultivator. Find your next read on Eve-novelband at net. 20 Tier 3 Master Knights stood behind each Crimson Lightning Cannon, ready to fire. The energy required to operate these cannons was massive, which is why it requires 20 Tier 3 Master Knights to operate one just to unleash a single round of attack. Commander, the Crimson Lightning Cannon is ready. Should we fire now? The high-ranking soldier asked. Don't fire yet. Wait for my command, Commander Maximus said. The high-ranking soldier nodded in agreement. Commander Maximus calmly observed the black tide rushing towards them. All the soldiers tightly gripped their weapons, silently circulating their mana as they awaited the command to attack. Just as the beast tide approached within 100 meters, Maximus gave the order, start firing the cannons. Yes, Commander, the high-ranking soldier acknowledged before turning around and shouting, start firing. The 20 Tier 3 Master Knights behind each Crimson Lightning Cannon sprang into action. Some loaded a huge red projectile into the cannon, while others channeled their mana to power the cannons. The runes on the cannons lit up, emitting a red glow. The cannons hummed loudly as they heated up. Moments later, a thunderous boom echoed as 10 flaming fireballs, surrounded by arcs of crimson lightning, streaked across the sky towards the approaching horde of beasts. The force of the cannons caused the ground to shake and crack, pushing the knights back a few meters. The fireballs exploded upon impact, creating massive fire mushrooms that destroyed everything within a 2-kilometer radius. The shockwaves from the explosions wiped out over 3,000 beasts, leaving nothing standing in their wake. The area within a 2-kilometer radius was completely obliterated. Every creature caught in the attack was instantly pulverized. The land in the surrounding 2 kilometers was left in ruins with nothing left standing. Every living or non-living thing within the range of the attack was destroyed. Even the shockwaves from the cannonballs killed over 3,000 beasts in the Atmos Forest who were still in the process of rushing out. The scene was truly devastating. The entire 2 kilometers radius was completely scorched, burning flames and lava covered the entire surrounding. Fortunately, Maximus' army was far away from the attack, but they could still feel its power. I never get tired of the Crimson Lightning Cannons, a high-ranking soldier sighed as he surveyed the destruction caused by the 10 cannons. Of course, This is the pinnacle weapon designed and manufactured by the royal blacksmiths, Maximus calmly stated. Continue to fire, he ordered. Although the attack by the Crimson Lightning Cannons dealt a significant damage to the beast hide and killed almost two-thirds of them who first rushed out of the Atmos Forest, it seemed to have little effect as more and more magical beasts continued to pour out of the Atmos Forest with red eyes full of brutality and killing intent. Just then, another wave of attacks landed in the beast tide, wiping out all the magical beasts within range. This pattern continued with 10 waves of attacks launched by 20 Tier 3 Master Knights, resulting in tens of thousands of magical beasts being killed in every wave of attack, and the surrounding area being completely transformed. After the 10 waves of attacks, the 20 Tier 3 Master Knights were completely drained of mana and looked slightly pale. Tell the soldiers to prepare for battle, Maximus instructed. The high-ranking soldier nodded and descended from the hill to command the soldiers. Soldiers, formation, he shouted. The soldiers quickly organized themselves into formations and charged towards the magical beast tide. The clash between the soldiers and the magical beasts resulted in a bloody battle, with gore flying everywhere. Despite the beast's ferocity, the army had the upper hand due to their experience in battle and strategic formations. But the magical beasts also aren't weak, as magical beasts that can survive in the Atmos Forest where the survival of the fittest is the most paramount are not weaklings at all, as the soldiers fought for their lives. Maximus watched from a distance, knowing that only the strongest would survive in the brutal Atmos Forest. Maximus suddenly turned his gaze towards the Atmos Forest, a frown forming on his face. He could feel a gaze sweeping towards him, making him uneasy. Inside, deep into the Atmos Forest, a group of black, cloaked figures sat surrounded by faint gray energy, chanting mysterious incantations. Two figures stood to the side, one with long, curved horns on his head. We should begin the second phase, Master, one of the figures said. Yes, we need to take down this fortress quickly. It's the only thing standing in our way of reaching Bridgemore City, the man with horns replied confidently. But Commander Maximus has been guarding this pass for 50 years. The fortress has never been taken down, the black, cloaked figure warned. Don't worry about him, I'll take care of Maximus. Start sending Tier 2 and Tier 3 magical beasts, the man with horns said nonchalantly. As the war between the army and the magical beast tide raged on, the soldiers grew tired and casualties mounted. The soldiers were losing ground. The soldiers were starting to get tired as more of them kept dying because the magical beast seems endless. As long as they kill 100, another 100 will replace the dead ones. It seems like his ever-ending circle. Commander, we're starting to losing the upper hand, the high-ranking soldier said to Commander Maximus. Boom, 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 boom. Just then, the ground shook violently as a second wave of powerful magical beasts emerged from the Atmos Forest. These beasts were larger and more intimidating than the first wave, with overwhelming auras. The tide of magical beasts pouring out of the Atmos Forest was simply insane. Tier 2 and Tier 3 magical beasts, the high-ranking soldier exclaimed with shock in his eyes. Big bro, are you guys sure about this? Trinity looked at Felix and asked. Felix chuckled softly and replied, Yeah, I'm sure about this. Besides, we have nothing better to do at the moment. Currently, Felix, Trinity, Gwendolyn, Brixton, Zephyr, and Nixie were all standing in front of a dungeon entrance. But what about the restaurant? And Zephyr, don't you have your abyss gate to run? Why are you even here in the first place? Trinity said. With all that has been going on these past few days with dungeon breaks and magical beasts, the number of people coming to the restaurant has significantly reduced to the point where it's almost empty. So, I've closed the restaurant until all of this is over, Felix explained. Haha, big sis. As for why I'm here, I've been cooped up in the abyss gate that I almost suffocated, so I decided to come out to get some fresh air, Zephyr grinned from the side. What about the children? You know, if we enter the dungeon right now, we won't be coming out soon, Trinity asked. Don't worry about the children. The maids are there to take care of them. And besides, Jarvis is also there. Nothing will go wrong with him there. Felix waved his hand and said casually. Trinity pondered for a moment and nodded after a while. All right, we should get going. I haven't had a good battle since our last dungeon experience, Felix said while looking at the giant portal of the dungeon. Yeah, we can go in now. The dungeon's final boss has already been killed, and its entrance has returned to its sealed state. Trinity nodded and said. Trinity glanced at Zephyr, Gwendolyn, and Nixie before asking, Are you guys ready? Yep, all set, Zephyr nodded with a smile. Don't worry, big sis. I've already broken through to Tier 3. I'm now a Tier 3 Wind Elemental Mage, Nixie said cheerfully as she waved her magic staff. Trinity looked at Gwendolyn. I'm ready, Gwendolyn replied with a nonchalant expression. And oh, This dungeon is a silver rank dungeon, so be careful, Trinity warned. About 10 kilometers to the north of Brigamore City, there stood a massive, barren mountain that towered so high it seemed to pierce through the clouds. The mountain had an ancient and imposing presence, exuding a solemn and heavy pressure. The 5 miles surrounding the mountain were completely devoid of any greenery or signs of life. It was eerily quiet, resembling a cemetery in its peaceful and tranquil atmosphere. However, from a bird's-eye view, the mountain appeared to resemble the head of a giant, ferocious creature. Suddenly, the area around the barren mountain began to tremble as huge rocks and boulders rolled down its slopes, crashing heavily into surroundings that it felt as though a giant creature was about to awaken. After a few minutes of trembling, a massive golden beam shot out from the top of the mountain, as if it were trying to pierce through the clouds. Just then, a gigantic shield condensed from mana, with flickering runes covering the entire barren mountain in a 2-mile radius around it. The shield successfully blocked the giant golden beam from reaching any higher into the sky. Although the shield flickered for a few minutes before disappearing, keen observers would notice that it hadn't completely vanished. Everything seemed to return to normal, but a giant golden whirlpool appeared on the side of the mountain, swirling like a golden black hole. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Half an hour later, the sound of air tearing apart filled the sky as streaks of light flashed across and descended in front of the golden whirlpool, revealing mana cultivators, emanating powerful pressure and auras, appeared in the hundreds. Some of them exchanged glances and looked away, while others seemed familiar with each other and began chatting among themselves. Their eyes filled with greed and anticipation as they gazed at the golden whirlpool. A few minutes later, the sounds of hooves, neighing, and roaring of various beasts filled the air. All the mana cultivators standing in front of the golden whirlpool turned their heads towards the source of the noise. Tens of thousands of soldiers in standard armor, emanating a bloodthirsty and fierce aura, were marching towards the golden whirlpool. Just a few meters away from this army, another group emerged and headed towards the mountain. Within minutes, 3 to 5 armies had surrounded the barren mountain. The forefront of these armies stood about 100 mana cultivators with powerful auras. What was even more surprising was that all of these mana cultivators were at least tier 8, with the weakest being tier 6 AS for the thousands of soldiers. They were all tier 3 Master Knights, with strong and stable foundations evident from their deep auras. Suddenly, another group of soldiers arrived, but this army stood out from the rest. Their silver-colored armor and all their weapons are 3-star weapons, which indicated their strength was not to be messed with. All of them were tier 3 Master Knights, but they appeared to be more powerful than the other soldiers. In the middle of the army, a huge golden and luxurious carriage was being pulled by 4 tier 5 magical beasts. The royal family have arrived. Lucas Netherfrost, who was standing in front of one of the armies, observed the newcomers with a serious expression. It seems they are determined to get the Saint Core this time. A tall, middle-aged man with snow-white hair, who was standing in front of Lucas, remarked with narrowed his eyes. Lucas turned to him and asked respectfully, "Fifth Elder, do you think we can succeed this time?" This middle-aged man is the 5th Elder of the Netherfrost clan, the main clan in the royal capital. "I don't know, but we must obtain the Saint Core at all costs. The survival of our clan depends on this," the 5th Elder said with clenched fists. "Obtaining the Saint Core this time around will be a real challenge," Lucas remarked. "It seems like the other clans have really put all their effort into it." "I agree," the 5th Elder added. "There are twice as many experts among them this time. And let's not forget about that thing on the last floor." As they were discussing, a handsome young man with brown hair emerged from a luxurious carriage in the middle. He had a cold expression as he glanced at the experts and noble families with a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Since everyone is here, let's not waste any time. Follow me," he said, leading his army into a golden whirlpool that appeared. The others followed suit, entering the whirlpool and disappearing from sight. The barren mountain returned to its peaceful state shortly after. However, as they entered the whirlpool, the mountain shook violently once more. A massive space crack appeared, revealing a giant red eyeball filled with hatred and killing intent. After a few seconds, the eyeball vanished, and the crack closed. Meanwhile, Felix and his companions were fully prepared as they entered the dungeon without hesitation. The portal shook, and the seals cracked before repairing themselves. The other adventurers around the entrance of the dungeon looked at what just happened with puzzled looks in their eyes before shrugging it off. All of them thought it was the respawn final boss wanting to cause another dungeon break. Just as Felix and his group entered the dungeon, they felt the space around them trembled, and before they can process what had happened, they blacked out. What just happened? Felix woke up with a pounding headache, feeling like a mountain was crushing his head. Trinity. He quickly checked on everyone and let out a sigh of relief when he saw they were all okay. All of them started to slowly wake up, looking confused and groggy. System, what just happened? Felix transmitted his voice to the system. Well, host, it seems you guys were caught up in a spatial turbulence when you entered the dungeon, the system replied. My head, big bro, what happened? Nixie looked at Felix and asked with a pale face. Trinity and the others' faces was quite pale as well. They felt an intense, splitting headache. It seems we were caught up in a space turbulence, Felix said. Space turbulence. All of them looked at Felix with shock. But it seems nothing serious happened to us, Felix added. Find your next read on m_vl-eat-novelband.net. Thank goodness looks we are really lucky, otherwise we would have been dead by now. Nixie patted her chest with a relief face. The others also nodded with relief smiles on their faces. If what Felix said they were caught up in a spatial turbulence, then they would torn into shreds by now. But if we were caught up in a spatial turbulence, then how come we aren't deaf? Zephyr asked. Felix thought for a moment and answered, well, I don't know about that, but as long as we survive, nothing matters. Good, all of them nodded. Hey, where are we exactly? Zephyr asked, looking around. Everyone snapped back to reality and scanned the area. They found themselves in the middle of a vast, green plain with no other structures in sight. Big sis, have you and Brixton raided this silver-ranked dungeon before? Zephyr inquired, glancing at Trinity and Brixton. Yeah, we and a Morningstar adventurer team have been here before. In fact, we defeated the final boss and closed the dungeon, Trinity replied. Was the first floor like this? What I mean to ask is that did you guys appear in a place like this? Zephyr questioned. Trinity shook her head. No, the first floor wasn't like this. Something is not with about this place. Nixie muttered as she gripped her long magic staff tightly. Maybe we might have been transported to different floor after the space turbulence occurred. Gwendolyn reasoned. Felix, too, looked around cautiously, noting the eerie silence. Everyone, be careful, we might be in a different place, but don't let your guard down, he warned. They all nodded, remaining vigilant. The absence of monsters attacking them was puzzling. Typically, dungeon monsters would attack upon entry, but they hadn't encountered any yet. This is strange. Why aren't any monsters attacking? Have they become smarter? Zephyr pondered. Maybe they're hiding, waiting to ambush us, Brixton suggested. Or they might be attacking us right now, Felix suddenly said as he looked to his right with a calm and narrowed eyes. The others quickly followed Felix's gaze. Their eyes widened slightly as they looked at what was rushing towards them about a few meters away from them. They noticed the tall blades of grass being parted as if someone or something was walking among them. Hey, big bro, what's that? Why does it seem like something invisible is coming at us? Nixie asked, her eyes filled with curiosity and caution. Trinity and the others were also quite surprised and shocked as they looked at the strange scene. Seeing these tall blades of grass being parted apart, but there was nothing there filled with surprise and shock. This place is truly weird. Zephyr looked at the scene while a pair of dark gold daggers appeared in his hand. Look closely, but use your soul to sense, Felix said, his gaze fixed on the strange scene. They were all stunned for a moment and followed Felix's advice, using their souls to sense the presence. Darn, it's just some lizards with camouflage abilities. Brixton cursed as he finally saw the creatures approaching. They all breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they were facing dangerous creatures they couldn't defeat. The unseen is always the most frightening. Felix smiled, but his expression was serious as he said, sense their levels. Trinity and the others were surprised and tried to sense the monsters' levels. Damn, these lizards are Tier 2 monsters. Zephyr exclaimed in shock. They were all taken aback as they watched the camouflaged lizards crawling towards them. It seems we may have truly been transported to a different place, Felix mused, rubbing his chin. Typically, monsters on the first floor of a dungeon are only Tier 1, with the final boss being Tier 2 or 3. But here, on the first floor, they were facing Tier 2 monsters with the ability to turn invisible. If Felix and the others didn't have a strong soul force, they wouldn't have noticed the lizards at all. Where the FCK did this space turbulence send us? Brixton cursed, gripping his axe. Okay, everyone, this is not the time to wait around. That we need to finish this as soon as possible, Felix said. Maybe we can get out of here after we defeat the boss of this floor, Felix added. Trinity and the others nodded in agreement as they prepared to face the bizarre lizards. The monsters attacking were giant green lizards with scaly skins, quite big and long. What was even weirder was that these lizards perfectly blended in with the tall blades of grass, making it hard for Felix and the others to notice them at first. When the camouflaged lizards were about 50 meters away, they finally revealed themselves. Without wasting any time, Felix and the others immediately attacked. The lizards didn't stand a chance against them, as Felix and the others quickly took them down. Despite the lizards being Tier 2, Felix and the others were already Tier 4 mana cultivators. Except for Nixie, who was at Tier 3. The lizards posed no threat to them and were swiftly eliminated. That a few seconds later, all the lizards were killed. They cleaned up the battlefield, digging out their cores and valuable parts. Although these lizards are Tier 2, but they seem pretty weak. Brixton hoisted his huge axe on his shoulders, green goo dripping from it. "No need to waste time. Let's keep moving," Felix said, scanning their surroundings. "But big bro, which direction should we go?" Nixie said. All of them were quite speechless as they looked around. All they can see is vast green plains and nothing else. They didn't know which direction to take, much less go to the boss and kill it. After some thought, Felix pointed in the direction the lizards had come from. "Let's take the direction these lizards came from." Zephyr and the others nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, they started running forward. A few minutes later, they encountered another horde of lizards, which they quickly killed before the creatures could react. They keep going in the same direction, encountering hordes after hordes of lizards are attacking them from various directions. First, the lizards attacking them only numbered up to 100, but as they went deeper into the green vast plain, the number of lizards continued to increase and getting stronger as well. After dealing with a wave of lizards, a few minutes later, another wave numbering up to thousands will attack them. If it wasn't for Felix and Gwendolyn AoE spells, which can destroy at least a kilometer-wide area with a single attack, then they would have been dead tired long ago. With Felix and Gwendolyn AoE spells, they were quickly able to kill all lizard attacking them, but as they went deeper, the lizard that attacked them keeps getting stronger. Some of them even showed signs of breaking to Tier 4. Half an hour later, Felix and the others finally saw a change in the environment. Experience new stories with mv-novelbin.net. Previously, all they can see is a flat, vast green plain, but now in front of them stood an enormous valley surrounded by tall, green, rolling mountains and hills. Finally, a change in the environment. Zephyr smiled as he looked at the huge valley. Zephyr, you better look carefully." Trinity rolled her eyes at Zephyr. "What do you mean? There's nothing wrong." "What the FCK?" Zephyr's eyes widened with shock as he looked the valley. In fact, Felix was also quite speechless as he looked at the valley, his heart pounding heavily in his chest. He felt a huge headache as he looked at the valley. "Big bro, is this normal?" Nixie tugged Felix's clothes and said in a trembling voice, "Big bro, why don't we go back and come back later?" Brixton scratched his head as he also looked at the valley. "I agree with Brixton," Gwendolyn calmly said with a nod, but if one looked closely, one would realize that her hand was shaking. "I also agree," Trinity nodded. "Me too. FCK, let's get out of here." Zephyr quickly nodded his head. Felix looked at them with a speechless face. "Are you guys serious? You expect us to go back after coming this far?" Felix rolled his eyes at them. "But big bro, I ain't gonna face that." Zephyr pointed to the valley and said, "Yeah, big bro, do you expect us to go inside? We are just offering ourselves to those things," Nixie also said from his side. Felix thought for a moment and turned to look at the huge valley. The valley was made up of huge rolling mountains and hills like a mountain range. What was shocking was that if one observed carefully on the walls of the mountains and hills, one would realize that it wasn't that these mountains and hills were green in color, but the reason why they looked green was that they were filled with green lizards. Yes, that's right. The entire valley was filled with crawling and slithering lizards packed together on the walls and sides of the hills and mountains. Some were crawling on the ground, completely packed together. Just looking at this gave Felix goosebumps. He felt his skin crawl. There were simply too many lizards, thousands if not millions of them. Judging by this scene, the boss of this floor must be in that valley, but getting inside that valley seemed near impossible. "If we don't kill the boss, how can we get out of this place?" Felix said. "Well, I don't know how we can kill the boss, but going inside is a no-no. Just look at these green-skinned monster bodyguards," Zephyr said. "System, a little help here." Felix transmitted his voice to the system. "Sorry, host, you have to do this on your own. This system is the business empire system, not the monster-slaying system." The system replied in a nonchalant voice. Felix simply shook his head when he heard the system. He looked at the valley with narrowed eyes, his gaze roaming around the valley, looking for a different way or path that can lead them into the valley. But it seems apart from the large entrance in the middle, there is no other path leading to inside the valley. Felix frowned as he rubbed his temples in frustration. He was in a dilemma as he didn't know what to do. They had gone through a lot of trouble to get here, and now they finally could kill the boss of this floor. But there were a bunch of lizards guarding the door. They could easily kill these lizards as they were all Tier 1 or Tier 2, but there were millions of them. Imagine 6 people fighting against 1,000,000 lizards. That would be a massacre, and Felix didn't want to take that risk. Felix sighed heavily. "I wish I had naphthalene with me." "Wait, naphthalene?" Felix's eyes lit up as a wide grin appeared on his face. Although he didn't have naphthalene with him, someone did. System, give me a bunch of naphthalene balls, okay? Felix asked the system. Host, respect the system. The system is not a supermarket for you, okay? The system retorted in a displeased voice. Do you have it or not? Felix asked calmly. The system doesn't have any naphthalene balls, the system replied, still sounding displeased. 1,000 BEP, Felix suddenly said. The system immediately fell silent. 10, 0, BP, Felix calmly said again. Still, the system remained silent, not responding as if it didn't hear what Felix said. System, 10,000, that's my last offer. Felix narrowed his eyes and said, Host, how many naphthalene balls do you want? Suddenly the system's voice sounded, this time soft and pleasant to the ears. Felix immediately felt goosebumps on his skin. What a greedy system, he rolled his eyes. Looking at the valley filled with green-skinned lizards, Felix pondered for a moment and said, Give me 10, no, 20, but I want them to be big and huge. Well, host, if you want huge ones, then the price. System said in a sly tone. Don't worry about the price, I want the smell to be strong, so strong that these lizards can't take it, Felix added confidently. Okay, host, the system responded. Host, 20 freshly made giant naphthalene balls have been sent to the system space. You can take them out, the system said before falling silent. Felix quickly sent his consciousness into the system space. Inside, he found about 20 giant, pure, white naphthalene balls. They were so big that Felix felt they could crush him if they fell on him. Big bro, what should we do now? Nixie's voice sounded from behind him. Felix retrieved his consciousness from the system space, turned around, and grinned at Nixie. Should we retreat, or? Nixie looked at the valley and trailed off. Nope, we're not retreating. We're going forward. Felix shook his head confidently. All of them looked at Felix with speechless expressions on their faces. Big bro, are you sure? What can 6 of us do against 1,000,000 lizards? Do you want us to die badly? Zephyr rolled his eyes at Felix. Yeah, big bro, we are sending ourselves to our doom if we decide to go there, Brixton said from the side. I'm not saying we should confront them head on. Felix shook his head with a smile. Huh, what do you mean? All of them looked at Felix with confusion. Everything in this world has a weakness. There is no perfect being in this world, and that goes for the lizards as well. You know the weakness of lizards. Felix smiled. No, all of them shook their heads and looked at Felix. Felix explained, what lizards are most afraid of is smell. And not just any smell, they are afraid of strong and spicy smells. The strong and spicy smells will make them uncomfortable and make them run away. All of them finally understood what Felix was getting at. So if we can something so strong and spicy, those lizards will run away from this place, Gwendolyn said. Yes, Felix smiled and nodded. Were we supposed to get what you're talking about? Trinity asked. Don't worry about that, I've already sorted it out, Felix said, patting his chest and grinning at Trinity. With a thought, a giant pure white ball appeared in front of everybody. They all looked surprised at the giant white ball, but then they quickly covered their noses and looked at Felix with resentment in their eyes. Sorry about that. I forgot to mention the smell. Felix scratched his head and covered his nose. They all took out a piece of cloth to cover their noses. Big bro, what's this? It's so big, Nixie said as she approached the naphthalene ball. She looked like a little girl standing in front of the giant naphthalene ball. This thing is called naphthalene, and lizards are most afraid of it, Felix answered. They all nodded in agreement. They didn't ask where he got it from, as they were already used to Felix always doing things in an unusual way. Okay, now that we have this, what do we do? Zephyr asked Felix. Okay, listen, here's the plan. Felix gathered them all together and explained his plan that a few minutes later, they all nodded in understanding. Okay, this plan seems feasible. Trinity nodded. No time to waste. Let's go. Felix waved his hand. They immediately concealed their auras and breath and sneakily rushed towards the valley, being careful not to reveal their presence to the lizards, as if those lizards caught a whiff of their breath. Then they are completely done. 20 minutes later, they arrived about 100 meters away from the valley. Felix raised his hand, and they all stopped. He waved his hand, and 20 giant naphthalene balls appeared in front of them that he turned to Brixton, who nodded back with a grin. Taking a deep breath, earthen yellow mana covered Brixton's body as his height began to increase. He began to grow taller and taller. A few moments later, Brixton was already standing at 20 foot tall, like Small Hill. After reaching Tier 4 high-level knight, Brixton's height has dramatically increased, now able to grow up to 20 feet tall. That he is most powerful when he transforms into his giant form. Strange runes can be seen on his skin, which is now completely bronze in color. The area around him feels heavy, with Felix and the others experiencing double the gravity and slight pressure. When Brixton transformed into his giant form, all the lizards in the valley turned to look in their direction. Felix and the others felt a shiver run down their spines as they met the gaze of these reptilian-eyed creatures. You guys better hurry, or else we will completely be gone, Zephyr urged from the side. Trinity, are you ready? Felix looked at Trinity and asked. Yeah, I'm ready. Trinity nodded, and immediately 20 bronze spears in front of her. She grabbed one and looked at Felix. Felix nodded and looked at Nixie. What about you? All good. Nixie nodded back and waved her magic staff. Good. Felix nodded and shouted at Brixton. Brixton now. Brixton nodded and grabbed a giant naphthalene ball, aimed it at the valley, and threw it with all his might. The ball exploded into a streak of light, creating sonic booms as it shot towards the valley. Trinity used her spear to turn it into a bolt of lightning, causing the ball to explode into white powder upon impact. Immediately after, a cyan magic circle appeared above the valley, creating intense winds that dispersed the powdered naphthalene ball across the entire valley. And by this time, the densely packed lizards began crawling towards them at incredible speed. Felix and the others held their breath, gazing at the valley ahead. Suddenly, the lizards stopped in their tracks, withering on the ground and emitting roaring and hissing sounds. Big bro, it works! Nixie exclaimed with excitement, causing everyone to smile. Okay, no time to lose. This is not over yet, Felix quickly said. Brixton grabbed 2 more naphthalene balls and threw them towards the valley, while Trinity shot 2 bronze spears at them. Nixie then cast a spell, generating a strong wind that dispersed the powdered naphthalene. The lizards began roaring and twisting their bodies once again. Don't stop, continue, Felix ordered. Brixton nodded and continued throwing naphthalene balls. Then for the next 2 to 3 minutes, huge explosions continued to reverberate above the valley. Pure white powdered naphthalene kept falling on the valley like snowflakes. The lizards couldn't handle it and started running in all directions. Watching the lizards flee like a green tide, Felix and the others sighed in relief. Damn, we finally did it, Zephyr said with a relief expression. The others also nodded. If they were to retreat after going through a great deal of trouble to arrive here, then the hard work they done will be in vain. Suddenly, a powerful roar echoed from the deepest part of the valley, causing the entire area to shake violently. Boom, boom, boom. Massive cracks appeared, hills crumbled, and explosions rocked the surroundings. The boss, they exclaimed in unison, looking at the valley with grim expressions. The boss, they exclaimed in unison, looking at the valley with grim expressions. Felix and the others had grim expressions on their faces as they gazed at the trembling valley. The mana fluctuations indicated that the boss lurking within was a Tier 5 monster, much stronger than their current Tier 4 levels. The difference between Tier 4 and Tier 5 monsters was significant, with Tier 5 monsters being 10 to 100 times more powerful. Felix had not expected the naphthalene balls to work on the lizards in this world, but they not only affected the lizards, but also awakened the boss, which was even stronger. Big bro, this dungeon boss is Tier 5, and if we want to take it down, we're going to have to tough it out, Zephyr said. Felix nodded thoughtfully as they heard another powerful roar, causing the ground to shake. They were pushed back by the shock waves as the boss emerged from the valley. It was a massive dark green lizard, 10 times larger than the others, causing the earth to tremble with each step. Felix was speechless, reminded of the giant lizard from a movie he had seen back on Earth. How are we going to defeat this thing, big bro? Zephyr asked, looking worried. We'll use the naphthalene balls, but we need to change our strategy this time, Felix said. The group turned to him, eager to hear his plan. Zephyr and I will be the main attackers, while Brixton, Trinity, and Nixie will continue with the same method as before and shoot the naphthalene balls at it, but make sure you're aiming at its nose and eyes. Felix said, Gwendolyn, use support from behind and attack whenever you get the chance to inflict heavy damage on it, Felix added. Everyone listened to the plan and nodded. Although having only him and Zephyr as the main attacker seemed risky, it was currently the only feasible plan they could come up with. Any questions? Felix glanced at them and asked. They all simply shook their heads. Okay, good, let's get this done quickly and get out of here, Felix said as his long, slender blade appeared in his hand. Zephyr's long, slender, pitch-black sword and dagger also appeared in his hands. With a thought, 3 giant naphthalene balls appeared on the ground. This time, the boss had already reached a few meters away from them, looking down on them with disdain in its gigantic eyes. Brixton, you guys attack. Felix nodded at Brixton, Trinity, and Nixie. Brixton nodded and grabbed a giant naphthalene ball, aimed at the boss, and with a boom, it shot towards the boss with immense speed, causing friction to appear in the air. Trinity immediately followed and shot her bronze spear. Bang. With a resounding bang, the naphthalene ball exploded in front of the boss. Immediately after the explosion, a cyan-colored magic circle appeared, generating a strong wind that blew the powdered naphthalene ball into the boss's nose and eyes. Roar. Boom, boom, bang, bang. The boss let out a huge, ear-piercing roar. The area surrounding them exploded, sending huge boulders flying everywhere and huge cracks extending in all directions. Everybody moved. Felix shouted and disappeared from where he stood. Zephyr turned into black smoke and disappeared into the cracks on the ground. Trinity, Gwendolyn, Brixton, and Nixie didn't waste time and quickly moved away from their previous locations, appearing in different locations surrounding the boss in the middle. The moment Gwendolyn's foot touched the ground, she waved her magic staff as 5 huge white magic circles appeared in front of her. Immediately after, 5 huge sharp ice spears emerged from the magic circles and shot towards the boss. Bang. With a resounding bang, the ice spears came into contact with the boss' tough scales. The attack didn't cause any injuries to the boss at all. It only made the boss even more angry. This thing's skin is really tough, huh? Gwendolyn frowned as she prepared to launch another attack. Arr. The boss let out a massive roar and swung her enormous tail at Gwendolyn, causing the air to split apart as it came crashing down. Gwendolyn's eyes flickered as she quickly moved away, exerting all her strength to avoid the attack. Just as she dodged the tail, it crashed down on her previous spot with a loud boom, creating a huge ravine that stretched into the distance. The attack caused massive cracks to form in the surrounding area. Gwendolyn managed to dodge in time, but she was still hit by the shockwaves, sending her tumbling away. A trickle of blood leaked from the corner of her mouth. Don't attack head-on, Gwendolyn. Attack from afar. Felix shouted from a distance. Gwendolyn nodded and quickly moved far away, standing on a huge boulder. Boom. Suddenly, another naphthalene ball exploded in front of the boss. As the ball exploded, a black shadow appeared in front of one of its gigantic eyes. It was Zephyr, who wasted no time thrusting his sword into the boss's eye. Clank. There was a clank as the boss unexpectedly closed its eye, using its eyelid to block Zephyr's attack. Darn it. Zephyr raised his eyebrows and quickly turned into black mist, disappearing again, hiding his aura and breath completely. Brixton, this is the last naphthalene ball, so make sure to use it wisely. Felix shouted at Brixton. Got it, big bro. Brixton shouted back, scanning the boss for any opportunities to attack. I'll create an opportunity. Make sure to seize it. Felix shouted as he disappeared in a white flash. A moment later, he appeared beside the boss, stabbing it with the tip of his blade. The attack was blocked by the boss's hard scales. Felix narrowed his eyes and exerted his strength, channeling all his mana. Crack. With a loud crack, dozens of the boss's scales exploded, spewing out green blood. Felix grinned and disappeared again. Roar. The boss opened its mouth and let out a huge roar filled with pain. Its eyes completely turned into blood. Red. Boom. As soon as the boss let out a deafening roar, there was a sudden explosion. The last naphthalene ball detonated inside its open mouth. The boss stopped roaring abruptly and shut its mouth, its eyes now a fiery red. They widened in fury, and just then a black shadow appeared in front of its massive. A bright light flashed as the eye exploded, and the shadow vanished as quickly as it had appeared. The boss let out a deafening roar. Green blood gushing from its eyes like a waterfall. It continued to roar, smashing its tail and trampling everything in its path, causing hills and mountains to explode into boulders. Nice job, Zephyr, Felix exclaimed, giving a thumbs up to his companion who had appeared beside him. Zephyr chuckled smugly, a proud expression on his face. In a flash, Trinity, Gwendolyn, Brixton, and Nixie appeared beside them. Now that we have seriously injured it, it will be quite easy to kill ANF. I believe a naphthalene ball might still be working. Felix looked at them and said, Big bro, I think the boss might be thinking of running away, Gwendolyn suddenly said. Felix and the others quickly turned and saw the boss hurriedly crawling away, leaving behind a trail of green blood. Felix was speechless and quickly shook his head. Gwendolyn, Nixie, the two have attacked from behind. Trinity, Brixton, and I will be the main attackers. Zephyr, conceal yourself and attack when you get the opportunity. All of them nodded. Good, we can't lay this fat piece meat run away, Felix said. With that, Felix, Trinity, Brixton, and Zephyr turned into bolts of lightning and shot towards the boss with immense speed. Tier 4 Ice Elemental Spell, Glacier Serpents. Tier 3 Wind Elemental Spell, Wind Vacuum Crusher. Gwendolyn and Nixie immediately casted their spells. Multiple huge magic circles appeared above and below the boss. Above the boss, 5 huge and slender snakes made from ice shot towards the boss, and below it, an air vacuum was formed. The boss winced in pain as 5 ice serpents slammed down on its back, causing a few scales to explode. Below it, the air vacuum tore apart more scales, with blood flying everywhere. Tier 4 Lightning Elemental Spell, Lightning Drill. Suddenly, Felix appeared above the boss, his hand raised, holding a huge drill made entirely of violet lightning. Without wasting time, he launched the spell towards the wound created by Gwendolyn's attack. The lightning drill spun rapidly and drilled into the wound. At the same time, Trinity appeared on the other side of the boss and attacked with her long golden spear. The scales where the spear made contact were torn apart, leaving a gaping hole with blood gushing out incessantly. Brixton then appeared above the boss's head and swung his gigantic axe, causing the scales on the boss to explode apart with a loud bang. Zephyr also appeared in front of the boss's remaining eye, and, with a swift flash of his sword, the other eye exploded. In just a few seconds, the Tier 5 boss was utterly miserable. Most of its scales had exploded, leaving long, gaping wounds on its body, but a huge amount of green blood continued to flow from its wounds, and both of its eyes were completely gone. The boss crashed around, roaring loudly in pain. Roar, roar. R-O-A-R-R-R-R-R. The profound calamity of the boss's grievous injuries evoked a symphony of distress. As it roared in agony, its colossal form marred by numerous gory wounds and its eyes rendered sightless, evoking a scene of profound suffering. Unyielding, Felix and the others continued their relentless assault, unleashing a barrage of lethal strikes that rent the boss's steely scales asunder, creating fresh wounds upon its already battered frame in rapid succession. With remarkable swiftness, they managed to significantly wound the boss within a matter of moments, deprived of its sight by Zephyr's attacks and besieged by excruciating pain. The boss was transformed into a vulnerable target for Felix and others. However, an abrupt transformation occurred as the boss's rigid scales began to stand erect, transforming into razor-sharp needles that sparkled ominously. Felix's countenance shifted marginally as he swiftly shielded his chest with crossed arms. Trinity and her companions reacted promptly, assuming defensive stances. Unfortunately, they were slightly tardy, with the needle-like scales already hurtling towards them. Bang! In a thunderous impact, Felix was struck by multiple scales, hurtling him back several meters, while Trinity and the others were also grazed by the projectiles, sending them tumbling in a similar manner. Gritting his teeth, Felix regained his footing. He observed a wound on his arm with a raised eyebrow. Ever since he came to this world and became a mana cultivator, this is the first time he had been injured. Trinity and her others also bore minor injuries from the unexpected attack by the boss. They were caught off guard by the boss's assault. The only ones who weren't injured was Gwendolyn and Nixie, who that was quite a safe distance away, remained unscathed while launching long-range attacks. Subsequently, a billowing cloud of viridescent smoke billowed forth from the boss, enveloping the surrounding area in a matter of seconds. The green smoke completely obscured Felix and the others' vision, making it impossible to see the boss any longer. Nixie, a little help here. Felix shouted. I'm on it, big bro. Nixie responded in a moment. Nixie cast a powerful spell, summoning a massive tornado that swiftly whisked away the green smoke. The smoke cleared. Felix and the others could finally see their surroundings, but the heavily injured boss had vanished without a trace. Perplexed, they scanned the area vigilantly. Big bro, it's underground, Brixton suddenly exclaimed, pointing to the ground. They all stared at the ground, speechless. If it's underground, how can we kill it? And why is it hiding there? Zephyr scratched his head in confusion. It's trying to escape, Trinity stated, slamming her spear into the ground, creating a deep ditch. However, they still couldn't spot the boss. Brixton, you have an affinity for the earth element. Take care of it, Felix instructed, looking at Brixton. Got it, big bro. Brixton grinned and nodded. Gripping his massive axe tightly, Brixton closed his eyes and fell silent. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes, wearing a wide grin. Got you. Boom! With a thunderous boom, the ground beneath Brixton exploded, forming a massive ditch as Brixton himself disappeared and reappeared a few meters above the ground. Looking down, Brixton's face contorted into a crazed smile as he hurtled towards the ground. Looking down, Brixton wore a crazed smile as he hurtled towards the ground with incredible speed, creating sonic booms in his wake. Just a few meters above the ground, he raised his axe, which became engulfed in earthen yellow mana. A massive earthy yellow phantom materialized behind him. With a thunderous boom, he brought down his axe, causing a loud boom that destroyed everything within a 100-meter radius, and formed a deep, bottomless pit. Suddenly, a loud and agonizing roar echoed as the boss, which had disappeared moments ago, was blasted out from underground, landing a few meters away. Don't let it escape, Felix shouted, raising his hand. A magic circle appeared above the boss, and enormous burning meteorites rained down upon it. Simultaneously, magic circles surrounded the boss, causing flames to burst from the ground, creating a pool of molten lava around it. In that moment, a colossal golden spear materialized entirely from mana and shot towards the boss's head at bang. The colossal golden spear pierced through the head of the boss, completely killing it. The boss, writhing in pain from the flames and molten lava, suddenly ceased all movement. Is it dead? Nixie appeared beside Felix, asking with anticipation. Yeah, it's definitely dead. Felix nodded, a smile on his face. Thank goodness. Nixie sighed in relief, patting her chest with a smile. This boss was incredibly challenging. If it weren't for those naphthalene balls, defeating it would have been a real struggle, Zephyr commented, shaking his head. All right, no time to waste. Let's strip this boss of all its valuable parts and get out of here, Felix said, waving his hand. Zephyr and the others nodded in agreement and quickly got to work. Within a few minutes, they had cleared out all the valuable parts. Felix smiled as he looked at the treasures he had collected in his storage ring, and he couldn't help but marvel at the fact that a Tier 5 monster boss was such a valuable find. Even just the skin and blood essence could fetch a high price on the market. His eyes narrowed as he held up a basketball-sized green magic core. With this magic core, his cultivation base would improve by leaps and bounds in no time. That if he could find a skilled blacksmith to forge a weapon for him using this core, it would be a tremendous help. The magic core of a Tier 5 monster boss was truly something special. All right, let's get out of here, Felix said, putting away the magic core and turning to the others. Good, I'm really tired of this place, Nixie replied, nodding his head in agreement. With that, they all made their way towards the valley, venturing deeper into its depths. After a few minutes, they reached the deepest part of the valley. Zephyr looked at the single portal in front of them and furrowed his brow. Big bro, this is strange. That weren't there supposed to be 2 portals? Why is there only one? He asked. Felix shook his head and turned to Trinity. I don't know. Trinity, what's going on? He asked, hoping for an answer. I'm not sure either. Normally, after defeating the boss of a dungeon, 2 portals should appear. One for leaving the dungeon, and the last one is used to go to the other floors, Trinity replied, her confusion evident. This place is really strange that I think that space turbulence might really brought us to this strange dungeon. Gwendolyn said a contemplative face. I mean, think about it. First we came to this strange dungeon, and after defeating the boss there should have been 2 portals to appear, but now there's one portal, which is truly strange to me, Gwendolyn added. Felix and the others fell silent as they thought over Gwendolyn's words. So big bro, are we going in or not? Nixie looked at Felix and said. Felix rubbed his chin and looked at Portal and shook his head. We're going in. After all, we've come this far and we can possibly go back now, so let's move forward. Trinity and the others looked at each and smiled and nodded, agreeing with Felix. But before that, we should take some rest to recover our stamina, Felix added. You're right about that. Trinity nodded and sat down cross-legged and took out mana restoration potions and healing potions and started to recover her mana and heal her wounds. The others quickly followed suit, as all of them also started recovering their mana and healing their wounds. About 1 hour later, all of them were in good condition, as all of their mana have recovered and their minor injuries have all healed. Okay, let's go, Felix smiled and stepped into the portal. Trinity and the others quickly followed as all of them entered the dungeon, completely disappearing from the valley. When Felix and the others regained their senses and looked around, their eyes were filled with incredulity and astonishment, deep shock evident in their eyes. Felix felt huge waves in his heart as he took in the sight before him. He was truly shocked to the core. He can swear that in his 2 lives he have never seen something so magnificent before. Big bro, suddenly Nixie called out to Felix in a trembling but fearful voice. What? Felix snapped out of his stupor, turned and looked at Nixie with confusion. Big bro, what's that? Nixie tugged Felix close and pointed ahead with a trembling finger. Felix slowly turned around and looked at the direction Nixie was pointing at when he saw what Nixie was talking about. What the FCK is that? Are we continuing, 5th Elder? Lucas Netherfrost asked, scanning the battlefield around them. The 5th Elder remained silent, his expression calm as he surveyed the devastation. Giant corpses of dungeon monsters and fallen soldiers littered the area, evidence of a fierce battle that had taken place. Among the carnage lay the body of a massive black lion-shaped monster, its Tier 7 status evident from the mana fluctuations. Now dead, with a gaping hole in its head, soldiers were already scavenging its valuable parts. We've reached the 77th floor. We can't turn back now. The others are likely in the same situation as us, so we must press on, the 5th Elder declared. But the 5th Elder interrupted, his tone resolute. This time, we must obtain the Saint Core at all costs. Our clan survival depends on it. If the royal family or other powers get their hands on it, we're done for. We must ensure it doesn't fall into the wrong hands, and it doesn't matter whether we get the Saint Core or not as long as it doesn't fall into our enemies' hands. Lucas surveyed the remaining soldiers and experts. Their numbers have greatly diminished. They have also lost quite a lot of the experts they have brought from the clan. Only a handful of them remained, and some of them are seriously injured. Lucas Netherfrost turned and looked at the remaining experts and shook his head. They also looked at Lucas Netherfrost and shook their heads with heavy sighs. They know that despite the losses, they have to through this mission through to otherwise if the other clans or the royal family gets it, then they are completely finished. No time to waste. Let's move, the fifth elder said, leading the group through one of the portals ahead. Felix swore to the heavens that in his 2 lives, he had never felt so much fear before. Even back on Earth, when he was threatened or when his business rivals sent assassins or hitmen to kill him, he never felt much fear. From growing up in an orphanage to becoming one of the most successful and wealthiest individuals on Earth, he never experienced fear like this. When his private plane exploded and he thought he was going to die, he still didn't feel as much fear. But now he finally knows what fear and terror feels like. His heart beating stopped for a second, and he could smell the scent of fear lingering around him. He finally knows that although death is invisible but is present everywhere, he finally knows that death is omnipresent. His entire being to his soul trembled to the core, his face turning pale with shock and astonishment. Facing a colossal being in front of him, Felix and the others felt like tiny grains of sand. Even Godzilla would look like a little lizard compared to this creature. Bye. Big bro, are we going to die? Nixie's eyes filled with tears as she clung to Felix. Zephyr and the others looked pale with sadness and grim smiles. Big bro, I don't want to die yet. Tears were already streaming down Nixie's face as she tightly held Felix. Don't worry, Nixie. Nobody is going to die, Felix said, snapping out of his daze. He hugged Nixie and comforted her, shaking his head at Trinity and the others. If they had the chance, they would have run away the moment they entered this place. But it was too late, as the abomination was already glaring at them with rage and disdain. System, what is that? Felix transmitted his voice over to the system. The system remained silent for a moment, causing Felix's eyes to dim as he shook his head and chuckled at himself. Host, that is what is called a dragon, or to be exact, this abomination is a drake, the system suddenly replied. Felix was taken aback for a moment. You mean this giant creature that even Godzilla looks like a little girl in front of is a dragon? Felix's mouth fell open in shock. No, host, to be exact, that thing is a drake, the lowest branch of the dragon race. The system clarified. Otherwise, the moment you guys stepped into this place, you would have already been dead long ago, the system added. Felix took a deep breath as he slowly turned his head and looked at the abomination in front of them. Then he moved closer to Trinity and the others and said with a grim face, Guys, I think we might have mistakenly entered the Dragon Skull dungeon. What? All of them stood rooted to the spot, looking at Felix with deep shock. Big bro, are you sure? Trinity asked. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, and this thing is not a dragon that everyone believes, but that's a drake, the lowest branch of the dragon race. Trinity and the others looked at the drake with shock. Just standing here, they couldn't even breathe properly, and this was even without it releasing its aura at all. The space around this creature was stagnant and twisting, making them feel like they were stuck in mud and couldn't move at all. And Felix was telling them that this abomination was just the lowest branch of the dragon race. Big bro, it seems to have been sealed or something, Brixton suddenly said, pointing to the ground beneath the drake. Felix and the others quickly turned and saw that what Brixton said was true. Beneath the drake, there were gigantic magic runes burning with black flames, completely surrounding the drake with huge thick chains inscribed with mysterious runes on them. Around the drake, there were 20 huge black pillars that seemed to have no end, surrounding it completely and sealing the drake. In .net, does that mean we can escape from here? Nixie's eyes lit up as she said excitedly. Even if that thing is sealed, we can't escape, Zephyr shook his head. The moment we entered here, it could have killed us, but seems like it doesn't want to, Zephyr added. You're right about that, Felix nodded. But how are we going to escape from here? Are we just going to die here? Nixie said with reluctance. Boom. Suddenly, a massive and apocalyptic force came crashing down on them. Felix and the others were slammed to the ground, causing the hard ground to crack, vomiting blood uncontrollably. Their faces turned as white as a sheet of paper, terror evident in their eyes as they looked up at the drake. Felix was filled with terror and horror, convinced he was about to die. Democrat Minnesota. This is so frustrating, he cursed silently to himself. Oh, your greatness. We apologize for intruding into your magnificent abode. please forgive us," Felix managed to say, struggling to stand as he bowed before the Drake. The Drake's eyes flickered with amusement as it towered above Felix, regarding him like an insignificant ant. Boom. Suddenly, Felix felt an immense surge of pressure, causing his body to rupture with bloody holes and his white suit to be stained red. His bones creaked under the strain, as if they could snap at any moment, though. Seething with fury, Felix gritted his teeth in silence, unable to do anything. After a few agonizing moments, the pressure subsided, and Felix sank to one knee, gasping for breath, his face drained of color as blood continued to gush from his wounds. "What are weak and puny humans like you doing here?" boomed a loud, rough voice across the area, as the Drake continued to look down upon Felix and the others with disdain and mockery in its eyes. Trinity and the rest of the group rushed to help Felix, standing up while casting fearful glances at the Drake. "Oh, great one, we did not mean to disturb you, that we mistakenly arrived here, and we will promptly leave, never to disturb you again," Felix respectfully pleaded, his voice trembling and his face pale. "Haha." The Drake raised its gigantic serpentine neck and laughed uproariously. Its booming laughter caused the space around them to crack and twist. Felix and the others grunted as they spat out another mouthful of blood. Felix was filled with fury as he stared at the arrogant Drake. But he knew he was powerless. Their strength was incomparable. This Drake could kill him 1,000,000,000 times over. Challenging the Drake would be as futile as trying to break an egg with a rock. Felix would not make such a low-level mistake. Survival was their priority now, but if they could escape this place, Felix would do anything, even if it meant kneeling and kowtowing to this creature. Dignity and pride meant nothing when faced with such an abominable creature. As long as he could survive, everything else was irrelevant. "You want to leave?" The Drake stopped laughing and said to Felix and the others. "Yes, your greatness." Felix hurriedly nodded. "You are much smarter than the other humans who came here before. But you know what? I can't let you guys leave," the Drake said mockingly to Felix's face immediately turned ugly as he clenched his fist. The others also had pale faces as they looked at each other bitterly. "Do you know how many years I've been sealed up here? 10,000 years. I've been sealed up here for 10,000 years, and the ones who seal me up are you humans," the Drake said with madness in its eyes. The Drake's enormous eyes glowed with madness as it glared down at Felix and the others with disdain and hatred. "I've been stuck in this crappy place because of you humans for 10,000 years. So yeah, I really hate you guys," the Drake growled. "What's even more ridiculous is that for thousands of years, you humans have been trying to come to this place, but you can't even get past the 80th floor, that it's honestly pretty funny." The Drake continued to rant on, its eyes shining with pure hatred. Felix, Trinity, Gwendolyn, Brixton, Zephyr, and Nixie all stayed quiet as they watched the Drake, kept rumbling as they tried to find a way to escape. The Drake suddenly stopped and turned to look at Felix and the others. The Drake seemed intrigued. "I almost forgot. How did weaklings like you manage to make it up here? You should have perished long ago." Felix's heart raced as he quickly spoke up. "Great one. We ended up here by accident, that we defeated the boss on the first floor and went through a portal that only opened at that moment, that's how we ended up here." The Drake stared at Felix with its red, gigantic eyes and fell silent. "Ha ha ha. That old man. He truly is cunning. I didn't expect him to leave such a loophole. Huh. What a sly human." The Drake suddenly erupted into another fit of wild laughter. Although Felix and the others were quite confused about what the Drake was talking about, they still kept their mouths shut. After a while, the Drake stopped laughing and its playful eyes focused once again on Felix. Mockingly, the Drake stated, "Although I may be sealed and unable to utilize my full strength, annihilating all of you here is a mere cakewalk. With just a breath from me, I can effortlessly exterminate each and every one of you. Oh, you believe me?" In a rush to appease, Felix hastily flattered, "Great one, we are nothing but insignificant ants before you, that we have no doubt about your immense power. Ending our lives is as simple as raising one of your magnificent and glorious claws. He, human, I really like you." The Drake chuckled smugly, its eyes glinting with amusement as it watched Felix squirm. It relished the sight of humans crawling before it, begging for their lives, a twisted pleasure that fueled its delight. Felix clenched his fists tightly, his heart ablaze with fury. Why did he have to be on the weaker side? If only his strength matched or surpassed that of this Drake, he wouldn't have to grovel like this. Yet, deep down, he understood. After 10,000 years of imprisonment, this creature's mind was likely warped. One wrong move could seal their fate. "Host, why don't you and the others fight it? I mean, look, it's currently sealed and can't use much of its strength. You can possibly escape if you try," the system suddenly said. Felix was really speechless when heard the system. System, take a good look at it. Can we defeat this thing? Even the power of love and friendship can't even scratch its itch. Hey, I was just saying, the system replied in a nonchalant tone. Felix simply shook his head and once again looked at the gigantic drake with dread. Oh, great one, Felix pleaded, his face pale and desperate. Please allow us to leave. We promise we'll never return to this place again. Let you go. The drake growled in response. I never planned on releasing you, if I did. How would I unleash my hatred for being sealed away? But great one, Felix countered quickly. It wasn't us who imprisoned you. It was someone else. You can't take your rage out on us. We're innocent. The drake fell silent for a moment before replying coldly. While it may not directly involve you, your kind sealed me away. Therefore, you must pay for those crimes. And by now, that old bastard is probably dead. Felix's expression darkened further. Trinity and the others mirrored his horror as they absorbed the drake's words. The creature seemed to revel in their despair. But I won't kill all of you if you let me eat her. The drake's enormous eyes flicked behind Felix. Felix spun around and realized who the drake meant. Trinity's face drained of color as she instinctively took a small step back. Zephyr and the others stared at her in shock. This was no mere threat. If the drake consumed Trinity, they might be spared. In a flash of movement, Felix positioned himself protectively in front of Trinity, rage burning in his eyes. Zephyr and the others snapped out of their stupor and formed a barrier around her, fury radiating from them all as they faced down the monstrous beast. Ha ha ha! Humans never change. The drake laughed mockingly. You're such hypocrites, sentimental beings at best. You stab each other in the back without hesitation, yet band together when danger looms. Truly fascinating creatures. Felix and his companions glared at the drake, fury blazing in their eyes. They all wanted to leave this place alive, but not at the cost of sacrificing one of their own. Experience tales at mvlenovelbin.net. Why do you want to eat her? Just look at her, she wouldn't even fit between your teeth. Unless. Felix's voice turned icy as he locked eyes with the creature. Unless she has something that tempts you. The drake narrowed its gaze, studying Felix intently. Human, you're too clever for your own good, it replied, a hint of annoyance creeping into its tone. And yes, there is something within her that could make me stronger if I consume her. Felix glanced sideways at Trinity, confusion flickering across his face. She caught his eye and shook her head subtly, signaling that she possessed nothing of value to attract such a monstrous being. Host, it might be your bloodline, the system chimed in suddenly. Her bloodline? Felix blinked in surprise as realization washed over him. How could he have forgotten? When they first scanned Trinity's talents back in the slums, the results showed that her bloodline was sealed. He had no idea what kind of lineage she carried, but it had to be powerful enough for Jarvis to remark on how unusual she was when they first met. You're after her bloodline, aren't you? Felix said calmly, dismissing any pretense of flattery or false humility. If this drake was determined to kill them anyway, why bother begging for mercy? He would ensure the beast suffered before he faced his end. After all, aside from her bloodline, there's nothing else valuable about her. And let's not forget, Felix continued with an almost imperceptible smile creeping onto his lips, there are many bloodlines out there, but only one can elevate a lowly drake like you. The bloodline of a true dragon. If I'm right, that's exactly what she possesses. The drake's eyes narrowed further as it regarded Felix with growing hostility. You're far too clever for someone so young. If I let you live today, you may become a problem for me later. Zephyr and the others stood frozen in shock as they absorbed this exchange between Felix and the drake. Their mouths agape as they processed Trinity's potential heritage. Even Trinity herself felt dazed by what was unfolding before her. Well then, Felix said defiantly, standing tall amidst impending doom. You better kill me now, because if we cross paths again in the future, you'll truly learn what cruelty means. The drake erupted into laughter, a deep rumble that echoed through the chamber. Do you even know who I am? I've shattered 5 empires and obliterated countless kingdoms. The number of lives I've taken is beyond measure. What makes you think a mere human like you can threaten me? Felix sneered. If you're so powerful, then why are you sealed in this pitiful place? You're nothing more than a lowly drake, the absolute bottom of the dragon race. The drake's eyes flared with unrestrained fury, a storm of rage brewing within. Why you? It growled, its voice dripping with venom. Since you're so eager to meet your end, the drake replied with a sinister grin, I'll gladly grant your wish. Don't worry. I'll make sure to enjoy her thoroughly. Felix turned away, feeling the weight of despair settle over him like a heavy cloak. They all knew it. This was it. They were truly going to die here. Hey, system, he whispered urgently. If I kick the bucket, can you send me to another world? But silence hung in the air. The system offered no response. With a resigned shake of his head, Felix chuckled softly at the absurdity of it all. Suddenly, the drake raised its colossal claw and brought it crashing down toward Felix and his companions. Am I really going to die again? He muttered reluctantly as he watched the shadow loom over them. Ha 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 ha. The drake's maniacal laughter echoed ominously through the space. Little lizard, suddenly another voice boomed unexpectedly, cutting through the tension like a knife. It seems you've grown even more arrogant. Democrat Minnesota, you old bastard. You didn't die, was all Felix heard before darkness enveloped him and the others losing consciousness. Ugh, my head, did I die? Felix groaned, cradling his throbbing skull as if it had been struck by a sledgehammer. Dizziness washed over him like a heavy fog. System, are you there? He called out, his voice echoing in the silence. Stop shouting, host, came the system's voice, slightly annoyed. Am I dead? Felix asked, his face a mask of confusion and fatigue. Why are you asking such a stupid question? I'm not the one living here. The system replied with an exasperated tone. Felix felt his lips twitch into an embarrassed grin as he scratched the back of his head. Hey, just kidding. I know I'm not dead. I just wanted to talk. Suddenly, panic surged through him. Trinity. His eyes flew open wide as he frantically scanned the area. Relief flooded over him when he spotted Trinity, Gwendolyn Brixton Zephyr, and Nixie lying on the ground unconscious, but furrowed brows suggesting they were experiencing some kind of pain that Felix's heart steadied at the sight of them. He had feared Drake might have devoured them whole. Wait, the Drake. Panic gripped him again as he looked around wildly. Moments later, shock washed over him like ice water. There lay the gigantic Drake, lifeless on the ground, not far away, a massive hole gaping in its stomach. Its eyes were frozen in rage and terror, even in death. What on hell happened? Felix gasped, feeling a tidal wave of confusion crash over him. System, what went down? And how did we survive? Who saved us? And I swear I heard someone before blacking out. He bombarded the system with questions, desperate for answers. Host, what truly happened? Well, I don't know, but someone did save you, the system replied. Well, then did you know who saved us? I mean, did you see that person? Felix eagerly asked the system. No, I didn't see anybody, but just as I said earlier, someone did save you. The system simply replied. Felix stood there, staring in disbelief at the colossal corpse of the drake before him. Just moments ago, this fearsome creature had seemed invincible. Now it lay lifeless at his feet. Even in death, its eyes reflected terror and an unwillingness to accept its fate. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, Felix couldn't shake off the chilling realization. The person who effortlessly defeated this monstrous beast was even more terrifying. Sure, this drake was among the lowest of the dragon race. Yet dragons were revered as the mightiest beings in Sylphindel world. Their strength was unmatched. Even a lowly dragon wasn't something anyone could just take down. And yet here he was, witnessing its demise. Felix felt a mix of shock and awe wash over him that a few moments later. He shook his head and smiled. At least I'm still alive. That's what really matters. His gaze returned to the giant corpse of a drake, and suddenly his eyes blazed with intense heat and greed. Ha 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 ha. I'm rich. I'm truly rich. Felix erupted into wild laughter that echoed through the area. He rolled on the ground without a care in the world, laughing so hard that tears streamed down his cheeks. With a burst of energy, Felix sprang up and rushed toward one of the massive claws of the drake. He hugged it tightly and planted kisses on it, as if he had stumbled upon hidden treasure. I'm rich, he chanted joyfully, dancing around like an ecstatic child discovering candy for the first time. Suddenly, a loud cough interrupted his revelry. Felix froze mid-dance and turned to see Trinity, Gwendolyn Brixton Zephyr, and Nixie standing several meters away, gazing at him with expressions that screamed, "What on earth?" "Oh hey, you guys are awake," Felix exclaimed with an innocent smile, as if nothing unusual had just happened. "When did you wake up?" he asked curiously. "We've been awake this whole time," Zephyr replied flatly while studying Felix's antics. "Oh good." Felix nodded appreciatively. "Are you all right? Not injured or anything?" "I'm fine, just got a bit of a heavy head," Zephyr admitted. "Same here," Trinity chimed in along with others nodding their heads in agreement. Felix let out a sigh of relief. At least they were unharmed. That was something to be grateful for. "Big bro, did you kill it?" Nixie pointed excitedly at the giant carcass of the drake. "Me? Kill this thing? You must be joking, little girl. Don't you remember how pathetic I was in front of it? Honestly, I'm just grateful I didn't end up as meat paste." Felix chuckled lightly as he playfully tapped Nixie on the head. Nixie rubbed her forehead and pouted. But who actually managed to take it down? She asked, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Felix shook his head. I have no idea. When I woke up, it was just lying there completely dead. Brixton chimed in solemnly. Looks like someone kind-hearted saved us. Otherwise, we would have been toast. Zephyr's eyes lit up with admiration. That means whoever killed this creature must be incredibly strong. Absolutely. Felix nodded with a grin. Not just anyone can take down a member of the dragon race. Gwendolyn furrowed her brow. But why didn't that person take the drake's corpse? And they didn't even bother to dig out the magic core. Felix shrugged nonchalantly. Who knows? Maybe they just weren't interested in the corpse or its magic core. He added with a light chuckle. And here we are benefiting from this disaster. Risks and opportunities really do go hand in hand. Find your next read on m_eat-novelbin.net. The group shared a laugh as they gazed at the massive corpse before them, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Just think about it. This isn't just any creature. It's a drake, part of the prestigious dragon race. Its body is practically a treasure trove waiting to be explored. If word got out about this find, it could spark chaos across kingdoms. And let's not forget about its magic core. The essence of magical beasts lies within these cores. Drakes come from long lines of heritage. Who knows what ancestral techniques or secrets might be locked away inside? Let's talk about that for now. Just think about it. The scales and bones of the drake are incredibly valuable. They can be used to forge top-tier equipment, and not just any equipment. The equipment that can forge using the scales and bones if this drake will be high quality. In essence, the entire body of this drake is a treasure trove waiting to be explored. Even selling just a piece of its meat would fetch a price that would blow your mind. Felix and his friends couldn't help but burst into laughter, exchanging amused glances. Suddenly, Felix's eyes lit up with excitement as an idea struck him like lightning. His body trembled with anticipation. Big bro, what's going on? Zephyr asked hurriedly, concern etched on his face. Felix took a deep breath before responding. Oh, it's nothing. I just had a thought. What was it? Nixie inquired curiously. Don't worry. You'll find out soon enough. Felix chuckled playfully. Gwendolyn chimed in. So what are we going to do with this giant creature? Felix gazed at the colossal beast in silence for a moment. How massive was it? Imagine Godzilla. Now multiply that by 5. This drake was simply enormous and wouldn't fit inside their storage rings. Plus, the system space didn't allow outside objects in. Well, he sighed bitterly. I guess our only option is to start cleaning up its body ourselves. Zephyr and the others shared his sentiment as they looked at the giant drake with expressions of resignation. IT was going to be an enormous task. But hey, at least it would be worth it. Okay, they all nodded in agreement. Without wasting another moment, Felix, Zephyr, Brixton, Trinity, Gwendolyn, and Nixie dove into action, cutting and scavenging every part of the drake's massive body. Time slipped away unnoticed until they finally collapsed onto the ground, bodies covered in blood and various remnants from their labor, breathing heavily as if they had just fought through an intense month-long battle. How long have we been at this? Felix gasped while lying flat on the floor. I'm not sure, Zephyr replied with a pained expression while eyeing his damaged dagger. But I think days might have passed. System, how long have we been here? Felix called out urgently. 1.5 months, came a reply from the system. Holy crap, Felix exclaimed wide-eyed. You mean we've been stuck in this dungeon for 1.5 months? Yes, confirmed the system matter-of-factly. Felix took a deep breath and shook his head. Honestly, he wasn't too worried about anything else. His main concern was for the children. He hoped nothing had happened to them. All right, everyone, let's count our spoils of war, Felix exclaimed, standing up with a grin that stretched from ear to ear. He rubbed his hands together eagerly, eyes sparkling as he gazed at the massive hills of treasures piled up around them. After what felt like an eternity, Felix and his team finally managed to dismember the body of the drake. Before them lay towering heaps of its valuable parts, a mountain of meat stacked high, glistening scales piled together, and various other precious materials, and also their massive wooden barrels. Number up to hundreds of them. These wooden barrels are filled with the drake's blood essence, which was second only to its magic core and value. The scales were incredibly tough. Even their best weapons barely left a scratch on them. Without the system's help, dismembering this beast would have been nearly impossible. Felix couldn't help but grimace at the thought of how much BP he'd have to fork over for that assistance. According to the system, this drake was a Tier 9 forbidden magical beast and was on the brink of breaking into the Saint Realm. What a pity, Felix muttered, shaking his head. It truly was unfortunate. This creature had been so close to achieving greatness before being sealed away and killed. All right, everyone, let's start gathering these treasures. Felix called out enthusiastically as storage rings appeared in his hands. He passed them around to Trinity and the others. With just a thought, they began storing all the Drake's body parts inside those rings, a surprisingly smooth process that a few minutes later, every last piece was safely tucked away. Hmm. Big bro, I'm kinda confused, Zephyr suddenly said, turning to Felix with furrowed brows. What are you confused about? Felix asked curiously. Well, Zephyr continued hesitantly. If someone sealed the Drake here for 10,000 years, why would they come back now to kill it? Wouldn't they have done it ages ago? Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise. He hadn't considered that angle. You got a point there, he admitted thoughtfully. Why wait until now? I get what you're saying, Felix nodded slowly. But are we sure it's even the same person who sealed it that came back to finish it off? Zephyr scratched his head over Felix's words. Huh, you're right about that too. Okay then, Felix said with a wave of his hand as if dismissing their musings. Let's not talk about that. Let's focus on what we can control. Big bro. Trinity suddenly called out to Felix, breaking the tension in the air. Felix turned to her, curiosity piqued. What is it? Trinity hesitated for a moment, her brow furrowed. Is what you and the Drake talked about true? Zephyr, Brixton, Gwendolyn, and Nixie leaned in closer. They had all heard the conversation between Felix and the Drake, that Felix's gaze lingered on Trinity as he sighed inwardly. Previously, when he first scanned her talent, and he discovered that Trinity have a bloodline, and it was even sealed, his mind raced with possibilities that a bloodline could be sealed for one of two reasons. Either it was incredibly powerful, so potent that its bearer couldn't fully harness its potential, or it was sealed by someone with ulterior motives. Given Trinity's past as a slave, Felix suspected she fell into the first category. His intrigue deepened when he learned that even the system couldn't identify her bloodline. But then came the shocking revelation. The Drake wanted to eat Trinity. Why would such a massive creature target her specifically among all of them present? She wasn't even qualified to be a snack. Felix recalled how the system had informed him about dragons. When they first entered this place, and he asked about what kind of magical beast THR Drake was, the system told him all the information about the dragon race. The lower beings among the dragon race could evolve into true dragons by assimilating another true dragon's bloodline, and only the bloodline of a true dragon can allow them to evolve. If the Drake chose only Trinity from their group, it meant one thing. Her sealed bloodline must belong to a true dragon. The realization hit him like a thunderclap. This wasn't just any ordinary lineage, it was legendary. When the Drake confirmed it, Felix felt an unexpected surge of astonishment. Taking a deep breath, he said firmly, "It's true. You have the bloodline of a true dragon." Trinity's eyes went wide as shock coursed through her veins. Zephyr and the others mirrored her disbelief. They had thought perhaps there had been some mistake when they first heard this revelation from the Drake. How? Why? Trinity stammered, confusion evident in her trembling voice. Felix shrugged nonchalantly, but couldn't hide his own surprise at how everything unfolded. "I knew about it a long time ago, right when you started cultivating," he replied cryptically. "But I won't go into details about how I figured it out. Even Jarvis knows something's off about you," Felix added. "Wait, Jarvis knows I have a true dragon bloodline." Trinity gasped. "Well, not exactly," Felix clarified with a chuckle. "He just sensed you were special from day he saw you." "But big bro," Gwendolyn interjected curiously, "if you say Big Sis's bloodline is sealed, how did you know it's a true dragon bloodline?" Felix chuckled, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "You know, when I first learned about Trinity's bloodline, I had no clue what it was. But then Drake dropped a hint. Just think, there are 6 of us here, and that creature specifically wanted to devour Trinity." The group fell silent, contemplating Felix's words as they sank into deep thought. "But that doesn't really explain anything," Nixie interjected. "Maybe it wanted to eat Trinity because her flesh is more delicious." Felix rolled his eyes at Nixie. "You might be onto something there, but did you see the sheer size of that beast? Trinity wouldn't even fill the gaps between its teeth. She's hardly a late-night snack." Continue reading at MVLE-Novelbin, Net Zephyr, and the others burst into laughter, glancing over at Trinity. Felix continued, "From what I know, lower species of the dragon race can evolve their bloodlines and eventually become true dragons, if they can assimilate the bloodline of a true dragon. So if the Drake wanted to eat Trinity," Zephyr chimed in, "it must have sensed her true dragon bloodline and aimed to evolve." "Exactly," Felix nodded with a grin. "But why can't I sense my own bloodline?" Trinity asked curiously. "Like I mentioned before," Felix explained patiently, "your bloodline is currently sealed, just like Gwendolyn's, that you'll need to find a way to awaken it." Nixie's eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to Felix. "Wow, Big Sis has a bloodline. Do you think I might have one too?" big bro. Felix shot her a disdainful glance. You don't even have a chicken bloodline. Nixie's eyes widened in disbelief as she glared at him before turning away with an indignant huff. But someone else here might possess a bloodline that rivals Trinity's true dragon bloodline, Felix said with a sly smile. Who? They all asked in unison. Felix pointed dramatically at Brixton. Me? Brixton scratched his head in confusion. You mean Brixton? Zephyr exclaimed incredulously. Yes, Felix affirmed, but I'm not sure which type he has. How do you know? Nixie pressed curiously. Well, Felix began thoughtfully. Have you ever seen anyone grow stronger just by eating? Plus, this guy can grow into a 10-meter giant or shrink down to normal size. And look at his skin. It's covered in runes. That's simply unheard of. Trinity and the others paused for a moment before realization hit them. How could someone gain strength merely from eating? It was mind-boggling. They turned their gazes toward Brixton, who was happily munching on an enormous thigh of some unknown magical beast. Brixton felt a jolt of surprise as all eyes suddenly turned toward him. What? Nothing. Just keep eating, Felix replied, waving his hand with an amused, speechless expression. Big bro, are you sure I don't have some kind of bloodline? Nixie pressed again, her curiosity bubbling over. Felix met her gaze seriously and said, Well, you might have one. Really? What type of bloodline do I have? Nixie's eyes sparkled with excitement. You possess the eternal money-worshipping bloodline, Felix declared with a straight face. Ha ha! Zephyr erupted into laughter. Trinity and Gwendolyn struggled to contain their giggles. Faint chuckles slipped through despite their best efforts that Nixie's face flushed crimson with anger as she lunged at Felix, baring her teeth and claws. Screw you, big bro. I'm ready to fight this time. All right. I won't tease you again. Felix quickly dodged to the side, waving his hands in surrender. Trinity stepped in to restrain Nixie gently. Okay, Nixie, big bro was just joking. Nixie crossed her arms defiantly, still fuming. Now that we've settled everything here, Felix said quickly to shift the mood. Let's explore and see if we can find anything valuable. The others nodded eagerly and began searching the expansive hall around them. 30 minutes passed without a single discovery. Big bro, come here quick. Zephyr's voice rang out suddenly. Felix and the others dashed over to her side. What is it? He asked breathlessly. Look, Zephyr pointed a trembling finger toward the depths of a massive room. Felix turned to follow her gaze, and his eyes widened in shock as fear washed over him. Oh my their goodness.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.